Good morning and happy Tuesday. Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. And we got a lot to talk about today. We'll kick off the NFL playoffs at 7:02 with some fun. But the big headline, the return of the 2 Grand Slam.
Oh, I know. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see if Heather's up to the challenge of the new year.
Oh, for sure. I'm excited.
I know. See if we can give away $2,000.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Start the new year off right.
Yeah, ring in the new year. Get back in the groove.
Might need that $2,000 just to afford a ticket.
Yes, just one.
One
you can
ticket
go by yourself.
to the divisional round.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, man. I did you see the screenshot that I sent you guys?
It was an email. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot believe what some people, I know you can ask for whatever you want, right? If you put the tickets out there, hey, I've got front row seats, I've got 2 of them, here is the price I'm going to charge. You can ask whatever you want. It's up to other people to click on it and say, I actually want to pay that, but it is staggering.
I like how you circled them in red.
Well, yeah.
These prices can't be
In case
real.
we couldn't see. They're right here, guys. Look at these prices. Crazy.
These aren't real. I don't believe this. To your point, like you can ask whatever you want.
Right.
This says $11,000 each.
Yeah, each.
Section 106. Yeah, fat chance.
Front row. But if you don't ask, you don't get. And so it 2 weeks away. Put it out there. See if somebody wants it because
That's
there are
more than the Super Bowl.
I was talking to some season ticket holders last night.
Yeah.
Jack's baseball coach has season tickets. He's got front row seats. He's had them for they've been in the family for 50 years.
Okay.
Others that are in the second section second deck, but it's unbelievable what these tickets. Somebody's already been offered $5,000 per ticket. And they didn't even they weren't even selling them. Like, hey, here is $5,000 a ticket. For in the second deck, it was $2,000 a ticket. It's blowing my mind. And I guess I understand it because of the excitement around the Lions.
Did you guys try to get tickets? You know
No.
how they were like giving away a small amount and you could, Colin did. You had to like sit in this waiting room before you could go and get tickets. We ultimately didn't buy any, but now he's mad that he didn't.
Because he wanted
Well,
to
we saw some for like $800.
Right now, it seems like after I say, oh, well, you could spend $2,000 or $5,000, you say
And then he's
$800,
like,
you're like, well, that's a deal.
Steal.
Yeah.
Why didn't I buy them? And then I could have sold them for
Right.
$11,000. No, I'm joking,
Right.
but he could,
Clearly ridiculous.
Yeah. No, we got a new TV in the new house. I'm absolutely in love with watching football on my new TV. So I don't want to go battle the crowds. I could get the excitement through the TV as of now.
I found myself talking to a friend yesterday, and I couldn't believe what I was saying. I said, well, the real game you want to go to is the NFC title. Like, here I am minimizing home playoff games. Like,
Right.
how far things have gone and come that we're like, oh, well, they played a couple playoff games last year. You've seen playoff wins. Now it's really about the NFC title and winning and cementing your place in the Super Bowl.
Are you saying the divisional round is a throwaway game?
It's not a throwaway game, but I couldn't believe what I was saying. I go, hold on, I got to catch myself. These are still really big deals.
Yeah.
And you got to earn it. We're going to talk more about it coming up at 6:35. This Lions defense, did they do enough to change this narrative? Do you fully trust them now? But, John, last night, the Pistons won. Spend a little time on them, back up to 500. I say back up. They haven't been 500 in
years.
I think 2019 was the last.
Yeah, I mean, with more than, obviously they were above 500 after 3 games last year.
Yeah.
2-1.
Yeah. But this late in the season to be 500, the players care about it. Jalen Duren talked about it after the game. Cade Cunningham had a big day. They overcame a 22-point deficit on a night without Ivy, who is out for the season, and a night where Beasley was ice cold. They beat a bad Blazers team, but, John, they've won 4 in a row now, and they're suddenly on the radar.
Yeah, and it's they are fun to watch. And a couple nights ago, right? It was the alley-oop off the backboard. It was, led first by the steal on one end, and then Cade leads the drive. It's the alley-oop off the backboard, and it's the finish. All of those things are exciting and fun to watch. And you have moments like that, but it's really coming down to the way that Cade Cunningham is playing. And I think in your overreactions yesterday, you asked if he was an all-star. And if this team was, I forget what
play-in.
Going to be in the play. I think certainly they're going to be a team that I think they will be in the play-in tournament. So they'll have games after. I don't know if you want to call it postseason games. By definition, it is, but it's not necessarily playoff games. I don't know how we're talking about that.
It's very semantical, right? After the season would be the postseason.
Right.
Preseason, season, and postseason. When the season ends, they'd still be playing in the play-in
we're going to
tournament.
call it postseason games, not playoff games.
Because you got to win your way into the field of 16.
But to watch Cade and to play a team, and it come down to the fourth quarter, early in the season, it was, hey, they're still learning how to win some of those games. Now they're winning some of those games. And I think that's where the flip happens of will they or won't they have postseason games? And I think they will, because they are starting to win. It will be defined by the trade deadline. Where is this team? Where is Trajan Langdon? Will he say, we're good with the play-in game this year and not make any trades? Or will he say, you know what, we're going to sacrifice some of these guys at the end of the season because the future is our young players, it's our young core, and being a pass-through for other teams will allow us to get more draft picks and ultimately not cost us any capital, and next year we'll be able to spend and we'll have a lot of bites at the apple.
I think they go hand in hand. Cade being an all-star and them making the play-in, right? Him turning a corner, being the engine, driving them into postseason play. I think a couple things to watch are without Ivy, they're going to need what they had yesterday, the vets to step up. Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris, specifically in the fourth quarter. And those could be guys who are attractive chips for contenders come deadline time, John. So it all kind of comes together with how for real are they, but it's a much better conversation than when will they win a game, which is what we were doing a year ago. When will they win a game? They've won more games already this year than they did all of last year.
Well, and it's 40 points the other night, going head to head against the Ant-Man who had 50 plus. And it's 32 again last night. But I think the big thing for Cade is assists are remaining up. He had 9 last night. Turnovers are being minimized. I'm not saying they're eliminated. They're still part of the equation, but they are being minimized to where he was even at the beginning of this year.
If you're going to have the ball as much as he does, you're going to have some turnovers.
Sure.
Luka and LeBron and some of the dominant ball handlers, they have high turnover numbers. Now, they're not 5 or 6, which is where Cade was getting in trouble early in the season, but they threw 3.
Right. 4 last night. Yeah.
If you have twice as many assists or 3 times as many assists as you do turnovers, you're fine. You got the ball a lot. You're asked to create a lot. And I think the big thing is they're making more shots now this year than they did a year ago, which is why a Cade pass that actually goes in, you start to see it reflected in his numbers. And they are playing better defense, and that's a total testament to J.B. Bickerstaff. Not a finished product on defense, but much better than they were a year ago. 248-539-9797. Pistons have won 4 in a row. They're back up to 500, and they're offering you a little bit of promise. John, the future with the Lions. These coordinators are taking interviews. You heard in the update. I do want to throw that out to people as well. Ben Johnson will interview with the Chicago Bears, is, quote, interested in the Bears gig, per Tom Pelissero. We'll also interview with the Patriots. I think Jacksonville being an opening makes some sense for him to poke around as well. Do you expect him, Glenn, do you think they're going to lose one, both, or neither of these guys?
I think they lose one. And I don't know which one. Because I think if Ben Johnson removes his name from the market and says, no, I want to stay, it increases the likelihood that Aaron Glenn will have you take one out of the job market, it increases the likelihood that another one will have more opportunity. I think the Saints are an easy no-brainer for Aaron Glenn. He's been there. They're familiar with him. The whole defensive side of things down there has been, it's kind of fallen apart. So I think that makes all the sense in the world. And it'll be interesting for Ben Johnson. He is going to be the number one assistant coach that is pursued across the NFL. How much leverage does he have? What does he ask for? What type of control does he want? Or what type of relationship with the general manager is he looking for?
he's not going to take a bad job or a bad situation. The problem is the jobs that open tend to be
bad jobs, bad situations.
So I don't know what's going to happen. I think they're actually in the mix for different jobs. Like Aaron Glenn to me makes sense for the Saints and the Jets, organizations he played for that need to get more out of their defense. The Jets defense, a huge storyline, took a major step back. And then Ben Johnson feels like, okay, get him with a young quarterback, a Caleb or a Lawrence or I guess a Drake May even. But the other question, John, and we can explore this coming up next, is the timeline of it all. You don't hire a coach from a team still in the playoffs until their season's over. There's 5 jobs right now open. If 2 of them are waiting on Lions coaches all the way until February, does that shape the market a little bit? Are they willing to be patient on a Ben Johnson who may at the end of the day say, nah, actually, never mind, I'm going to come back? It's something to explore. Lions fans want to know what your read is as you see the jobs open, as you know your guys are interviewing probably this week with the bye week, how we think it's going to go. It's 97.1. Yeah, he had to shoot for himself and Malik Beasley, who was ice cold from three. Tim Hardaway Jr. clutch late in the game. Pistons win their fourth in a row. They are now a 500 basketball team at 18-18. Cade Cunningham poured in 32 points, and there's a little bit of a buzz with our basketball team. A lot of buzz around our assistant coaches. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn will interview for jobs this week. Makes sense. They got a bye week. They got some downtime. They have a chance to vet some of these teams as they vet them. And the question was, did they lose one, both, or neither of these guys? 248-539-9797.
Okay, so we know that the jobs that are available, Jets, Saints, Bears, Jags, Patriots.
Yes, and there could be a Cowboy opening.
So that's my question is, I don't know. I haven't heard anything last night. I know that Chicago asked permission to talk to their coach.
I love that they did it because it forces Dallas, hey,
to play their
get
hand.
off the pot. Yeah,
Right.
either you want to bring him back or you're okay with other teams interviewing him.
And so I'm just curious as to, because if you throw the Cowboys job in there, is that one that would be attractive to either Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn?
As big a pain in the ass as Jerry Jones is, it is the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, it is the Cowboys. It's a huge market, which comes with a lot of pressure, but a lot of eyeballs, and if you hit, all of a sudden you're
the biggest star in coaching.
Yeah.
And if you're Ben Johnson, you have a chance to get Dak to another level.
Well,
if you're Aaron Glenn, you get Micah Parsons and some pieces on defense.
And you can say whatever you want about Jerry Jones. He's very patient with his coaches.
Has been, yes.
And you say it with McCarthy. He's very patient. We saw it before that. And if you're looking for, if you go to the Saints and you don't win right away, are you a one and done or two and done versus you might get, if you sign a 4-year deal, you might get by default all 4 years in Dallas.
Yeah, and I look at it like I understand why Ben Johnson wants to be selective. We've seen first-year coaches fired. Gerard Mayo just got fired. It happens in the NFL. And you may only get 2 if you go to a lousy situation and you can't turn it around quick enough for people. So you do need to be choosy because then that's forever staining your resume.
If you are Ben Johnson, which quarterback do you think would be most enticing to go and develop? Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, Caleb Williams? Jets and Saints are out of the equation because you have no idea who their quarterback's going to be. And
they don't have a path to one in the draft early.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm with you on that.
So I think those are your 3 options right now, holding out the Cowboys.
Well, and the other wild card is if someone gets bounced early in the playoffs and flips out and fires their, like, if the Bills get eliminated round 1 by the Denver Broncos, I don't think it's going to happen. But if it did, would Buffalo say, you know what?
Enough is enough
with Sean McDermott. Something like that. Philly, they lose immediately. Sirianni, you've been too volatile. We're going to bring in someone who just is sharp, smart, can get it done for us. We're going to switch
build
gears.
a relationship with players instead of being weird.
Yeah, switch gears. Barring that, we have 5 openings and potentially 6. 248-539-9797. How would you answer your own question? Which quarterback for Ben Johnson is most appealing?
I don't know, because you're locked into Trevor Lawrence.
And Dak.
Right. Well, okay. Again, I'm holding the Cowboys out for right now.
Oh, okay.
But Trevor Lawrence, you're locked in for at least 2 years. We've seen with rookie quarterbacks, if Drake May doesn't pan out and you're, picking high again in next year's draft class, and I haven't even thought about who the quarterbacks might be. I'm sure somebody will pop up. Or if you're the Bears and Caleb Williams doesn't work out, we've seen teams immediately draft the next quarterback because that rookie deal, it's not a huge sacrifice to move on from. I don't know. Drake May really interests me in regards to what he could potentially be. What I saw this year, and with the lack of targets that he had to throw to, lack of protection that he had, I think that would be the one where I'd kind of raise an eyebrow and say, I think that might be the one, especially since they will be drafting high. You could go get yourself a receiver. You could improve the defense. You could address the offensive. There's a lot of different things you could do. And I haven't looked at the drafts of the Bears, the Jags, the Patriots, see how many picks, where they are. I know that they're all picking high in the first round, which means they're probably picking high in every round. But how many extra second rounders do they have, or third rounders.
What's interesting, you bring up May and Caleb on rookie deals, flexibility. Those are the two jobs Pelissero mentioned in the update that Ben Johnson is, quote, interested in. Let's get to John in Kalamazoo with a quick note. You're on 97.1. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
What's up?
Oh, no. He hung up on us. That's the hang up.
I think
noise.
he's got a bad line. He's been bopping in and out of the phone line, so...
Call us back, John.
His note was Dan Campbell deserves more credit for wins. I feel like we heap a lot of credit.
Yeah, I maybe the path he was going to take is if Ben Johnson leaves,
It's going to be okay.
I've said that all along. This
I do
is Dan Campbell's offense.
John, I can give you one more shot at this. What's up?
Hey, yeah, I was calling because I just wanted to speak on, the coordinators as far as, like, the praise they get after wins compared to Dan Campbell and then, some of the heat he take after our losses. I feel as though when we win games, it's always about, Ben Johnson play calling or game planning and or like last game, Aaron Glenn got all the praise for his game plan and play calling. And then even like with the national media, not just local, our coordinators get so much praise. And I feel like, Dan Campbell always take the brunt of it when it's his fourth down calls that lose us games or his field goal decisions that lose us games. But when it comes to winning games, it's like, clearly Kevin O'Connell was kind of in deep waters yesterday.
Yep.
His speech he gave about, we got to drag him out into the deep waters just long enough to drown him. I think Kevin O'Connell drowned. The big lights was on. It was him against Dan Campbell again, and it just seemed like, they went for fourth down. I didn't hear anybody trashing O'Connell for all the fourth down decisions he made when they could have took points.
Well,
so
the two losses that happened this year, and I don't necessarily know that Dan Campbell took a hit on those, and we could discuss those, coming up.
Well, he owned the Tampa loss.
Right.
He did. And I think these coordinators are getting boosts right now because they're good coordinators and they're going to have head coaching opportunities. But Campbell gets his credit. And we talked about it yesterday that he outcoached Kevin O'Connell, that he should be coach of the year.
Well, so you get into Tampa Bay, and it's 5 trips in the red zone. Who took the heat for that?
Yeah, it wasn't all him. That's a good point. All right, let's get to Heather in the news.
As you know, everyone is celebrating the Lions' big win over the Vikings, including the Spirit of Detroit statue, which is now rocking a brand new Lions jersey. So after clinching their first ever number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs, the Spirit of Detroit is wearing a number 1 Honolulu blue jersey.
As it should.
Looking good. Yes, definitely. This is the second year in a row the statue has worn a Lions jersey. So very, very exciting. The Red Wings experienced some major travel delays in Winnipeg over the weekend. There was a mechanical issue with their airplane, which prevented their scheduled Saturday night departure. So instead of getting home around 1 a.m. on Sunday morning, there was this relatively long delay, and they didn't get home until 3:30 p.m. Sunday afternoon. So nothing major, right? But still, just not ideal.
And I know a lot of people
and
were,
it was their day off.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
dealing with that.
Yeah. And I liked what the coach said. He just basically said, hey, you can only control the things you can control. We couldn't control this. You just deal with it, right? Everyone's all right. We're all good. It just wasn't ideal. A Warren High School teacher and 2 parents are facing dozens of charges after being busted in an alleged drug deal. So on Tuesday, December 31st, prosecutors say Warren police watched this teacher at Lincoln High School park his vehicle at a 7-Eleven. Then there was a truck that pulled up next to the teacher, and there was this brief transaction that occurred inside this other person's vehicle, and then both people just
Parted ways.
Went off and parted ways. Well, police conducted a traffic stop on the teacher, found drugs in the vehicle. They eventually found this other guy, found drugs and firearms and other things in this person's home. So the other person was arrested as well, and the woman who lives with him was also taken into custody. The teacher was charged with possession of a controlled substance. That's a felony, punishable by up to 4 years. And then the 2 others are each facing 12 charges each, including delivering a controlled substance and maintaining a drug house. Yikes. Good thing they got caught.
Yes.
This is a really cool story. So there's this 36-year-old bartender in Houston who had a very good Christmas, all thanks to Post Malone. So this woman, Renee Brown, she's a single mom, has no other family around, and she works a lot of jobs, a couple jobs. She homeschools her daughter, has lots going on. Well, she was working a late shift at a bar on Christmas Eve, and she said it was a slow night until Post Malone and Shabuzi showed up with some friends, spent hours just hanging out on the patio, listening to some music. Well, Post Malone went to go pay his tab, realized he didn't have one. His buddies were buying all his drinks, everything they had. So he's like, you know what? No, I really want to leave a tip. Can you charge me for something? I don't care what it is. It could be a penny.
Yeah.
Just charge me for something. So she charged him for $1, whatever it was for. Yeah. And got the bill back and realized that he left her a $20,000 tip. She tracked him down. It's still there, and just started crying, said obviously how much she appreciated it. And she just said he was just a very humble, down-to-earth guy, which is incredible.
That's cool.
So life-changing money for this single mom, which is awesome.
I guess you could say she had some help. That's one of his hit songs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heather with the news, me with the failed attempt, right over John's head. All right. We'll keep talking about this coordinator business and where you guys are at. Plus the Lions defense. Did they do enough to change the narrative? It's 97-1. It's part of success. People want to hire your coaches.
Yep.
Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, both hot commodities. There are 5 openings in the NFL today. Could be 6 with Dallas. Best fits for these guys, will they lose one, both, or neither? The jobs available today: Jets, Saints, Bears, Jaguars, Patriots. Get to the phones, and we'll talk about this Lions defense and look ahead. But Mike in Washington Township, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Good.
First thing I want to talk about, I've already parted ways with Aaron Glenn, for sure. He's going to be the head coach of the Saints. It's just a fit for him. He's played there. He's coached there. I think we're going to give a blank check to Ben Johnson. I think we're going to give him head coaching money to be our coordinator. If he leaves, the Patriots will be the best fit for him, for sure.
John, you're kind of going that way.
Yeah, I kind of lean that way as well.
Yeah, young QB. He shows promise with very limited weapons he has right now. Like you guys said, draft's good. They can get some help on defense, some receivers. But I also got a question for you. Can we just – it's not really on topic, but can we put this J-Mo and Jordan Addison debate to rest? It is not even a competition. It's not even close.
In regards to who's the best number 2?
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was a debate.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, let me guess.
Online.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the difference.
Williams.
John's not fighting with people on Twitter.
No.
That's more of my
That's
speed.
fair.
I knew what
That's
you were
fair.
talking
That's
about.
Yeah, he knew immediately. And then I think our defense did show some promise. We've gone from seeing our defense be top 10 in the first half of the season to, getting banged up. Now we're kind of in the bottom half. But that game, I'm going to give it flowers to Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
Because that was a great game plan. But it's not a coincidence we get the heart and soul of our defense back in our middle linebacker, and our defense is stout again. It's just not a coincidence. That is Thor. We have the hammer at Mike linebacker. It made a huge difference, boys. It made a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to take us where we're going here. Just a few notes to button up on the coachings. I agree. I think Aaron Glenn's going to leave. And I think it's in large part because of the performance you saw on Sunday, where he's a great leader of men, one of those guys. But now you can also point to what he's done schematically, not just this last week, but through injuries for most of this season.
Yeah.
I think he'll be a head coach this cycle. And I think Ben Johnson will be too. I think there's a danger in waiting. And I think he knows that, and he's going to interview seriously with a couple teams.
I don't necessarily know that there's a danger in waiting. If
He knows there's a perception he doesn't want to be a head coach if he doesn't take a head coaching job at some point.
So that perception, that narrative can a lot of the times be constructed by the agent. And I know that when you have an agent that's going to, talk to different franchises, they're going to interview, and I talked about the leverage that he has. Is he going to go into Chicago with Ryan Poles as their GM and say, you know what, I don't know that I want to work for this individual. I don't know that I like how he drafts or how he runs the organization or he signs veterans or all of those things can be a part of it and could be a part of why you turn a job down.
Agreed.
And the narrative could just simply be he's waiting for the right fit.
Well, he would have turned down Carolina 2 years ago, Washington last year. There are 5 openings now. I imagine at least 3 or 4 want to hire him. If you could turn down half the league before you take a job?
Sure.
Okay, I mean, that may be what it is, yeah.
If you're just simply waiting, maybe he's waiting for Andy Reid to retire. And is that 3 years away? Is it 2 years away? Is it after this year? Who knows?
I want to go back to this Addison Williams thing. Where'd this come from?
Oh, it's like a stupid Twitter debate.
Yeah, because I'm like, I had never even heard this debate.
You know what it is? It's Viking fans and Lions fans have been chirping each other for a few weeks now, and it's who's receiver. J-Mo had 1,000 yards. Addison fell just shy of that. They're both really good number 2s. I prefer J-Mo, but it's honestly a stupid semantic argument anyway.
It is because, all right, you look at the numbers and say, okay, well, you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's a 1,200-yard receiver, but you've also got Justin Jefferson, who's the best receiver in the NFL. And so he's going to take some numbers away from Addison versus what I think J-Mo actually does for Amon-Ra St. Brown for this offense, I would go with J-Mo because he opens it up for so many more. I don't necessarily just look at the stats. It's not only what he does statistically, but it's what he does for the offense and for the other members of that offense.
That's a really good point.
Did it ever get dirty? The debate, did it go off the field?
Oh, I mean,
because Addison had the DUI thing.
That's true. They both
And then
had
J-Mo,
issues.
did you bring up fireworks?
First of all, I'm not doing this debate.
Fireworks, firearms.
Fireworks or firearms? 248.
Oh yeah, but
539.
at least our guy didn't, get caught down in Detroit at midnight and got off because of celebrity favoritism.
I don't know if it got that dirty.
It didn't get that dirty?
I'm not sure. You could probably find someone arguing it. It's the internet, right? He talked about the defense. That's where we wanted to get with this.
Yeah.
And we'll take phone calls on coordinators, and it's certainly going to be a hot topic all week. But, John, coming off of Sunday, this Lions defense is much maligned. Did they do enough to change the narrative? Do you fully trust this defense in pursuit of a Super Bowl?
They certainly helped on the surface. If Sam Darnold's not the quarterback, but Josh Allen is, are we talking about a completely different game? And now, okay, obviously Justin Jefferson doesn't play with Josh Allen, Addison, Hawkinson, they don't play with Josh Allen. But if you have a receiver that was at times as open as Justin Jefferson, is he overthrown or is he hit? And is, by hit, I mean, a connection with the quarterback. And then instead of 3 field goals, you're talking about, 3 touchdowns.
Very different game.
It's a very different game. And then all of a sudden, in the second half, you have to call it differently as a coordinator. And so I think certainly some of what they did on Sunday or Monday was simply because that's who they were playing. That was the game plan against Sam Darnold, against the Vikings. Will it be different the next time if they do play the Bills in the Super Bowl, or if they play Mahomes, or if they play Lamar Jackson? Don't know until that time, but the decision may already be made on a head coaching position by then.
My concern, because I still have concerns with this defense, is that the solutions that Aaron Glenn uses are to blitz heavy, right? And I'm not faulting him. He's got to do with what he's got. But his solution at the end of last year was blitz. His solution earlier this year when they lost touch, just send more than they can block. His solution against Sam Darnold was 55, 60% of the time, send extra guys. And I don't blame him for doing what he had to do to win that game. I don't know that that's going to work against Mahomes, Allen, or Lamar. But what I do think yesterday did is it changed their circumstances. It made it more likely they'll get to that Super Bowl where they could get back some guys, right? Isn't that part of this now? Is that you may get reinforcements in the Super Bowl that can help alleviate the need to blitz at a 60% clip against an elite quarterback? To me, their path to the Super Bowl got so much cleaner. That's what changed for me. Not that the defense transformed into this formidable, trustworthy group, but now they've been able to create a situation where they can shelter them a little bit. You're going to play home games. You might not face an elite quarterback until the Super Bowl. You might be able to get away with blitzing your way for one game and then one more game, and now you're in the Super Bowl.
Well, or it's just simply, hey, you're doing what you've got to do until you get Carlton Davis back.
Exactly.
Are you doing enough? I mean, is Terrion Arnold going to be back? How does that change the narrative for the divisional round, whoever that opponent might be? And so, yeah, it's some of it's situational, some of it is absolutely coaching. There's no question about it. Hey, we don't have a pass rush. We don't have a guy that's just going to go out there and put pressure on a quarterback. So we've got to scheme things, whether it's twists up front, it's linebackers, it's picks. I mean, they were doing a lot of picking in the first half of that game. And then in the second half, it was more, hey, just simply coming from the secondary. So, yeah, some of it's coaching. Some of it is coaching because you know what you have to do, and you're going to have to gamble.
Yeah, I think Glenn's doing what he has to do. He's doing what he has no choice but to do. And they're getting the most out of this group. Right? We said that all season with the injuries. Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn especially, they're getting the most out of this group. So did they do enough to shift the narrative? No, I think it's still going to be the narrative that's what holds this team back. But I think they can shelter the defense. They'll play the home games. They'll get to the Super Bowl and see what happens. And then by that point, it might not even be the same defense. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, that question is for you. Did they do enough to change the narrative? As a caller brought up, Thor's back in the middle of the defense. How big a deal is it? 7:02, we're going to kick off the playoffs with some fun. It's 97.1. All right, the Lions won, and the first thing Dan Campbell brought up was their defense. Held Minnesota out of the end zone. The defense has been the thing that everybody points to for why the Lions would fall short. The much maligned, battered, bruised, and injured defense. Did they change the narrative with that performance on Sunday? 248-539-9797.
I think they did against the Vikings. I don't know that they necessarily do against any of the AFC teams, and maybe they did against anybody that they're going to face in the playoffs.
Like the Packers, who they've already beat twice, or the Vikings, who they already beat twice. Yeah.
The Rams, who they've already beaten. Yeah. I mean, the only one that made I think the Tampa game, that was more of a one-off.
Yeah.
Because they did get into the red zone 5 times. That's more of an offensive failure in that game.
Listen, Baker can heat you up, but I think the Lions would win that game if they meet again. And people might point to the Eagles and say that's a team that could scare you. But part of what yesterday or Sunday was about was playing the game at Ford Field now. And I think that more than like them fixing a broken defense was the takeaway, right? Blitzing at a 60% rate might not work against the best quarterbacks. But they're not going to face the best quarterbacks until the Super Bowl. And then maybe it is Carlton Davis or Derek Barnes or Aiden Hutchinson, reinforcements. And if it's not, you know what? You get in the game and you see what happens. Maybe you just outscore them and you win a shootout. Like, I think they've provided a really favorable situation for a battered, bruised defense. Home games, fewer games, great offense, reinforcements coming. That, to me, is the source of optimism more than Alex Anzalone fixed him and we got a top 10 defense, Super Bowl, here we go. I'm not doing that today.
Yeah.
And I think you watched Darnold like I did and thought some of that was Darnold.
Yeah, I think some of it was Darnold. Some of it was, I do think that Ben Johnson and with Ben Johnson, Kirby Joseph, there's something that's going on between what this offense, this defense, this team, this Lions team is doing to Minnesota. And whether it's Anzalone, just him being back. We saw the way that he handled Hockenson. Hockenson a couple of times looked like there might be some gator arms. And
if he catches those, do we view this differently?
Yeah, I mean, or is he looking around? Who's looking around for Kirby Joseph? Who's looking around for Brian Branch?
Fair. That's fair.
Like that's all part of the equation. So it's never just coaching. It's never just players. Sometimes it's at all times, it's a combination of all of it. And I think in totality, I do think that this defense did change some of the narrative of being able to get push in the pocket, even though sometimes it took a little bit longer. Does that change if you're playing, Mahomes? Sure, but you weren't playing Mahomes.
No,
the game plan's going to be different.
No, but as we look ahead, like Darnold holds the ball more than most quarterbacks. Mahomes will get it out quicker. Allen will get it out quicker. Hurts will get it out quicker. Jaden Daniels will get it out quicker. And if you blitz the best quarterbacks, like look at it from our perspective. We like when teams want to blitz Goff. We think we got a smart quarterback who gets the ball out quick. You want to blitz Goff? Bring it on. That's how other teams will view it if Detroit's only path to victory is blitz their brains out. To me, it's not their only path because they can win the shootout and because they can get guys back to where they can have a more sophisticated defensive game plan in the Super Bowl, plus 2 weeks to prepare for it.
I mean, with all due respect to the current defense, I'm not quite sure you could have trusted the defense completely 100% healthy against elite QBs.
That's fair.
I mean, when Hutchinson played, Stafford threw for 300. Geno Smith threw for 300. Baker had kind of a light day, but that game was very weird when it goes, when a lot of things had Lions possessed the ball so long and stuff, but Baker made plays when he needed to. To me, it's always been the Lions, healthy or not, kryptonite, just like it is virtually every single team. I mean, look at what Lamar did opening night against the Chiefs. Well, you could say the Chiefs' opening night defense wasn't ready because they didn't play in the preseason. Look, elite quarterbacks are everybody's kryptonite. I feel more confident going forward that Aaron Glenn can kind of dial something up, especially when you're not going to play those true elite guys until the Super Bowl. Although Stafford and I think Hurts, those offenses with their running backs and balance will present problems for this defense, but I think they will for most. I mean, the game is jaded and go in favor of for the offense.
Yes,
and it's just to me it's so easy. Like if you look at the quarterbacks who the Lions. They've done well against the tier 3 guys, like most teams do.
Yeah.
The guys that are kind of in that weird zone, the Mayfields, the Staffords, they look really good against Dak, and that's when Hutch got hurt, So, but the elites tear up most teams. Josh Allen beat the Chiefs this year. It's just so hard. Like, I just feel more confident going forward that Aaron Glenn can come up with something.
I agree with that. I think that's a fair takeaway from the game. Texter says the best defense with our offense is to blitz, and blitz a lot. Because if you generate 2 turnovers in a game, they basically have no chance to beat the Lions with this offense. I think we're going to constantly and consistently get straight up stops is crazy. This is the way they should play. I agree with that. Texas says, guys, I was at the game, and if you want to see the impact of Anzalone, go back and watch him pre-snap. Seemed like he was communicating with at least 1 or 2 guys positioning before plays like he knew it was coming. That's something they really missed beyond just the plays on the football. John's nodding his head. That's a huge thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much that goes into this, and if you're talking about, is it the opponent, is it the roster, is it the injuries? There's a lot that goes into it. The fact of the matter is, this team went out and executed. That's really what it comes down to. Do you believe they can execute in the divisional round? Do you believe they can execute in the NFC Championship? Can they get to the Super Bowl? I think those answers are yes, and I think the way that they executed against Minnesota answers not all the questions, but enough to say, yeah, they can win those games.
Let's get to Brady on a cell. Brady, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hell of a win. NFC North champs again, 1 seed. Very excited. I just wanted to say there's this quote from the movie Remember the Titans, and the coach is telling them, he goes, I don't want them to gain another yard. He goes, we blitz all night. And boy, I was feeling it, man. They were putting the pressure on Darnold. It was a good win. And real quick, guys, I want to give a shout out to my father, Gary. I'm sure he's listening right now. And my good friend Curtis, give a shout out to him too. Very happy with the win. Go Lions. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, shout out Gary and Curtis.
Yeah.
The line from Remember the Titans is Coach Yost. You will blitz all night. It's kind of what Aaron Glenn did this week.
Yeah. I mean, it was what blitzes. TJ shared that number with 63% of the time.
Yeah, I think that's what I've seen floating around there.
Or, no, it was man coverage 63% of the time.
And the blitzing, I've seen 55 or 60.
Yeah.
A couple different numbers. The majority of the snaps, they brought an extra player.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to kick off the playoffs at 7:02 here. John, we're going to do an NFL coaching draft. Ooh. You, me, and Tom. You have to draft from the playoffs. You're going to get 4 coaches. 2 will be undrafted.
Mm-hmm.
Who can draft the best coaching staff of the coaching options in the playoffs? There was a draft before a lottery before the show, and I came up with the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm. I got number 2.
And Tom has number 3. He'll get the back-to-back picks. We'll do it snake style, and we'll do that coming up at 7:02. It's after the update. We've got the 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. It's 97.1. it's time to have some fun with the playoffs. We're going to have a playoff coach draft. I have the number 1 pick. John picks second. Tom will pick third. You got to pick from the field of active playoff coaches. You guys ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, with the number 1 pick, Andy Reid. 3-time Super Bowl champ. Oh, how did you not take Dan Campbell? I know. 3-time Super Bowl champ, 26 playoff wins, the second most in NFL history. Come on, guys. Andy Reid is the pick.
Yeah, seems like a no-brainer. And since I have the number 2 pick, obviously the question is, do I just go with the hometown hero and Dan Campbell? Do I go with a Harbaugh? Do I go with Sean McDermott, a guy that is in the discussion for Coach of the Year? Do I go with track record in the playoffs? I'm not going to. Well, somewhat I'm going to. I am going to go with Dan Campbell. I have been all in on Dan Campbell since he's been here, but especially this year, talking about the 14 wins with this schedule, and I know we're not talking about it today, but have you seen the schedule for next year? That road schedule is it's a tough road. We'll talk about that more as next year approaches, but I got to go with Dan Campbell. The way that he has prepared this team, the mindset that this team has, the culture that they're playing with, he is a coach that will take you places you never thought you could go before. So give me Dan Campbell.
You know, we're doing this right now, right? We're not doing it for a resume thing. This is a right now thing, and I don't have a problem with that. I do think you could make a debate with the guy that I'm going to pick, and this will ruffle some feathers, and probably John's a little bit because he just doesn't like him. But look, like him or not, Sean McVay, seriously, his record and he's had one bad year, and it was Stafford got hurt, I believe, that right after the Super Bowl, right? You just can't deny what he's done. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. Just a great track record, and in the right now, I think he's one of the best play callers in the league. Since we're doing Snake, right?
Yep, you get back-to-back.
I get back-to-back, so I'm going to go a little more legacy here, and I just think pound for pound, this guy is right up there with anybody else remaining in the playoff field, and that's John Harbaugh.
Yep.
John Harbaugh is, I think, a great leader of men. I think the Jim Harbaugh has a little quirkiness that I think rubs people the wrong way. You know, 4 or 5 years down the road, John Harbaugh doesn't have that. More of a steadiness to him. He's proven he can win with a pocket passer and one of the great running passers of all time that's rivaling Michael Vick. I mean, to me, maybe sometimes John Harbaugh doesn't get enough credit for making Lamar Jackson one of the great quarterbacks of his time. I took one, didn't I?
Oh no, that's yes, you did. But his history in the playoffs, is it Lamar? Is it John Harbaugh? What is it in regard? Because I know obviously he's got a Super Bowl, but
he's done it with two different quarterbacks. Got into a Super Bowl, and then look, they got Mahomes the last year.
So here's a question about this draft: are we grading it on which teams go the furthest?
No, I think the coach is to do the best job, and you leave that open to interpretation, right?
All right, then.
Otherwise, you're just picking teams at that point.
Right. So I'm going to go with another team that we saw on Sunday night, and that was a 14-win team. But what he's done with Sam Darnold, what he has done with that Vikings team that was projected to be, I don't know, what, a 6 or 7-win team? I'm going with Kevin O'Connell. I think he is a tremendous coach. The more I learn about him, and then you hear him mic'd up, the way that he handles his players and the kid gloves that he uses at times with Sam Darnold, the tough love at times that he uses with his team, I think Kevin O'Connell is a hell of a coach, so I'm going there. And he scares me in this division.
He's a hell of a coach. He deserves to be runner-up for Coach of the Year. He's done a phenomenal job. This is the first pick out of order on my big board. Okay. The first 4 were the first 4. This is the first wild card to me. But it lets me pick someone I'm excited to select 6th overall here. A man who's won a Super Bowl, who's taken a rookie quarterback into the playoffs.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Who has a winning record in the postseason and one of the gutsiest calls in the history of the Super Bowl. Give me Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm. Not surprised. And And that leaves me with.
Oh,
No, he's got two.
Oh, you got okay. All right.
And
Peyton really had a renaissance season with what he did with Bo Nix.
Yeah.
And he may have played in 2 Super Bowls if not for that pass interference deal between the Rams and the Saints back in 2019.
I got
McVay
excited
won that
because I
game.
thought I was going to get my next pick. If you take him, I might have to punch you in the face.
Well,
in
McVay
the
beat
break.
Peyton in the playoffs.
You're right. The guy I'm going to take, I don't think you're going to take, John, but it's a guy who's coached in a Super Bowl, a guy who I think is going to win this week in the NFL, who's brought structure and physicality and technique to the Los Angeles Chargers. Give me Jim Harbaugh. A national champion.
You can live with that, weirdo.
You were never going to take him, were you? No matter what.
No.
Just because you. All right, you
He's
can't
a
make this
weirdo.
personal.
What? Sports are personal. I can make it whatever the hell I want. Don't tell me how to draft.
I just want you to win with your coach. He wins.
He does win. 5-3 in the playoffs in his career. He's coached in a Super Bowl as an NFC champion.
All right, give me a coach that wins. Give me a coach that
Eberflus
consists.
over Jim Harbaugh. You would, wouldn't you?
No, I'm not stupid. I may be emotional, but I'm not stupid. I'm going to go with a guy that is as consistent as an individual as the day is long, and that's Mike Tomlin. I think he is one of the great all-time coaches. Now, is it just simply getting into the playoffs? Is it simply having a winning record? Some of that is, part of the success. He hasn't won in the playoffs because he hasn't had a quarterback. Roethlisberger is not coming out of retirement, and even if he did, he's not going to be the Ben Roethlisberger of old. But to be able to win with the quarterbacks that he's won with, look out if they ever find a way to get a franchise quarterback again. Give me Mike Tomlin.
I respect the leader of men argument. I do think he's a good coach. 8-10 in the playoffs, hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. That Super Bowl's a long way in the rearview mirror. That's why I passed on him.
Okay. Well, Jim Harbaugh's never won a Super Bowl.
Right now, I'd rather have Jim Harbaugh.
Me too. This is where it gets hard. Like I think you can make great cases for each of these guys, and nobody remaining has won a Super Bowl.
Correct.
Guys have been to it. You know, the interesting thing here, I think, right now, what you did with O'Connell, John, is that you took him over LaFleur.
Mm-hmm.
And LaFleur is still available, and I think LaFleur is a great coach, but he hasn't been to a Super Bowl. I'm going to stir things up here, and people just aren't going to like it because they don't like him. Sometimes people just don't like people because of the way they look. But the bottom line, this guy is 48-20 as a head coach. That's over 700 win percentage. He's taken a team to a Super Bowl and lost an absolute classic and lost to Mahomes. I'm going Sirianni.
I respect it.
You know, besides a 5-game losing streak last year to end the season. And look, this whole thing of this narrative that there's still locker room problems there, whatever. Okay? It's like people are just trying to drive him out of there. I think it's fake. Seriously. Just because A.J. Brown says something one week doesn't mean that it's he was mad at Hurts. Hurts wasn't playing well.
It wasn't just him that said it. And how do you not look at the way that they collapsed last year?
It's Matt Patricia. Darius Slay said
hired him.
Yeah, exactly. Mistake. But the guy's been to a Super Bowl. Is Dan Campbell?
Not yet.
All right. I'm just saying. Not that I would take Campbell over him, but he's got the resume here. And then the other guy, I'm just going to go with who I like here, and I think he's a good coach, and he went back to what he wants to do. And again, he let an outsider come in and nearly destroy it all in Stephon Diggs, and that is Sean McDermott. McDermott could really make a case to be coach of the year this year. I still think Campbell should get it. But McDermott weeded out the problem, and Josh Allen had an MVP year. He made the right choice. He got the, you just can't have guys come in from the outside. Diggs was an outsider when he came in. The Bills were playing well. And you can't deny that they played well with Diggs too, but over time, he was a cancer.
He's a hard coach for me to judge. Like, he's got a losing record in the playoffs. How much of that is the Mahomes effect? How much of that's fair to hold against him, and how much isn't? I
mean, to me, the McDermott LaFleur debate, I don't know how you pick one. I just went with the guy I went with, and he's bald.
Okay. Bald guys got to stick together.
Yeah, a little bald love.
John, final pick for you.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I love the NFC North, and I was curious for Matt LaFleur First of all, I love saying his name. Second of all, what was he going to do without a Hall of Fame quarterback? He showed with Jordan Love that he can develop a quarterback. I don't think that Jordan Love ever becomes a tier 1 quarterback. I think he dips his toe into the water of tier 2 at times. Right now, you think he's a tier 3, but he's still young. But to be able to win consistently with Jordan Love, to be able to win when your big time just paid quarterback goes down with Malik Willis. Malik Willis is undefeated as a Green Bay starting quarterback. Not down in Tennessee, but just in Green Bay, Greg. I know you're nodding your head. I got to put a bunch of qualifiers on there. I think he is a tremendous quarterback, and this is the best division in football for a reason. It has the best coaches as a whole in football, and I was able to get Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, and I'm going to put Matt LaFleur in that category of guys that I would first of all would love to play for, but I think are great coaches.
3 guys left for 1 pick for me. The undrafted options in front of me are Todd Bowles, D'Amico Ryans, and Dan Quinn. Not great options compared to everybody else we've drafted.
That's what you get when you have the number 1 pick. And
I think there's a clear one here. I almost went with him.
Okay, so I'm going to take Todd Bowles. And you
He's
made a face
bald.
that was not the guy you had in mind.
it's clearly not clear.
You're splitting hairs here, but I go Dan Quinn because he's done it 2 places.
Yeah.
So I went Bulls. They won a playoff game last year. Losing Brady, he's kept the ship afloat. They've won 4 straight division titles. When they won the Super Bowl, his defense led the way. So I go Todd Bowles. So to recap, I have Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh, and Todd Bowles. That is 4 Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. And guys who have been to Super Bowls in the case of Harbaugh and Bowles as a DC.
Yep.
John has Campbell, O'Connell, Tomlin, and LaFleur.
1 Super Bowl.
But you got guys with upside,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
and Campbell may
I have the
cement
future.
that
I have
this
the
year.
future of football.
Okay, I'm apparently stuck in
You're stuck in the past.
Dinosaur.
3 yards in a
Yes.
cloud of dust,
Uh-huh.
prehistoric.
Yes.
Tom has Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, Nick Sirianni, and Sean McDermott. 2 Seans.
So this is our coaching rankings. If you just took our rankings between the 3 of us, 1 through 12, it's Reid, Campbell, McVay, John Harbaugh, O'Connell, Payton, Jim Harbaugh, Tomlin, Sirianni, McDermott, LaFleur, Bowles. Top 12 coaches in football, who we all collectively think right now.
Let us know.
We did a good job collectively.
I think so. It's 97-1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight. Who doesn't think that they could be better in 25 than they were previously? You can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us right now, and you could lose 20 or 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds, Ideal U works, and it works fast. Who doesn't love instant gratification? And to be able to see results, I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 in 40. And since I've been on this program, I am down 70 pounds, and I've been able to keep it off and actually lose more weight. Obviously, I get to eat real whole foods. It's not shakes and bars, so it's something that not only worked for me within those 40 days, but I've been able to stick with. Ideal U's weight loss coaches are going to work with you every step of the way. Your coach is there to help you lose weight, support you, reach your goals, and help you keep that weight off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company. They've helped thousands of people just like me and you. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers, that's 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. So the success rate is there. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now. You're also going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right. Lose weight. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, that's right, it's back today in 5 minutes. Let's get to Heather's
How
news.
awesome. This is also awesome. Sunday night's Lions-Vikings game at Ford Field drew massive ratings for NBC.
Yeah.
Massive. With an average viewership of 28.5 million, it was the largest audience for a regular season finale on Sunday Night Football since 2012.
The buildup, it was a historic matchup. 2 14-win teams.
Most combined wins for a matchup in regular season history.
Yeah.
And the number 1 seed was not just the division, but the number 1 seed was riding on who won. And if you didn't win, you're going to hit the road.
First time in 31 years the 1 seed was at stake the final week of the season. And the Lions put on a show.
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure. Like I said, everyone seemed to be watching the Lions, including Dak Shepard, who was watching the Lions at the Golden Globes.
awesome.
I love this story. I also really like Dak Shepard and Kristen Bell. They're like one of my favorite couples. Well, he was there at the Globes because his wife, Kristen Bell, was nominated, and they're both Michigan natives, right? He's from Milford. So she did this video she posted on social media. She's showing that Harrison Ford, Anthony Mackie were up on stage presenting an award for like best animated picture, showing that. And then she pans to Dax and he is sitting there, head down, phone between his knees, eyes glued to the Lions game. And she hashtagged the video with priorities.
Yeah, he was watching as they kicked the field goal right before the half. Big swing play. Lions fans, man. The
I
best.
love it. I love it. Also, speaking of the Golden Globes, the internet is freaking out over Jennifer Coolidge and her real voice. So apparently she used her real voice on the red carpet and people are losing it. People are just now realizing that her voice that we all know from all of her movies and shows, American Pie, The White Lotus, is not her real voice. And one person jumped online and said, has my entire life been a lie? Another one said, I feel bamboozled, hoodwinked, led astray.
Do we have the audio?
I wish we did, but no, we don't.
Okay.
I even looked at the article and there was not. So she was being interviewed and somebody was doing an impression of her in this interview. And then she responded, was like, hey, that's great. But it was in her
Normal
real
voice.
voice. I know.
So
She's fooling us out.
she has
She's a
an
phony.
acting voice.
She has a stage voice.
What amazes me is when people have an English accent and then they're known for their voice and their great use of American version of the English language.
It is incredible when you hear that. And you're like,
Yeah, you're
what?
like, wait a second,
I didn't
who
know
the
that.
hell are you?
Yeah, yes, gets me.
You should hear John's off mic voice.
Yes, it's very
Wild.
different. Yes,
so different. Lions fans quickly snapped up tickets Monday afternoon for the team's upcoming divisional round playoff game at Ford Field. So there was a limited number of tickets that were released, were made available online at Ticketmaster. And buyers were restricted to 2 tickets per account. So you couldn't go and buy a ton at once. And only resale seats remained on Ticketmaster for about an hour after the tickets were made available at 2 p.m. And prices on that site ranged from $9.99 to over $7,000. So now tickets available on other resale sites show prices ranging from $609, okay, to $15,000.
It's
What?
Keep in mind, you can get to the Super Bowl cheaper than that high end.
15,000? Come on.
I don't understand it for the divisional round. I would maybe understand it for the NFC Championship game. Who knows if you get to host one again or how long it might be, but
$15,000.
oh, I'm not paying it. There's no question.
No.
Somebody will.
But to
I
John's,
don't get it.
To John's point, not at that level.
The uniqueness of it.
I get it. I get it's unique, sure,
It'd
but
be the first time they ever win their way into the Super Bowl. It'd be
Yeah.
at home at Ford Field. I'm not paying that, but I understand that being a high ticket item.
screw it. I'll sell my house, sell my car, let's go. Like, what? Who's
Yes.
spending that kind of money? My goodness. Finally, you guys, I saw this and I thought, well, this is interesting. According to a new survey, nearly half of all Americans carry backup underwear with them just in case, you have an accident or you need to change your clothes. Maybe you go to the gym and you get a little sweaty.
What percentage was that?
A half, nearly half.
So that means we have a 5-person show. 2 or 3 of us got backup underwear?
Yeah, 70
John's reaching in his backpack. Tell me you don't have backup underwear.
He does.
I actually have a pair in my I actually have a pair in my backpack. Yeah, I don't know why they're there. I'm not worried about having
an accident or
a
getting a little
mishap.
too swety,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah,
Well, that's what
No,
they're talking
I
about.
don't know, yeah.
They're talking about, maybe if you go to the gym.
You get swamp butt and you want to
Yeah.
swap them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Stoney has 6 pairs, so that really skews everything.
Right, yeah. Just glad to know he wears them.
Yeah, 70% of people who carry spare underwear say they have had it come in handy at least once, and it is more common among younger generations. 60% of Gen Zers, 57% of millennials say they have just-in-case underwear with them at all times.
Very
and the
proud
people
that I
who
can
do,
relate to the younger generation. Yeah, baby.
it also says the people who do replace their underwear more often. Like you don't hold on to older pairs, you get rid of them and buy new. Where those who don't, I guess we hold on to them for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I hold on to mine forever.
It's a very hip and cool John Jansen.
Look at him.
That's right.
And
Yes.
Heather with the
Spare
news.
underwear.
I got my drawers.
Let's get to the $2
Well,
grand.
then you say that.
I was going to say, no, you just undid everything.
You sure did.
$2 grand slam.
First one back in the new year. How exciting is this? I didn't even realize it was starting today until I saw it on the rundown, and I thought this
Yeah.
is going to be a great day.
I actually thought about it last night. I'm like, I wonder when the $2 grand slam starts again.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Here we are.
Our contestant this morning. Happy New Year, Mike in Novi.
Happy New Year, guys.
Good morning. You ready to start the year off right with us?
Yes, I am.
Mike, you got this. You're going to have 60 seconds to answer 10 questions. If you don't know one, pass. We'll get back to it. You're going to get $25 for each question you answer correctly. $2,000 if you get them all right. Are you ready to play?
Yes, I am.
All right, here we go. Who wears jersey number 34 for the Detroit Lions?
Wow, pass.
Who do the Houston Texans play on Saturday?
Chargers.
Who are the Texas Longhorns playing in the CFP on Friday night?
Notre Dame.
Alex Rickman played this character in Die Hard.
Can you repeat the question? You broke up.
Eric Rickman played this character in Die Hard.
Pass.
Sorry. This city is hosting the Super Bowl in February. Mike? This city is hosting the Super Bowl in February.
Oh, I think.
He's still there on hold or on the
Mike?
line.
Mike?
We can't
Where's the
hear
Super Bowl
you.
going to be, Mike?
Name a city.
Are you there? Bueller?
this
Bueller?
Oh, this is painful. Painful start.
He is still there.
Where'd he go?
I wonder
He's
if he
still there. I don't-
accidentally hit the mute button.
Maybe he muted himself.
I don't know. Check your mute button, Mike.
Mike, we're gonna put you on hold because you did get one right. It's $25. Boy,
What a disappointing start to the WTF year.
Seriously. We knew it was going to be a bad one, apparently. Oh, boy.
has that ever
man.
happened? Or someone just like
somebody
Well, we had
dropped?
somebody hang up.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but we haven't had actually somebody drop the call. I mean,
We had it happen one time.
freeze
Been a
out?
while.
yeah, well,
Very
yeah, back in
disappointing.
2010, probably.
20 probably.
Okay. Well,
He took dramatic pause to another level.
well, he did, and I actually thought after number one there when he passed on jersey number 34 for the Detroit Lions, which is obviously Alex Anzalone. I actually was about to ask Mike, "Are you there?"
Mm-hmm.
And so he kind of set us up to think that he was still thinking, yet we couldn't hear him.
Oh, no.
That sucked.
That really did.
What a bad start to
Have
the
you
year.
ever accidentally hit the mute button?
No,
and
I
you're,
didn't.
And you're talking?
No.
And,
Yes.
Never.
I mean, I have. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I've fat faced
Didn't
it.
even really know I had one.
You didn't
I
know
mean,
you had a mute button on your phone?
Never used it. Never even.
You never
No.
been like talking to someone and then muted the phone to say something to someone next to you?
Never.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, I mute the phone all the time
do?
to say something to the kids like, "Shut the hell up!"
No, I just say everything I need to say in front of whoever I'm talking to. No, I
No
didn't
filter.
know. No. I mean, I guess I knew.
So we can save like 5 of these questions.
I was going to say,
right?
repurpose
yeah.
and use them
Great.
Thursday.
That's great for me.
All right.
That's a great start to the year.
At least somebody wins.
And then I messed up number 4 on the second time around. Did I get it right the
You
first
got it
time
right
around?
the first time, yes. It's Alan Rickman.
He
I think
threw
you
me
said the
off.
second time you said
Eric.
Eric, yeah.
Yeah, I said Eric.
Yeah, Rick. Rick Rickman.
Rick.
This wonderful
Rick, man.
this wonderful $2 grand slam was brought to you by Femininity Law. Sorry,
John
Femininity.
Jensen.
Jensen. We'll go through the 5
Tony called
questions.
him that once.
Did he?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Was this like in the first
Was.
show?
Yes.
I mean, at least
Tony and Jensen, 97 won the ticket.
I looked at him, I'm like, yeah, who's that?
Got a new co-host?
Yeah.
Anzalone wears 34. The Texans play the Chargers. He got that right. Mike and Novile get $25 for one right answer. The Longhorns don't play Notre Dame. They play Ohio State. At least he guessed another team in the playoffs. Hans Gruber is who we were looking for in Die Hard. And
Alan Rickman.
Yes.
Yes.
And New Orleans is the site.
Host city. Yeah. I don't know if he was on hold going, New Orleans! New Orleans! But, hey, check your
Bummer.
cell service. Make sure you call from somewhere where you can actually answer the questions.
We'll save the rest of them. Next chance to win Thursday, 7:25. Speaking of the Super Bowl in February in New Orleans, now that the playoff field's set, have you made plans? It's 97-1. Oh. All right, guys, you start. We all start off the new year with our resolutions, better diets, workout plans, but don't forget about your teeth. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. If you put off seeing a dentist in 2024, make a plan to come and see them in 2025. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. They have 9 Metro Detroit locations, including the newest in Trenton. It's a new community they're servicing, but it's the same great personalized care, free of judgment. Accepting new patients, $35 new patient special. That's 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care. One resolution might be better cell service. Ticket Text reacting to the 2 Grand Slam. I hate that we're carrying this over into 2025, but people dunking on our contestant. I don't know what happened. Texter says, I've accidentally hit mute on my AirPods all the time. I have no idea how to turn it off.
On your AirPods?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you tap it once or twice. I don't know. I turn off all of those functions because you could do it so easily on your phone, and I just do it on my phone. I don't want to say something that has a function that I don't know about.
It says, poor Mike. 2 Grand Slam just became the $25 strikeout. Matt in Heartland. Notre Dame, what planet is he on? Sad trumpets. Disaster destroyed my Tuesday. That and more on the Ticket Text. One of the questions we did get to was, where is the Super Bowl this year? New Orleans. And John, I'm curious, and I know you were asking about it too before the show. Have people made plans for the Super Bowl? Whether that's New Orleans or otherwise, have people started putting together concrete plans for February 9th?
Yeah, and it's are you possibly making plans to go to New Orleans? Did you get your airline ticket? Have you set up the hotel? Are you looking for tickets online and say, you know what, I'm not going to pay the $15,000 to go see him at Ford Field, which I think is, you can ask for anything you want. I don't think you're going to get it. But, or have you changed? Normally, people have specific things they do for the Super Bowl. The Lions haven't been a part of the equation. Now, we kind of stumbled into a possibility last year, but this year they are a team coming out of the NFC, having home field advantage, the number 1 seed, 2 games to get to the Super Bowl. It's a 3-game season. Can they get there? Are you changing who you want to watch the game with or where you're watching it at? Maybe you normally go to a bar and you're saying, you know what, if the Lions are in, I don't want to be around people. I just want to be at home. I want to watch it.
Solitude. Or with your dad or just a couple close friends.
Yeah. And I don't want to have those conversations. I don't want to have those uncomfortable moments. I don't want to have the anxiety. And if they win, I don't want to have to drive home. If they lose, I don't want to have to drive home.
It's interesting, right? The idea of Super Bowl parties are more casual, and some people are there for the halftime show and the commercials, and someone's getting snacks, and if you miss a second down play, who cares? If it's the Lions in the Super Bowl, I can't imagine you're going to want to be anything but dialed into every single play of that football game.
Right.
How have your plans changed, / are they changing, / have you already made those plans? 248-539-9797.
Are your plans changing?
Well, let's just talk about it. I know the station has to make plans.
Right. And
the last check-in we had with the boss was, if they're there, we'll be in New Orleans for the lead-up.
Yes.
We'll be doing, again, this is not 100%, but it sounds like we're going to do Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday shows in New Orleans leading into Sunday's matchup in the Super Bowl, if they're there. But we have to plan this stuff.
Right.
And then the game itself, you and I had a little interesting difference of how we want to handle it.
Yeah, and because the tickets are going to be limited, right?
Yeah.
Or
space and passes.
Space and press box, all that stuff is going to be limited. And I offered up before anybody even said anything about going to the game. I said, if tickets or media passes, credentials are limited, I would like to come home Friday right after the show.
You want to be in Detroit for the Super Bowl?
I want to be in Detroit for the Super Bowl for a couple of reasons. The number one reason is I'm still pissed that I never got there. And I don't want to go watch somebody else celebrate and enjoy that moment. I'm still mad that I never got there. And I don't know if I'll ever get over that.
You got to let it go.
I don't
can't
know
go
that
back
I can.
And play.
I know that. I don't know that I can. I honestly don't know that I can. So I don't want to be there and experience it from a fan's perspective. It was easy for me to go back to the Rose Bowl because as a kid growing up, I wanted to go to the Rose Bowl. It was a Big Ten championship. I had no idea it was going to be a national championship riding on it. I got to go there once. So going back to do the game last year, it was a great moment because it brought back great memories, and I got to experience it more. Now, the venue was the same, but the Super Bowl, obviously the venue changes every year, and you go back to some, you hit some of the hot spots repeatedly, but that experience, I never got to experience as a player. And it just brings back all of those opportunities that I felt like we were going to have, but we either came up short, whether it's, and introspectively, I look at, if I had gotten this block, would it change this game?
Yeah.
All of those things come rushing back, and call it weird, crazy, whatever. It's part of my mindset, and I don't want to be there. Another part of the mindset is it's total chaos. I would much rather watch that game from home. I get to experience all of it, except obviously the personal things that happen from being there.
But you'll see the camera angles. You'll be ahead on everything. You won't miss anything. You can rewind.
Especially if the Lions are there, I get a chance to rewind. I can watch it how I want to watch it.
You were talking about you got this new TV.
Oh, yeah.
I
wait
like
to see the Super Bowl in this bad boy.
I like watching football on TV.
Yeah.
Like, unless I'm going to be a fan in the lower bowl and cheering, I would rather be watching it on TV. But I think the Super Bowl, I looked at it like this, like once in a lifetime. It's not promised. If they're there, I'm going to stay. I'm going to be at the game. And I think people would look at that and say, you have to.
Maybe it'll change for me because I don't think that this is the only bite at the apple for the Lions.
And that's fair.
But
it's still your first. It's still your as Taylor Decker pointed out yesterday.
And that's why I never had a first.
This could be your first, John.
Yeah, I don't want this to be my first.
We'll ease you in. It'd be all right.
It's always the best way to go. But I don't think this is the only bite at the apple because of Goff being young and it's a prime of his career. I don't say young, prime of his career. All of the other players that are impactful are young. And I just think that they're going to, the way that they've constructed this is sustainable, at least for the foreseeable future. I do think they're going to get a chance to be there again. And maybe the second time around, I'll say, you know what? Okay, yeah, I'll put my personal
baggage,
aside and go.
Am I going to be like your therapist in New Orleans leading up to the game? Is that what this is?
No, I don't. It's a weekend. I don't want to talk to you.
No, the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's going to be the game and also the emotions of John Jansen.
But
You're going to be right outside the Super Bowl.
So I will make this a little bit more personal. If I get a chance to go for the lead up, if the Lions are there, I'm very excited about that because it's the NFL world coming together. There will be a ton of people that I haven't seen in 15 years or even longer. Some of those that I played with or for at the beginning of my career, everybody converges on the Super Bowl. This year it's in New Orleans. I'll get a chance to see them reminisce. We'll have some of them on the show. That'll be great. But I don't want to be any part of the game. So
I may have connected a dot here. I think the farthest you ever made it in the playoffs was the divisional round.
Yeah.
And you lost to Tampa.
Yeah, my rookie season.
And I believe that Super Bowl was in New Orleans.
Oh, the location doesn't matter to me.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh,
no,
right.
I don't give.
You are a geography guy. I thought it might. I thought it might sting a little more.
I don't care.
Was it the ghost of Brett Conway?
Yeah, and
I think I better leave.
Matt Turk, long snapper.
You're trying to pick a wound right now is what you're doing.
Scab.
Yeah, listen.
No longer with us.
We bring this up because it's getting real. Like we've had
thoughts and prayers. So I was just thoughts and prayers.
Yes. It's getting real, right? They're in the playoffs. They're the one seed. They control their own destiny. Plans have to be made, right? Like tickets have to be booked. Hotel Airbnb has to be booked. We've had meetings behind the scenes about how that would look if they're there, and we wonder if you guys have had those conversations as well. Do you want to be in New Orleans, whether it's the game or around the game? Do you want to be in Detroit because you'd rather be around Detroiters? Are you going to a bar, a restaurant, a watch party at Ford Field? I'm sure they would do one. Where are you going to be if they're in the Super Bowl?
There's a great scenario for the last minute. Gotta see the Lions in it. They have to win the NFC Championship game. Airlines, it's either too expensive, it's all booked up, no hotel. There's a last-ditch option that I think would be amazing.
Okay, I want to hear about it next. We got ticket, text, phone calls, and more. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and find out what is going on in your life right now. How many accommodations do they need? What different products do they have that fit your unique situation? And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
it's getting real. Lions are in the playoffs. They're the 1 seed. Everybody's thinking Super Bowl. And candidly, we've had those conversations off air with management, right? Bosses bring you in. What do you guys want to do? Here's what we're thinking. You have to make these plans in advance. You can't wait till you win the NFC title game to book hotels and to get down there. And we will have a presence there if they're there. And it sounds like John will be doing some live shows the week of.
Yeah.
And then have an option to go to the game. And we ask you guys, have you started to make plans?
Right. Some. And again, it might be one from each show that's down there. Who knows how many media
Passes
credentials
or
or tickets that we'll get. And that's why I was very cautious and say this. I would like to respectfully decline. And fortunately, Georgia Jimmy has worked with Chris Spielman when he was at a station down in Columbus. And it sounds like Chris had the same reaction when the opportunity came up for him to go down there. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was doing a show or it was just to be there. Like, I don't want to be there because I didn't play in it. It's different now because he's going to be going with the Lions.
He'll be there as a representative. Yeah.
Right. And a team that he's helped build. But
you said you don't want to go to the game. You want to be
and
here in Detroit. And there's a lot of people
who probably don't want to go to the game because of the entire production that it'll be. Some people don't like crowds. I'm not a huge fan of being in the mix.
I think there are a lot of people who are going to say, I want to be hunkered down at home. I'm going to be a mess. I'm going to be emotionally all over the place. I want my inner circle. I want my dad, my brother, my normal football buddies.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to a 45.
I want my replays.
Yeah, I don't want to go to a 50-person Super Bowl party or a 100-person Super Bowl party. Some of you may. You may love the crowds. You want to go to a bar in Detroit. You want to be among Detroiters. The Super Bowl's sterile and corporate and it costs a fortune. You may want to go to a Ford Field watch party if they do one. I assume they would. We've asked you guys, are you making plans? Have you made plans? What do you think you're going to be doing on February 9th?
And here are the last minute details that I was talking about. If you are one that, hey, I'm not going to make that investment, or I'm not even going to, sometimes you got to put the deposit, you got to prepay for the hotel. Maybe you get it back if the Lions don't make it and you cancel your hotel or your flight. Maybe you get a credit. I'm not a big fan of the whole credit to use later because it's money you don't need to spend. Mm-hmm. But if the Lions win the NFC Championship, they're going to the Super Bowl. You got 2 weeks to get down there. Wouldn't it be the ultimate road trip?
Oh, yeah, you could drive.
You come some of your buddies and say, you know what? Hey, it's going to actually be cheaper for the 5 of us to hop in the van and run down to New Orleans, make it a 2 or 3 day road trip. You get down there and you sort out the hotel. Maybe you stay 3 hours away.
Yeah, 15-hour drive from where we are right now. So, yeah, couple
that's
days.
it?
Yeah.
No,
that's the boss move. That's where I was going with this.
Yeah.
You if you have an RV, you get in the RV and you go.
Oh.
If you don't have an RV, you rent an RV here, which would be probably cheaper, and you drive it down there because then you can stay in it. So you're saving. Yeah, you're gonna have to bite the bullet a little bit in terms of comfortability potentially, depending on how many people, how many the RV can sleep versus a couch and all those things. You can cook in it. You can really save some money. You'd probably have to stay at least an hour away from New Orleans, especially with what's happened down there.
Of course,
in terms of having that size type of a vehicle. But
14 hours.
Oh, that's so easy. It's less than Florida, people.
If we did the show on Tuesday, we could have the Costa and Jansen road trip.
Carson Anderson did the bus thing, and they broke down and had to do their one show from Mississippi.
That's right. Hey, I'll take the truck. Take the BBT.
They pulled off the side of the road and did it like it's some.
Take the BBT. We'll make it.
BBT's not big enough.
Huh?
Where are we staying then? So we're going to still get the Airbnb?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Station's still going to kick that off, but I think it would be awesome to be rolling down. Now, I won't let Costa drive the truck. Tom, I might let you. I think you're capable. Costa. It's 4 times bigger than the. Yeah. I know.
He touched the accelerator and
it
be
might
like,
go to his head. Yeah. Might come back a brand new man.
Could his cat go?
I'm just confused. If given the choice, I'm going to fly 10 out of 10 times. What are you talking about?
You don't want a road trip with us?
14 hours? No offense, guys.
This would be that's the experience ever. And then you have somewhere to stay.
Have you never been on a road trip?
I've done a road trip, Sean.
I'm telling you what, Detroiters out there, that if you're thinking about, I can't afford this, but I would love to be a part of it. Like, I'll tell you this, guys. I've been to 3 or 4 Super Bowls in this business, and especially a city like New Orleans, I compared to the one I went in San Diego. There is nothing like the energy of a Super Bowl weekend. And I don't believe you have tickets to go to the game. It's just once you get to Friday and Friday evening, Saturday evening in a city where everybody's kind of together and not spread out. I went to Jacksonville. That was an awful experience because everything was spread out all over the place. But San Diego and New Orleans, they've got downtown areas, obviously Bourbon Street. To me, it's a no-brainer, and you can get back. Like you could drive back Monday afternoon into early Tuesday morning. You get home and you're here for the parade. To me, that's the way. You don't have to rely on flights. You don't have to rely. You are in control.
And how about you leave here? It's cold as hell, right? Windows are up, heat's on. You got the seats warm, and then all of a sudden you get down Tennessee area. You crack the windows a little bit, and then at some point,
stop and get biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, yeah. Maybe you find a Hardee's along the way. You get yourself some biscuits and gravy. Stop at a couple of Bob Evans.
And then additionally here, if you got the RV, then you tow one of your cars with you that you can get closer to the city, and then probably you'll have to take public transportation to get into the zone or whatever. See?
We got it all figured out. And I can't believe the apprehension that you have.
I don't have apprehension. I just would prefer to fly than drive somewhere if it's 14 hours. I don't think that's weird at all.
I obviously flying is less stress. I don't want to say it's less stressful. Flying is much quicker, and it's maybe a little bit easier on the body, but if you get a delay somewhere and then all of a sudden, hey, the bags don't arrive or there's just some hang up, I would much rather always drive.
Now, after we stop and get biscuits and gravy, we'd be safe because John would have his backup underwear.
Yes. Yeah, biscuits are great. Trust me, I have been training for moments like this. You won't have to worry about it. I've got an iron gut. Training for my entire life for a moment such as this.
Let's get some phone calls in on this. Have you made plans for February 9th? Matt in St. Clair Shores. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Fellas, what's going on? Good morning.
Good morning.
So first off, I'm glad I got to celebrate a double digit disco with you guys yesterday. I said it all week. No one wanted to get on board with it, but I'm glad I got to celebrate that with you guys. That was fun. As far as Super Bowl, I'm going to stay at home. I would love to be down there. It'd be a once in a lifetime opportunity, but I'd rather be at Ford Field with 65,000 of my closest friends and have a party that way.
They'd pack that place, and the euphoria, right? You could feel the tension as the game's going. That's what you'd want to do.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll have the concourse. It'll be just like a regular game, I would think, and to be able to watch it on the screen, do whatever they do down on the field and whatnot. I just think that'd be a little bit better of a atmosphere rather than being down at, like you said, the corporate side of things at the Super Bowl and the big production that it is. I'd rather be at home with all my friends.
Matt, appreciate the phone call. That's what we're looking for. And for anybody who thinks we're jinxing this, people have had to make these plans. Like, you can't decide after they win the NFC Championship, you know what, I think would be a good idea. I should go to the game.
Well,
too late.
A guy that was, I don't know, was working for Google or something, and he was going to be down in New Orleans for 6 months, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to buy a ticket, and if the Lions make it, great. If not, I can always sell it.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of phone calls to get to. It's 97.1. All right, ticket text, phone calls. Have you made plans? It's getting real. Lions in the playoffs. Do you know what you're doing on February 9th? You want to be at a bar? You want to be at home? You want to be in downtown Detroit? You want to be in New Orleans? I've seen some people say, I'd rather be in Detroit among fans, or I just want to sit on my couch and be an emotional wreck with my immediate family, my inner circle. We've talked about it. We have the chance to potentially be out there in New Orleans the week of the Super Bowl and potentially even at the game. John said, hey, listen, he's got feelings about being at the Super Bowl, having not been there as a player. I said, get over it. Texter says, easier said than done, Jim. Telling an NFL player they got to get over not going to the Super Bowl seems like a tall task.
Yeah, that's one. I don't know that I don't, in my lifetime, the only thing that gets me over that is death.
A bunch of ticket texts, but let's go to the phones. People who've been waiting. You're honest about it.
Yeah.
Take it to your grave. All right, Brian in East Point, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Good.
Good. I'm calling with my plan for the Super Bowl.
Sure. All right, what are they?
Yeah. I'm gonna fly to Houston on that Friday and stay with my mother and my sister. Then I'm gonna drive to Baton Rouge on Sunday because I have a hotel in Baton Rouge. And if the Lions are playing, I'll be going to the game on that Sunday.
Do you already have a ticket?
I have a ticket lined up. If the Lions go, I will be in the stadium.
All right. How far? Now, I'm not familiar with the geography in Louisiana. How far is Baton Rouge from New Orleans?
I went 35 minutes.
Oh, it's perfect.
That's good.
Yeah. Get you out of the melee?
No, not at all. I made these arrangements back in November.
No. What I meant is you're staying far enough away so that you could dip your toe into what's going on in New Orleans, obviously be at the game, but then you can get out of the
frenzy.
Yeah,
that's my plan because New Orleans hotel rates are just too high.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I'm far enough that I could drive there that morning of the game and go back to Baton Rouge that evening of the game, then drive back to Houston on that Monday.
Brian, you got it figured out. We appreciate the phone call. Ticket Texter says direct flights to New Orleans have been sold out for months. The only available places are hostels, and even those are $600 a night. Says it would cost $20,000 to go to a game, everything in total.
Unless you road trip.
And people are having fun at my expense, as you can imagine,
I
on
hope
that.
so.
14 hours in a car with Costa. I'd rather walk to New Orleans.
I'm willing to make that sacrifice just to see what the experience is like.
It says, hey, guys, you could drive the 15-2 bus down there.
That's right.
You could. Ticket Texter says, did Costa never do a college spring break road trip? Sounds too bougie. Matt in Fenton.
That's my favorite one. You haven't, have you?
No, I don't think I've done. I didn't do one in like a high school spring break like that, no.
Because Florida's farther.
Yeah.
Usually where you're going in Florida is about at least 17, 18.
Last time I went to Florida, we flew, so I guess that makes me bougie.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, everybody prefer to.
Well, no,
this isn't a
people on the
preference thing.
tickets-
Plus, you make a memory. You know, some of the memories I have going to spring break a couple times. Oh, my
man,
goodness.
I love a road trip. I used to have an RV and welded a hitch on the back so that I could take the boat, but also I had at one time where I had the RV, I had the truck, and then the boat.
Wow.
And it was, quote unquote, not necessarily the legal length, but it was you got where you're going, and then all of a sudden it was it was the fifth wheel that I had welded the hitch onto. So I had my truck, the fifth wheel, and then the boat, and I was literally within like a foot of legal length. I think it's 75. I think I was about 76.
Wow.
That would be the ultimate road trip if we were able to organize that. Going down to New Orleans, some great fishing down there.
Lake Pontchartrain, Mississippi River.
Walleye. The real walleye. I wouldn't have to say walleye.
He'd be walleye in the car about an hour and a half.
I might have to have that drop in the truck. Yeah, Costa keeps talking walleye.
My brother, ticket text. My brothers and I are going to watch it with my dad. He's 90. He was 23 years old in 1957 and still remembers that game. That's the experience I can't wait to get here.
Amazing.
My birthday's February 9th, Super Bowl Sunday. I will be 50. I'm still deciding what to do. I can't afford to go to the Super Bowl, Aaron in Lake Orion. Texter says, I made plans and had a Verbo. Got an email yesterday. They canceled my reservation.
Oh, no.
I have to scramble to find other arrangements. Nothing's easy, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Go Lions, Jeff and Franklin.
That's a tough break. Got to find something else. Maybe it's Baton Rouge. Maybe that's going to be the Detroit Lions
hub
base of operations. Base camp.
Let's get to the phones. We got Todd on the cell. Todd, you're on 97.1.
Hey there. I am actually I made reservations to go overseas for a vacation, and I made my reservations the day after the Super Bowl. Positive thinking.
There you go. Yeah, you don't want to miss it. So obviously you're not going to be in New Orleans.
No, we'll be overseas. Won't be able to watch the game, so I had to wait for a day after. So.
Yep. Okay. Understandable.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
Appreciate it, Todd.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, you got to plan around the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun this time of year to actually have to consider them.
And just think about making a trip like that, making plans like that, and even before the season, because those aren't made 2 or 3 months. A lot of those are made 6 months in advance, saying, I don't want to leave until the Monday after because I believe we're going to be playing in the Super Bowl. Just think of that conversation that you're having in your head, those thoughts that you're having 3 years ago. That would have been ludicrous. You'd have been put in the loony bin.
No kidding. We got more phone calls. 248-539-9797. Glenn in Commerce Township, you're on 97.1.
It is absolute pandemonium in my world. I am ready to go. I got my tickets, my airline tickets and game tickets, stationed on the 30-yard line in the upper deck, row 1.
Ooh. Get the catbird seat.
I cannot be any more excited. But a quick story about those tickets. So I didn't know if we were going to be able to make it or not, and I kept checking online. You guys had talked about ticket prices going up, so I jumped online to see what I could do, and there was nothing available except in the end zone, way, way up top. For whatever grace of God, I hit refresh on my screen, and that ticket popped up immediately, and I just grabbed it.
Well done. Well done.
When was this that you bought it?
This was about 6 weeks ago.
Okay.
He's in the building. He'll be there for the Super
Row
Bowl.
1. That way, I don't know what the upper deck looks like at the Superdome, but maybe there'll be some, whether it's Bills, Chiefs, Ravens fans underneath. You could dump some beers on top of upper deck.
Don't do that. Don't get kicked out of the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, they'd have to find
prove it's you.
Yeah, prove it's you.
I think they may have a few cameras.
Well, yeah, okay, but you could accidentally.
What are you doing? You're telling people to accidentally. First of all, that beer's probably going to cost
it'll be $25 beers
at least. I'm not pouring that on anybody.
No.
248-539-9797. Stan in Southfield. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good morning.
I thought that I would never want to go to the Super Bowl because just too much confusion and all the people and everything. To me, the NFC Championship game, I'm going to that. But the Super Bowl, I got a buddy. He's already got his hotel and airfare. We were talking about this back in October, and he secured that back then. And then he said he had 2 tickets that he got, and he's been trying to talk me into it. I talked to him yesterday, and I don't know, might have to just go ahead and do it once in a lifetime.
So do you know what he paid for him?
I never thought I'd ever see it in my lifetime.
Do you know what he paid for him?
Yeah, they were like $10,000.
Oh, and he's only going to charge you $10,000, right?
Only.
No, I'm going to see if I can get my own. I got possibility. I know somebody works for the Lions, and they get 2 free tickets.
Okay,
so you're holding out for those tickets.
Yeah, I trust. I don't think they're going to sell them to you for free.
If they can let me go, then I'll go. If not, then I have to buy them.
Okay.
But the whole thing is, you got to get your hotel because the hotels are sold out almost, and like $600 is the cheapest that they go, and it's a 4-day minimum. They make you stay 4 days, and the other thing is if you cancel within, I think it's 3 days, and then they charge you. You gotta cancel like a week or 2 before.
Sure.
So that's the whole thing with the hotels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I imagine there will be a brief little frenzy after the conference championship games because there will be some fans
from Philly
trying
who
to
are
get
disappointed because they lose in Detroit.
Right, trying to get out from under those hotel rooms, and there may be a brief moment for you to jump in as a Lions fan.
Yeah, secure a new hotel room.
So it's timing is everything with this. I mean, you got to play it just right.
No doubt about
you
it.
Could lose. You could lose if you go too early and they don't make it, and then you'll be shut out if you don't do it early enough.
Mm-hmm.
You know what also got me thinking about? Do you have to get a reservation at like a sports bar? Like, can you do that already? Like, should you already start planning where you're going to go if you're going to go out of the house?
Locally here?
Yeah.
Well, if you want a table, if you just want to sit at the or if you just want to sit at the bar, or I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this
Yeah.
is a different animal. I don't really know the answer. Maybe 2 weeks out if the Lions clinch, you got to go, hey, we got to get everybody together. How many people?
Yeah.
Where are we going to be? That's if you're going
Get
out.
yourself a reservation.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe you do. We got phone calls, ticket text. The question was, as it gets real, they're in the playoffs or the 1 seed. They got to do it still, but you have to make plans. What are those plans? Is it in Detroit? Is it in New Orleans? Is it a bar? Is it at home? Is it at a Super Bowl party? Can you go to a Super Bowl party when your team's playing in the game? These are things we haven't had to talk about. It's 97.1.
It's that wintry driving season yet again, and reckless drivers seem to be everywhere. They just can't seem to control their own cars. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any other time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininu. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Lions are in the playoffs, won't play this week. They've got the 1 seed, and everybody's been talking. Whole enchilada. Super Bowl. The expectations are there, and you got to start making plans. Time is running out. And I think it's a question that we've never really had to consider. Like, where do you want to be for the Super Bowl?
And if you're willing to make that investment, it's always cheaper to get in now than it will be week of the Super Bowl, 2 weeks. There's that bye week. There's 2 weeks leading up to it.
Texter says, I normally have a large Super Bowl party, 30 people or more, and I never actually see the game. If the Lions make it, there'll be half as many. I just want to watch the football. Kevin in Berkeley.
Yeah.
Told my wife no Super Bowl parties. I'm staying home and watching by myself. There will be tears. One way or another.
Yeah, tears of joy or heartbreak.
Costa's spring break plan was to party down at Bronner's. He never made it. John in Lake Orion.
Maybe we got to dip our toe in the water. That's the first road trip for the show.
Is it a road trip if it's like
Bronner's?
Like 90 minutes? Like,
sure, yeah. You're on the road.
Actually, this explains things because you never notice the Bronner's billboards all over the country or on the way down to Florida or in Florida because you never took the spring break road trip.
How many different times would we be able to take pictures? We'd have to stop alongside of the highway and take a picture of Costa
in front of every single one of them.
Bronner's sign, yeah.
Now, when we go to that place in Indiana, what's the name of it again?
Oh, the fudge place?
Yeah, because that's on the way down.
Yeah, Uranus.
And you don't have to go through Ohio? We can stop in Uranus.
This 15-hour trip is going to take 30 hours with these guys.
That's the whole point of a road trip.
Trying to get somewhere. We are, let's just talk what we know. I don't think it's been confirmed, but that we'll be down in New Orleans if the Lions are there doing shows Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then maybe at the game, maybe. Yep. And you've talked about, hey, I want to be home with my kids. I don't want to go to a Super Bowl when I couldn't go as a player and having some feelings there. And I do think there are people who say, I'd rather be in Detroit among Detroiters.
Sure.
Rather than trek through the hoops and jump through into the frenzy and the mess and expenses. So if it is here locally, is it a bar? Is it at home? Is it something different for you for the Super Bowl?
Can you imagine? We saw what downtown Detroit looked like during the draft. We've seen what it's like on Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football. We saw what downtown was like after the Lions beat the Vikings. Can you imagine after the Super Bowl what the streets of Detroit would look like as everyone floods into town to celebrate? It to me, that would be epic.
So maybe you want to be downtown somewhere.
Yeah.
Again, you guys tell us. And I know, Tom, you had shared, like, you're on the fence. It depends on how this all gets sorted out. We don't have definitive details. I mean, maybe management knows. We don't know. You want to be there with your kids on Sunday for the Super Bowl,
Yeah,
right?
I don't mind going down and doing all the pre-stuff, but to not be home on Super Bowl Sunday with my kids it's probably a deal breaker. I don't know if management knows that, but
I'd say
just in the end, I have a tough time on Super Bowl Sunday with what it means as a fan and for my kids and with my wife and everything to be sitting in some stuffy press box or auxiliary press room, or if I want to venture around the stadium, walking around and not having a seat and being by myself. I wouldn't mind we would be together probably, and that would be okay. I would have a good time. You're a fan. I mean, but all the joking aside that we do around here sometimes. But I mean, come on. It's just...
It's tough, though. Like, if you have a chance to be in the Super Bowl, the building, when they win the championship, and you don't go, I feel like you missed out on something.
I will say this, too.
Most people can't.
From your perspective, I get that.
No, I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong. That's just that's kind of how I've squared it up.
Like, I look at, like, one of the things, like, you'd be able to handle it on your own for our show and capturing the moment and the scene from the stadium, and you would have to venture around after and see what it's like, and you'd have zero sleep. I'd actually would feel, because you're handling that, from my perspective, being back home and doing that stuff. I mean, look, I don't know what we're gonna do yet if I'm staying here, and where we will watch the game. It will not be some big party or something, but I have not ruled out heading downtown potentially and letting my kids experience something and staying up all night. It's a once in a lifetime thing. The euphoria, I don't think kids will have school that Monday. Either way, win or lose.
You think so?
Because lose maybe, but
There's a lot of adults that'll say it's just sports. The kids should be in school the next day.
So what? Then so be it. Then send your kids to school. They'll get one-on-one schooling with the substitute teacher. The city will
shut down
and should shut down. It is an epic moment for the city, for the state of Michigan.
Now, Sam asked me the other day, he goes, will we get off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? Because the parade would probably be Wednesday.
You think Wednesday or Thursday, probably.
Yeah. I mean, the things you got to remember, guys, is that, I don't know, I've done it in this business, and I've experienced winning championships in every sport with this. And this is the crown. Everybody understands that part of it. But also just being here and being as the things you forget that come along with the championship, the team coming home in the airport, where win or lose, that'll be a big showing.
Sure.
And I want my kids to experience those kind of things, not be, stuck in some flight on a Tuesday coming home.
Before we go to the phones, I think it's important that we remind people this is normal. We're not jinxing. This is normal, healthy conversation when your team is really good.
The jinxes are out. We did 15-2. Yeah. Well, we did 14-3, and then you had to,
one-upsmanship. Yeah. Now, some of you may be uncomfortable with this, but I'll steal a line from the midday show. Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Sure.
Like, that is what this has been, is rewiring your brain as a Lions fan. You got the best team in the NFC. You're the Super Bowl favorites. You have a great shot to be there, and it's healthy and normal to start thinking about, where will I be? What are my plans? Who do I need to call? Do I need to book travel? Or am I getting my friends together or my family together? Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Bart in Sterling Heights, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Just so you guys know, I'm not in Sterling Heights anymore. I'm Bart from Oklahoma.
Okay.
Good enough.
All right. Boomer Sooner.
Yeah, I'm going to that game next year, too. That's going to be an awesome feeling to support my Wolverines.
All right. I'll see you there.
I am a season ticket holder. So I take that trek every now and then to go to the game. 15 and a half hours from my place up to Michigan, right? I literally just looked it up, and it is a 9-hour trip. I will be driving to New Orleans if we make it to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Will you have a ticket, or you just want to be around the Super Bowl?
I want to be there, and then when the Lions win, I will be driving all the way to Michigan and sick at work just to be a part of that parade.
Practice that cough a few more times.
My man. That might be one of the ultimate road trips. If you don't live here, you're driving from Oklahoma to New Orleans and then straight from there up to Detroit to celebrate the Super Bowl victory and be in Detroit with all the Detroit sports fans.
Yes, sir. And, John, I got a fantasy scenario for you.
Oh.
A what if.
Okay.
What if, because you're close with Coach, right?
Yeah.
What if he came up to you the week before the Super Bowl and says, John, I'll give you a one-day contract so you can be at the Super Bowl? What would you do?
Well, I mean, if we're living in fantasy land, I'd go and be a part of it. I'm not going to turn down that offer.
It's not going to happen, though.
Trust me. That won't be top of mind for Dan Campbell. Yeah, it's a great scenario.
The rest of the offensive line's going, who's this geezer?
Right.
What's he doing in the locker room?
Yeah. Oh, man.
No, we glossed over. He drives back every home game?
He said not every one.
Oh,
he said he makes the trek every once in a while.
Okay, so if he's a season ticket holder, he probably has to go to half of them at least to keep those season tickets.
Yeah, or
maybe
just keep
gives
them
to family or something.
Uses them when he wants to.
Yeah, I guess you could eat the cost, which seems silly now, but Lions fans, man,
they're
coast
to coast.
Yep,
east to west, north to south, they're everywhere.
Let's get to Tom and Warren. Tom, you're on 97.1.
Hi guys. As of now, my plan is, I grew up watching the Lions with all my cousins. Anytime they were playing, we'd all go to my grandparents' house and have dinner or lunch, whatever time of the day it was, and watch them. But since we've all grown up, a lot of them have moved out of state. And our plan right now is my one cousin that lives in St. Louis, we're all going to fly to his house, to St. Louis and stay at his house and watch the game together because we decided if it happens, we all want to be together. And it's kind of emotional for us, growing up together, watching them, and they never made it this far, so.
Has any of them that now live in St. Louis, have they become KC fans since they would be close?
No, actually, they hate him more than anybody I know. The ones that live in St. Louis, he's a season ticket holder. He's got 4 at Ford Field. He's had them for a long time, and I get my hands on them a lot, which is nice. And we always go together on Thanksgiving. We always have since we were kids. And they all moved to all the different states, Minnesota. I don't even want to say the word, St. Louis, but they're all still hardcore Lions fans, and I think they always will be.
And it's cool you guys will be together for it. Like, that's the stuff we're talking about is you got to make those phone calls. You got to get on the same page with people. And to spend it with lifelong Lions fans when you guys have been through the trenches, all the bad times together, to be there if and when they get it done. Yeah, it's okay to start thinking about that stuff, guys. You don't need my permission. I think it's normal. I think that's healthy. The one guy said he's already planning his cough to be sick the next day. Yep. I wonder if people are putting in time off requests or trying to take PTO for February 10th, the day after the Super Bowl.
I got to believe there's probably businesses, companies that are looking ahead and saying, you know what, we are going to be closed. If this happens, we'll be closed.
Stuff you got to think about, guys. It's 97.1.
Hey, another thing you want to think about is some of those New Year's resolutions, and I know a lot of you want to lose weight. You can get there faster than you think with Ideal You. Go to idealu.us now, and you can lose 20 or even 30 pounds in just 40 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 100 or 10, Ideal You works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds overall, and I got to eat real whole food since then. And I've been able to stay on it because it's not shakes and bars. I am down another 20, so I'm down 70 pounds from when I started. Ideal You's weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. Your coach wants to help you lose weight, attain your goals. They also want to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal You is a Michigan-based weight loss company that has helped thousands of people just like me and you. In fact, over 90%, that's 9 out of 10 Ideal You customers lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. You can sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get a $200 Visa gift card as well. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
All right, let's get right to the phones. We've been asking you guys your plans for February 9th. You know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to start making those plans. Travel arrangements, getting everybody on the same page. You doing your normal party, or you doing something different, a little more personal, a little more intimate. Maybe it's just you because you're going to be a mess. Maybe it's just you and your kids. Maybe you're not doing the 50-person Super Bowl party. Yeah. Or maybe you're going all in. We got guys talking about driving across the country, road tripping, making their way down there.
And then making their way up here.
Part of the festivities, baby. Got to win the games. But it's normal to think about this stuff when you're the 1 seed. Let's go to Derek in Detroit. Derek, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, so me and my brother, I would definitely take the road trip and stop at a couple of TNA gas stations on the way with you, John. But me and my brother, we was in California when the Lions went 0-16. We flew to San Diego, went to the sports shop by the baseball stadium. The owner asked us, what kind of hat you looking for? I said, well, we're looking for a Lions hat. He was like, for 0-16, I'll get this to you for free. So we was like, thank you. So I'm a diehard Lions fan, both of us. We've never been to Ford Field, but go Lions.
You still have the hat?
Yeah, we still got a hat.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so diehard Lions fan.
Derek chalking up the road trip. Love to have you along.
15 hours.
15 hours doesn't really seem like... I'm actually, when you said that, I'm like, wow, I thought it was going to be longer.
Heather, would you jump in on this? Nobody likes doing a 15-hour road trip.
I don't love a road trip. I mean, I do a road trip to the UP up to our cottage is over 10 hours. So, I mean, I do that. That's fine. I don't love sitting in a car that long because my back, but road trips are fun. But if you gave me the opportunity to fly, I'd be on the plane.
Oh, come on. It would be, would you want the front seat?
Oh, heck yes.
Okay, so you'd be in the front seat. I'm driving. Tom and Jim in the back.
Why are we in the back?
She got the shortest legs. We gave her
here.
the opportunity. She could move the chair up, give you plenty of room in the back.
Yeah,
There's
I
plenty
wouldn't
of
need
room.
to be that far. You'd get leg room.
Would
But
you
I
drive the whole way, John?
Yeah.
I know
would?
you would. You would not You would not give up the keys.
Well, it's not that. I love to drive.
Okay.
I love to drive my truck, and I've done tons of road trips, and I love to see this country and everything along with it, and I just feel like if I'm in the back seat or if I'm in the passenger seat, I don't think I've ever been in the back seat of my truck, but if I'm in the passenger seat, do I doze off and do I miss something? I don't want to miss anything.
I'd love to be in like the back end with Costa would be very compelling. Like how you would spend time when like you could get into Twitter debates about who's the better receiver, Jamison Williams, or the number 2 on the other team, like you did the Jordan Addison.
I didn't even do that. Some guy called in and wanted us to weigh in on this random Twitter debate today.
Yeah, how come the notifications are going off on my phone? What's Costa doing in the back seat on Twitter?
I can see what it's like to FaceTime with a cat.
Oh, there you
Oh
go.
my gosh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Who controls the radio?
Yeah.
Like, who gets
You.
to pick the music?
The passenger, right?
The passenger front.
Okay,
seat.
then,
Yeah.
okay.
What are we listening to?
I don't know yet, but as long as I have control of it, that's great.
Taylor Swift, John, the whole way
No,
down.
I don't care.
no.
Hey,
Not if they're playing KC. No Taylor. There's a Taylor. By the way, Taylor Swift radio music ban in Detroit if they play the Chiefs.
It's a good stunt.
For all the music stations.
Yeah, it's a good stunt.
Yeah.
Don't give any ideas away. 248-539-9797. Anyway, let's get to the phones. John in Port Huron, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's everybody doing this morning?
Good.
Fantastic. Just so you know, the Navigator, which is in the passenger seat, makes all the calls.
All right.
Yeah.
So my destination for Super Bowl, if, let's say, our beloved Lions make it, I'm hoping I don't have to work, first of all. And my second question for you guys is that how much of the state of Michigan is going to be off on Monday if the Lions do make the Super Bowl and obviously play? And then how many people are taking off of work? That's what I'm wondering.
I think they should declare a state holiday on that day, just to give companies the out. What type of who do you work for?
So I work for an automotive company here in Port Huron called SMR, and we make mirrors, the exterior mirrors for most of the big three and some others, Tesla, Nissan. And so we're automotive, but they're going to require a lot of us to work, and I work midnights, so I have to work that night if I in fact do have to work. So I hope that we make it, and if I have to work and we win it, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah. I wonder for those that work in any Ford factories or Ford related companies, does Ford shut down for the day?
Then the other two big three have to follow
suit, right?
Basically, then everybody's copying everybody.
That's so be it. Hey, be a copycat.
Texter says, I told my child if the Lions go to the Super Bowl, he doesn't have to go to school on Monday. Signed, Vince.
Yeah.
This one says, I'm taking my clients. I have 4 club-level seats at the Super Bowl. The boss is letting us use the company private jet. Signed, Jack and Coke Jerry. Now, you don't get this reference. You were not in for Jack and Coke Jerry.
No, I don't.
Tom has used this.
Jack and Coke Jerry's a fictional character, legend. Well, so he's real, but he may not be named Jerry, but it just works. Okay.
Oh, I thought Jerry Jones.
He's the guy that takes his clients to Lions games now and has pushed out the real fans.
It's this phenomenon we've seen where the real fans are priced out.
That's why Ford Field is less loud because of Jack and Coke Jerry. Tanqueray Tom is another well-known.
I would think it would be more of a girly drink than Jack and Coke. Jack and Coke Jerry sounds still like it's the blue-collar guy that's going down there.
So what do we have? Tanqueray Tom is what you said?
I'm not a fan of Tanqueray Tom.
Okay.
I really like Jerry.
Yeah, sure.
That's got to be another.
Gin and Jerry? We were workshopping it with Stoney while you were gone.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Let's get back to the phones. Ian and Romeo. Ian, what's up? Good morning. You're on 97.1. You can think on it, John.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up?
So I have a pretty unique spot to be watching the game. I'm actually joining the Air Force, so I'm going to be at Maxwell Air Force Base going through OTS starting January 28th. So to watch the game, I'm going to be hoping that they let me watch, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what all goes into it. Do you know where you'll be on February 9th?
I know I'll be at training. I know I'll be in the barracks or in my flight room. I've been on online forums asking, and they've had parties in the past, but I'll be 2 weeks in, so I guess it's a little bit up in the air if I'll even be able to watch it, but hopefully.
Tough one.
The unknown. The unknown of it all, too.
Gotta
Yeah.
live with the decisions. Yeah. That's, well, first of all, thanks for your service.
Yes.
Appreciate the sacrifice you're willing to make.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian, and good luck. Hope you can watch that game and take it all in. Mark in Farmington Hills, you're on 97.1. Mark, talk to us.
So last year, for the playoff games, we were on a cruise ship with a bunch of other couples, and we decided, should we go to the game or go on a cruise next year? So if things go well, we will be sitting in a beautiful cruise ship with about 20 other people with room reserved and the big screen on the back deck of the boat with the open bar and enjoying the day from the water.
God, I hope that satellite service is on point.
did
Hate for you to miss it.
It has been on point. It was beautiful last year for the two Sundays we were there, and hopefully it will be the same way this year because we're ready to go. We've got our decorations, we've got our favors, and they're bringing food and alcohol is there. So all we have to do is get our seat early in the afternoon and not move.
There you go.
Mark, appreciate the phone call. See, people like Mark.
Is that a woohoo in the background?
Maybe. He's just so excited.
The second one to Jack and Coke and Jerry that I like the most, somebody texted in again, was White Claw Willie.
There you go.
I like Jack and Coke Jerry flows better. And the reason I selected Jack and Coke, because if you're a guy trying, you're hosting your clients and stuff, it's a very safe drink.
You trying to butch it up a little bit?
Yeah, Jack. Everybody thinks Jack and Coke is just a solid mixed drink, right? But it's got to be a mixed drink.
It's like not offensive.
Yeah, but Jack and Coke Jerry, they don't drink beer like the blue collar people.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe I'm offended because Jack and Coke.
You
is
like
my
your
drink?
Yeah. No,
Maybe
but you
go,
wouldn't be
if
offended by it if you walked in and or this guy shows up. Hey, let's buy some White Claws. You wouldn't get. You're not drinking White Claw.
No.
You're drinking Jack and Coke. Jack and Coke is safe.
It would be the guy that showed up and said, "I'll take a Jack and Diet Coke."
You don't want to lose.
And be like, all right, put some pants on, pal.
You don't want to lose the deal because the client you're hosting, all of a sudden you see him hosting you wouldn't buy that guy's stuff if or buy advertising from him or something along those lines.
If it was Daiquiri Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, Daiquiri Dan's a good one.
I'm not buying that. fruity frozen drink, guys.
Can I get a mojito?
See, now you're coming along.
Wait,
right?
you're anti-mojito? Oh, mojitos are great.
You're making my point.
What's wrong with drinking stuff that tastes good? Can we just have that conversation? What's wrong with drinking stuff that tastes good, John?
Says the cat guy.
Did you ever have Zima back in the day?
Zima.
What's Zima?
You don't know what Zima
I've
is,
heard of
right?
Zima. I just,
Yeah.
Zachary Zima.
Yeah. Mike's Hard Lemonade.
One more text on this says, Super Bowl, why would I leave my house? 75-inch TV, kitchen a few feet away, no traffic, clean bathroom, no drunks yelling, no thanks. My plans, watch from home. But other people are like, why are you bringing this up? It's because of the guy who called in about the cruise. People are thinking about this.
Sure. Got to. Travel plans. Traveling the day after because you think you're going to be celebrating that day.
We'll get to Heather's News coming up next. Plus, at 9:02, we've got the playoff field set. We're going to draft the best coaches left in the playoffs. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you can't be in New Orleans, maybe you can't be in Baton Rouge or downtown, why not make an arrangement to watch at one of the great viewing spots in America? And it's America's favorite place to watch all these great moments. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
All right, this ticket texter puts it perfectly. Jack and Coke is the pepperoni pizza of drinks. Safe, basic, crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
Okay. We're looking for names, Jack and Coke Jerry. Vodka Cran Dan on the ticket text.
Vodka Cran, yeah. I mean, it sounds like a business outing.
That's what Tom said. That's who's replaced the real fans. It's kind of this undercurrent that's
Exactly. Vodka Cran Dan would be a good friend of Jack and Coke Jerry.
They didn't watch the 0-16 Lions.
Might bring him in to close the deal.
Yeah, if you want to drink a pink one, sure.
We'll get to the phones on this. 248-539-9797. Andrew on a cell, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So we're doing something a little bit unique. I live down in Orlando, Florida, and the Super Bowl MVP gets to go to Disney the day after, right? I'm going to Disney World. So my dad, my brothers, all their kids, my best friend, they're coming down. We're going to watch the Super Bowl at my place, and hopefully we'll get to watch the Lions parade down Main Street the next day.
So who do you think the Super Bowl, if the Lions are there, who do you think the Super Bowl MVP is going to be?
Well, I hope it's my boy Jahmyr Gibbs, but I would say it'd either be him or Goff.
Yeah, safe bets. I think you can actually bet on that right now, by the way, who the Super Bowl MVP will be.
What if Hutch comes back and he gets a sack in that game?
Emotional, and he's productive, and he's a difference maker. Look at you, putting that out there for people.
Yeah, just saying.
We have one ticket texture that goes at me and one that goes at you. Which one do you want to read first?
Hey, bring it on. Let's go.
John is the softest fake tough guy. Why are people like him scared of fruity alcohol? He's so weirdly insecure.
I like what I like, and I can make fun of whoever I want. I don't care.
And the Costa one says, Jim is more of a Bartles and James wine cooler guy.
Yes. Bartles and James, I hear, goes great with bolognese.
Not going to hurt my feelings. I will drink things that taste good. Let's get to Nick in Milan. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning.
What's
good morning.
Up?
Love the show. Just calling because I heard you talk about the Ford. I'm a Ford employee, and I can tell you this. We will absolutely not shut down for the game. Ford will actually ask other shifts if they would like to work, probably if they make it to the Super Bowl, because they will expect people to not show up.
I wonder, will they have to, should they offer incentive, like time and a half to work?
Yeah, double time.
So I'm fortunate enough. We run 3 shifts at my plant where I work. I'm fortunate enough. I'm night shift. I work Tuesday through Friday. We do have a weekend shift that works that Sunday night, and they will be asking other shifts if we would like to come in and work that shift, because they will anticipate people will not be there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
it's
but
part
they
of why
will not shut down.
No, they're not going to shut down entire operations.
Yeah, I wouldn't think they would, but I'm sure there are certainly people that work for Ford that might not be Lions fans.
Isn't this why we got AI? Let that handle it for tonight.
Yeah.
AI in the assembly line. What could go wrong?
A bunch of Jack and Coke Jerry's are getting created.
But this is why we brought this up today. I know some of you were made very uncomfortable and we're jumping the gun and we're jinxes. You've had people call in and say, no, their work has discussed this. They're going to be on vacation and have planned around this. They have travel arrangements to be there, or they've already said they're canceling their Super Bowl party. Like, I think we've had a bunch of great stories. It's clearly on people's minds, and it's healthy and normal when your team's the 1 seed. Lions won't play this week, but they are in the playoffs. 14 teams are in. Coming up next, we're going to get to a draft of the best coaches in the playoffs. We'll do that at 9:02, but first, Heather with the news.
Okay, so I'm going to start with some really great news. We have a new member of the Odyssey team.
I know. How
Chris
about this?
Villar is a new dad. His wife just welcomed a new baby girl last night, Talia Jade. She was born at 7:57 p.m., 8 pounds, 10 ounces. He did attach a picture, and it looks like she has a lot of hair. She's wearing a hat, but you can see some
Takes
dark
after
hair.
Dad.
Yes, exactly.
Picture also shows he's got a lot of hair.
He does. He does.
Congratulations
Yeah, it's
to
very
him
exciting.
and his wife. Welcome to the Dad Club.
Mhm.
It's a great club to be a part of, and I'm just glad to hear that everybody is healthy.
Yes.
And at this point, happy.
Seems like it. So that's great news. The Lions did something really cool over the weekend that you might not have heard about. So the story actually starts last month. Back on December 22nd, there was a man named Wally Schmidt who collapsed at Soldier Field in Chicago as the Lions were getting ready to play the Bears. There was a Lions season ticket holder there at the game as well. Also an off-duty paramedic jumped into action, said, you know what? I'm going to do whatever I can to help this man. His name was Ben Roth. Well, he jumped to help. He was able to restart Schmidt's heart, got him going. Unfortunately, he did end up passing away later that evening. But because of Roth's efforts, Schmidt, and his son, Jeremy, were able to have, about 5 extra hours together, right? That maybe couldn't have happened. Which is great. And afterward, the Lions wanted to bring a little bit of joy to their lives. So what's really cool is they flew Schmidt, Jeremy, the son, and 2 guests, as well as Roth, the paramedic, his wife, and his daughter to Detroit over the weekend. So they got to watch the game. They got their hotel paid for. They got tickets to the game. They also got field passes.
Oh, wow.
Really, really,
That's
really cool.
It's a great gesture.
And now Jeremy and the guy who ultimately saved his dad's life for that short period of time have become friends.
Oh, that's cool.
New bond, new friendship. Pretty cool.
That is an awesome story.
Not even the Golden Globes could keep Dax Shepard away from watching the Lions dominate the Vikings on Sunday. I love this story. So he is a Michigan native, right? He's from Milford. He was at the Globes because his wife, Kristen Bell, who's also a Michigan native, was nominated for an award. And she posted this video on her social media. She shows like the awards ceremony, right? There's Harrison Ford's up on the stage about to hand an award away. And then she pans over to her husband and he is sitting there with his phone propped up between his knees. And he is watching the Lions, not paying attention to anything going on around him.
We've all been there at some point.
She hashtagged it with priorities. Which is great. I love it. And of course, he was not the only one watching the game on Sunday night. It had massive ratings for NBC. Average viewership of 28.5 million. It was the largest audience for a regular season finale on Sunday Night Football since 2012. And the game actually peaked at 31 million viewers late in the second quarter.
Awesome.
Unbelievable.
With everything on the line, right? I mean,
It was a great setup.
1 seed for the first time since 93 at
2
stake.
14-win teams.
Great.
Yep. So there's a new lawsuit that claims former Fox Sports host Skip Bayless threatened a hairstylist's job after she refused to have sex with him. So this woman who worked as a hairstylist for Fox Sports alleges that he made repeated unwanted advances towards her, including an offer of $1.5 million to sleep with him. Yeah, so attorneys for this hairstylist are seeking unspecified damages, not only from Bayless, but also from Fox Sports and its parent company, Fox Corporation. The lawsuit claims executives fostered this hostile work environment, allowed senior managers and on-air personalities to abuse workers without fear of punishment. She's also suing for the company to failure to pay minimum wages, failure to pay overtime wages, and a whole lot more. I don't believe Bayless has yet to release a comment. I know Shannon Sharp did and said, my name's not in there. Stop tagging me in this. I had nothing to do with any of this. And his name is not mentioned. There's a 42-page lawsuit. I don't believe that he is mentioned in there at all. Yeah. Finally, police solved, I guess you could say, part of a mystery that has been making national headlines. It's about this missing 52-year-old Michigan father who disappeared just after Christmas. Robert Bacon of Byron, he was reported missing on December 30th after vanishing 3 days before. He was actually seen last at a family gathering at the Bavarian Inn in Frankenmuth.
Oh.
Well, his body 5 days later was found in a nearby icy Cass River. So they found his body. He did drown, but it's how did he get there is now the next part of the mystery. It's unclear what he was doing. Apparently, surveillance cameras don't actually capture him leaving. You can see him entering the hotel, but there's no cameras that show him actually leaving.
Strange.
But sad news, I guess.
Too bad.
But apparently everyone's been following the story, but me, because this is the first time I'm hearing about
It's
it.
the first I've heard of it. But hey, now everybody knows. All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, we're going to draft best coaches in the NFL. Everybody's got a slot. We Did a lottery before the show. I've got the number 1 pick. John's picking second.
Number 2.
Tom will pick third. How will we do? It's next, 97.1.
Hey, football fans, buckle up because this, for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football, starting with college on Thursday night, and then with the pros on Monday night. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat SGP, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you're going to get bonus bets back. So not only do we get a chance to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, that's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes, that was a Pistons highlight. They played last night. They won last night.
Mm-hmm. Nice to see him on a little streak.
Yeah, 4 in a row. Came back down 22. Cold shooting from Malik Beasley, but he got picked up by the vets late in that game. He made one, but Tim Hardaway Jr., Tobias Harris, and Cade's been the constant.
He's been so good, and this is the second streak that they've been on. The question for, obviously Doug and Gator, Doug posed it, was when are they going to win 3 in a row? They finally did that starting December 21 through the 26th. They won 3 in a row. They lost 1. That was at Denver on that 4-game road trip. They won the first 3 games, and since then it's been 4. So they've won 7 out of 8.
I think I saw this late in the season the Pistons haven't been 500 or better since 2019.
It's unbelievable.
I know no one wants to do cartwheels for being 500, but it is just a statement of, hey, they have a pulse. They're on the radar. They're a team that might make the play-in, maybe more.
And if you're looking at the play-in, right now, seeds 7 through 10 are in the play-in. They're at seed 7.
Sure.
And again, you're only, 1 game removed from, 2 games removed from being out, but...
And there's no IV in long-term that may limit what they can do.
You're also 1 game away from being not in the play-in, actually making the top 6. Bad Eastern Conference this year.
Yeah, so
take advantage of it.
Absolutely. Lions have the 1 seed, and they beat Minnesota, and they did it with their defense. It was the first thing Dan Campbell cited post-game. Held them out of the end zone. Held them to 9 points. John, did they do enough to change the narrative?
Depends what your version of the narrative was. And everybody's got a little bit different narrative going over the course of the last, 6, 7, 8 weeks. And it's, are they too banged up defensively? Are there too many of the starters out? Is the depth that Brad Holmes has been able to put together, the trades, Zadarius Smith getting... Long Jr. at linebacker, getting some of these guys to be able to contribute and now finally play together, play good enough to beat a 14-win team, ultimately earn the 1 seed division championship. Is it sustainable throughout the course of the playoffs? I think it is. I don't necessarily. I wasn't on the. I think I was very vocal about this. I still expected them. They should win the playoffs. You said they can. Mm-hmm. And we played this semantics battle.
Stupid, yeah, I know.
It's not. I mean, it is.
It's what we do.
Matter.
Yeah, we get caught up in stuff.
Yeah, we do stupid things. But yeah, it's. I think they should win the Super Bowl, and I think they have the defense still to do it. And let's not forget, they could get reinforcements. They already got Alex Anzalone back. We saw what that meant against the Vikings about covering tight ends, using Jack Campbell and Alex Anzalone as a 1-2 punch against a mobile quarterback. Darnold's not that hugely mobile, but what it meant to have both of those guys on the field at the same time. And I think, to me, they certainly proved that they can beat good teams defensively and hold on long enough for the offense to find its footing and then ultimately take off in the second half.
I don't think they became a good defense. They're still undermanned. Right, and I respect what Alex Anzalone did, not only the plays and coverage, but I think pre-snap, getting everybody in the right positions. He's a vet. You can't underscore that. But they're still undermanned. They didn't become a good defense. What they did is change their circumstances, right? Because now they only have to play 2 games at home to get to the Super Bowl.
Right, yeah, they get to use that 12th man.
Right, and they don't have to face an elite quarterback until the Super Bowl, where they may get reinforcements, and then it's a moot point. So, no, I don't feel like they've transformed this defense. Aaron Glenn did what he had to do. He blitzed his brains out, right? It was more than half the time they sent an extra player. That will work against average quarterbacks. Even above average quarterbacks, you can get them. The elite quarterbacks, think about it with our guy, Jared Goff. You want people to blitz Jared. Mahomes wants you to blitz.
Yeah.
Allen wants you to blitz. When you get in that game, figure it out when you get there. I guess you get 2 weeks to scheme it up, but they also may have some reinforcements at that time. And that's a completely different conversation. Is the defense good enough to win 2 games at home in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl?
Absolutely.
Yes. Especially with Alex Anzalone back.
And some of it is what we saw from the defense. Now, is it a false positive? Is it just simply they played against Sam Darnold? They knew they could blitz him. They knew eventually he would hold on to the ball and they could get to him. He would be off his mark if you could find a way to rattle him. And I mean, some of those throws if you put just about any other, not just about any other quarterback, if you put any of the other quarterbacks that are in the playoffs in that situation, are those touchdowns versus overthrows?
It's fair. It's a fair point. I think part of this, too, when we ask, is the defense good enough? We're also asking it, understanding how good the offense is. Like, by itself, no, this defense is not good enough to win a Super Bowl. I don't know if you'd fight me on that, John, but I think the total picture here is with this offense, they are good enough to win the Super Bowl playing this way, because if they can create enough havoc to get a takeaway, a turnover, a key sack on a third down, or just an out-and-out stop, get them off the field, force a field goal, something, with this offense, that's enough.
And I kind of felt going into that Minnesota game, if they could just get a stop, maybe two, they would be able to win this game, because I didn't think it would take the offense that long to get going. But they did what they had to do when called upon in the red zone, inside the 10, inside the 5, to either force field goals or to stand up big on fourth down and a turnover on downs.
248-539-9797. You guys have listened. You guys have talked amongst yourselves. This defense, it's an issue. It's a problem. They're battered. They're bruised. Did you see enough to change that narrative with the performance against the Minnesota Vikings? We got open lines, 248-539-9797, plus an update, the latest on the head coaching searches, specific to Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. Guys, we talk about winning the North. Time to celebrate. Toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best tasted tequila, and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab your limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. It's on shelves now. It's made for this Lions season, and the bottle's design is made to look like the Motor City alternate jerseys they wore when they clinched the North. They'll be gone soon, so get yours wherever you normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila, as well as the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. We got the latest on the head coaching searches and how it impacts Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. We've got open lines talking about the Lions' defense from Sunday. Did they do enough to change the narrative? Do you fully trust this defense now after they held the Vikings out of the end zone? They did what they had to do. They blitzed. Sam Darnold held the ball. They had a great game plan. It's a total credit to Aaron Glenn. But blitzing at that rate against the best quarterbacks is not where you want to be. It's where they may have to be, but it's not where they want to be. They didn't suddenly get back everybody. They're still undermanned. My answer is no. The narrative is still the narrative. This defense is the thing that could hold them back in a playoff game.
Yeah, it certainly could. But you also have to think about Aaron Glenn and him being able to game plan, especially if you might use that same game, cut and paste, same game plan against whoever you face in the divisional round, against whoever you face in the NFC Championship game. The Super Bowl is going to be a little bit different.
Yep.
And you're going to have two weeks, as will the opponent, leading up to it to watch film, to scheme, to develop a game plan, to run your players through it. And I think you got to give him enough credit to say that he's going to be able to come up with something that maybe it's not a 60% blitz rate or 65% man-to-man coverage. It's a little bit less of that, a little bit more of something else.
You don't know. You throw in an odd front. You throw in a 5-man front. You never know the matchup. You're right. I won't rule it out. If anything, maybe that's the big takeaway is that you trust Aaron Glenn more.
Yeah.
He's only got who he's got. But, John, the key is in the Super Bowl, he may have even more guys.
There's a chance.
And I'm not doing the promise thing. I know people get excited about Aiden. I hope he's out there, and maybe it's only an emotional lift. I don't know how productive he can be having missed this much time. But if it's Aiden or Barnes or Carlton Davis, even one of those three is another chess piece for Aaron Glenn to utilize. So I'm not, there's no doom and gloom here. I mean, everybody's in a good mood. They're the 1 seed. They put themselves in a great position to win the Super Bowl. Speaking of Aaron Glenn and these coordinators, John, the latest from Albert Breer. The Lions have given Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn a window from Thursday afternoon through Saturday to do head coaching interviews, according to sources. All those, by rule, have to be virtual meetings. Breer adding the note, Johnson will be selective and may only interview with Chicago and New England. Jobs he's reportedly interested in.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he should be selective. He's got a chance to call his shot. I think of any of the jobs available, they would all probably request Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson could probably, if he wanted, have his pick of any of the 5 jobs that are available, possibly Dallas if that ends up becoming available. So, yeah, where do I want to live? What are the circumstances? Who's the GM? Who are the players? Who's the the quarterback? Who's going to be there longer? Who's under contract? What do the draft prospects look like? He has the opportunity to dive into all of those different details and ultimately say, okay, I believe it's Chicago, or I believe it's New England, or I believe it's none of them, and I'll wait till next year.
I think they're going to lose at least one. And I think Aaron Glenn is a great fit in
New Orleans
or New York. Their defense, that's the story. Everybody focused on Aaron Rodgers and dysfunction. If he's gone, they still have to fix their defense.
What do you make of the whole Rex Ryan thing and him coming out yesterday saying, I believe that they're eventually going to land on me?
It's kind of a Rex Ryan thing to do, right?
Sure, yeah, self-promote.
Loud. Yeah, exactly. But either side that teams Aaron Glenn's played for, and I just think he's checking a lot of boxes right now, right? He has the persona of a leader, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very wise, former player, personable players coach. But you've also seen him scheme his ass off this season with these injuries. I think he's going to land one of these jobs, and the natural fit are the teams he played for, the Jets and the Saints. Ben Johnson could end up with a job too, but I think what's made this messier, the Bears are, at least for now, keeping their GM, and the Jags are keeping their GM, and if he sees them as problematic, he's not going to tie himself to a lousy situation. New England might be where he ends up, but I don't know. I think he's the harder guy to figure out.
Yeah, in fact, actually, right now we're watching on TV. I don't even know what channel it is, but they're showing Aaron Glenn at the Pistons game last night, kicking back just like he was on the sidelines with about 6 minutes to go in the game. So everybody's trying to...
He's giving him a fist pump.
Oh, yeah. Put the cheers together to make sure he tries to stay, or at least they can make him feel welcome and stay in Detroit. I do think that he is... And if Ben Johnson ultimately says, no, I don't want any of these opportunities, I'll wait for what I think is going to be the best opportunity for me. it opens the door even more for Aaron Glenn. You take one premier candidate out of the coaching search, and now all of a sudden it increases the opportunity for those that are still in it to get a job.
And the wild card in all of this is, one, Dallas doesn't know what they're doing, but two, someone could get eliminated and make a quick hire or quick firing, and then be the most attractive landing spot available.
Possibly, yeah. Or a coach could retire.
You never know. You don't know? Do you know?
I don't know anything. No,
the way you said that was kind of ominous.
There is an old coach.
John is planning Andy Reid's retirement as we speak. All right, let's get to Heather in the news.
Yeah, we stuck that one in on Greg.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the hit and run suspect wanted in connection with the death of an off-duty Detroit police officer has been taken into custody. We spoke about this incident yesterday. The suspect allegedly crashed into and fatally injured or killed, you could just say, Officer Cameron Richardson just after midnight on Sunday morning. He was actually on his way home from work when the accident took place. Richardson served on the job for just over a year. Detroit police have described him as a family man with 2 daughters and a military veteran. There has been a GoFundMe page set up for his family. Stephen A. Smith says that he is heartbroken for his former First Take co-host Skip Bayless after Bayless has been accused in a new lawsuit of threatening a hairstylist's job after she refused to have sex with him. So in this lawsuit, the hairstyle alleges that Bayless offered her $1.5 million to sleep with him.
Outrageous.
And obviously she refused. She also says she endured unwelcome physical contact and sexual advances by Bayless for years. So during his show on Monday, Smith said that he can't imagine Bayless doing anything like this. He also goes on to say, you know what? No, I haven't been in this building in 20 years. I don't know actually what took place, but the person I know and the person I believe I know would never do anything like this. But he's also going on to say, you know what? I'm not going to comment on anything else because
he doesn't know.
He doesn't actually know. So Bayless has yet to publicly address the lawsuit. Fans all over Metro Detroit and Michigan, of course, are dreaming of the Lions' first ever trip to the Super Bowl. And everywhere you go, you see people rocking their Lions gear. You see the Honolulu blue and silver. And now that's going to include police officers as well. So on Monday, Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard issued an order that adds the Lions team colors to the department's official uniform for the rest of the season. The order authorizes all sheriff's office personnel to wear officially licensed Detroit Lions hats or beanies as part of their uniform. They say to promote camaraderie and community spirit while maintaining the professionalism of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Everyone's getting into it, right?
Everybody's
Let's
excited.
do it. Yeah, get into it. Why not? That's what I got for Christmas. That's what Colin got me is several Lions sweatshirts.
T-shirts, yeah.
Popular gift.
Yep. So the Lions are bringing in big money for the city of Detroit. So home games at Ford Field mean businesses are booming, right? From hotels and restaurants and really any other attraction. And the postseason, the money there is expected to not only stay within the city limits of Detroit, but spread beyond that as well. So data shows a home game for the Lions usually generates $10 million in revenue for hospitality. Sunday night's game brought in $15 million, and playoff games even more, estimated to bring in $20 million.
So we keep
Makes
saying,
sense,
man,
right?
Yeah, it's a huge boom for the city of Detroit. We saw it at the draft. We've seen it for games. And the bigger the games, the more people and the more money. Can you imagine what it would mean for those that – we talked about the trips down to New Orleans. For those that want to just go downtown after the Super Bowl, if the Lions find victory, that's going to be another opportunity for those businesses to just – rake it in.
And these Lions fans are not scared to spend their money, right? They're spending so much on tickets alone. Lions fans quickly snapped up tickets Monday afternoon for the team's upcoming divisional round playoff game at Ford Field. So there was a limited number of tickets released on Ticketmaster, and you had to get online. I know we tried at home. We sat in this little waiting room, I didn't even know what was happening. Colin sat in this waiting room and then had access to tickets. Ultimately, he didn't buy any, but people bought them all. I mean, they were ranging between $1,000 to $7,500. And now you go on and look, you can find them up to $15,000. That seems outrageous, but people weren't scared to spend $1,000 or more on a ticket. So they're ready to spend some money. So it's a good thing, right?
They've been waiting their whole life to spend this kind of money on a team
they
like
have.
this.
Yep. Finally, this is kind of interesting. Redheads experience pain and pleasure differently than other people. Yeah. So there's experts that say, obviously, pain is subjective, right? Like everyone feels pain differently.
Correct.
They say redheaded women have been found to experience tolerance and sensitivity to pain differently than those with other hair colors.
In what way is it different?
Just women?
This article says women. I don't know. I'm guessing that there's because they talk about these different genes that redheads have.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm guessing
it
redheaded
is men
males
too, because that's why there's very few successful redheaded quarterbacks in the NFL. They can't take the pain.
But what did they say different?
Yeah,
So they just can't throw.
Okay, so here, one study found
It's in their
redheaded women.
genes.
You will, because of the way you were as a teammate to Brad Johnson. That's why he's one of the few that won a Super Bowl.
My brother's a redhead too.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Is that why he won the softball game?
No. But this has given me some fuel for next time I see him.
So it says one study found that this is all women. Redheaded women can tolerate up to
Again,
25%
still more ammunition
pain
when
than
I get a chance to
others.
see him. Yeah.
But they also experience pleasure differently as well. Women do. So
In what way?
Well, it says redheaded women have the highest orgasm rate of all hair colors and have more sex than women with other hair colors as well.
Oh. So if you want more opportunity, find yourself a redheaded woman.
That's exactly what this is saying.
Connect the dots.
That's Heather with the news. Hey, Jared Goff is going to be on with Carson Anderson today, and not in the normal 10:30 slot.
Nope.
He's going to be on right at 10 o'clock, 15 minutes away. We'll wrap next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone, and they've updated a lot of their facilities. Brand new plate-loaded machines like a hack squat, supine benches, then everything that you get with the membership includes free weights, cable rollers, Smith machines, upper and lower body strength machines, treadmill, Stairmasters. They've got it all and so many different options. And they have different options of membership as well. Right now, you could go $1 down, $15 a month to get you in the door, start the year strong. If you want more, they have the Black Card membership, which includes access to their Black Card spa, where you can recover with hydro massage, other great amenities. Plus, along with that Black Card, you get to bring a guest free every single time. So if you don't like going to the gym alone, hey, get yourself a Black Card membership. Unlimited guest privileges. You also have access to over 50 Detroit locations, 15 in Grand Rapids, 6 in Toledo, 2,600 clubs nationwide. So if you travel, this is your ticket. They also want to let you know that you do need to be 18 years old or older to enroll, or if you're 13 to 17, you have to have a parent or guardian. Hours, amenities, and offers may vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information. Find your nearest club and join today. In club, online, or on the Planet Fitness free app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
Jared Goff on at 10 o'clock with Carson Anderson. Stay tuned for that. He's kicking off the show with them.
Yeah.
We brought up the coordinators. Aaron Glenn was at the Pistons game last night, and he's going to be a hot name. 5 open jobs. Lions have opened up a window for him and Ben Johnson to take interviews Thursday through Saturday, all virtual. We asked you the question, are they going to lose one, both, or neither? And we've just kind of discussed potential fits for those guys. We're also learning things today. Heather had the news about redheads.
Yes.
They orgasm more and they feel pain differently.
Yes.
And
I don't know that. So
they feel less pain.
Yeah.
Yes.
But they also feel more pleasure than other hair colors.
Texter says, I've known a lot of redheaded women. Can confirm.
Oh.
I feel like he's bragging is what that text is.
Yeah. So, yeah, you think?
This one says, I know what they say. Red in the head, fire in the bed. Totally made up saying as far as I'm aware.
Oh, I've heard that before. Oh, yeah, I've
heard that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We also learned today that John carries backup underwear.
Yes, we did learn that earlier. And I was trying to, since we had that news story, I think it was like in the 6 o'clock hour.
It was.
Why I have those in there. And I'm just going back to the football season, working out. I believe I had a change of clothes. And because I do have a towel in there as well. So I think I, at one point, was planning on working out, didn't, and I've just never taken it out of my bag.
I don't know if it's like a bowel issue or...
No. Although I could use the towel as well, I guess, if I had that issue.
But you said 50% of people
Yes.
carry backup underwear?
Yes, they just carry them around just
like
in
in their
case.
car or their bag or
their purse.
to
I'm
work.
thinking of women. Probably just throw them in the purse just in case.
50%. It didn't surprise me that some people, but
yeah,
1 in 2.
That's
if
a
it's
lot.
not you, it's the person next to you has backup underwear, and it's Sean. We learned today.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. Yep, never trust.
Oh.
We'll get a phone call to ticket text some Lion stuff. Texter says, do you think if Johnson or Glenn takes a job in the North, it's a slap in the face to the organization?
No. It's you can never sit there and say if Green Bay's not open, it's not going to be open. If one of them went to Green Bay, if one of them went to Chicago, if one of them went to Minnesota, it is not a slap in the face. It's an opportunity. And if nothing else, it's obviously they would know a lot about the Lions. Dan Campbell would also know a lot about them, how they operate, what are their tendencies, and that sword cuts both ways.
Let's get to Tom on a cell. Tom, how are you? You're on 97.1.
I'm good, thank you, guys. Hey, this is my opinion. I think the coaching staff under Dan Campbell is different. They seem to be more interacted with the players during the game. I wonder if people are looking like it's so easy to have a boss like him to let you do all this stuff.
Yeah.
You've been around. What's your guys' opinion? Because I've never seen a coach interact with a player that gets a penalty. They're always getting these guys. I know you can't holler or getting someone, but they're constantly talking to these guys. The Lions play differently. They don't fight or argue on the field. They're always talking. I wonder if that's a bigger reflection on Dan Campbell. And are these guys going to get the same results under different circumstances?
Well, they'd be the one setting the tone at different organizations. So if that's the way that they've appreciated being able to have a boss, then I think they would implement some of those things as well wherever they're going. And Dan Campbell did not become a head coach in a vacuum. Like, he learned from Parcells. He learned from so many different coaches that he either played for, and some of it you like, some of you say, you know what, I don't want any part of it. If I'm ever a head coach, I don't want to do this. I want to do the opposite. Some other coach, Sean Payton. We know that he was an assistant coach under Sean Payton for a while. There's things about his offense, the things that he does, handling players or coaches, that he's learned along the way.
Which one of you has backup underwear?
I'm sorry?
50% of people carry backup underwear.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
two
do that.
people. Gator, it's you then, huh?
No.
So what's the concept here? Is 50% of people are likely to poop their pants? Is
Yeah,
that what
they
this
say
is?
just in case of accidents,
Okay.
or perhaps you dump a whole bottle of water on your lap or something.
Did
or
they bring back a
they did
pants?
bring back. They mentioned going to the gym.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, that makes
that makes a ton of sense. And
If you
back
got
when
a
I
bag of clothes.
belonged to a gym, before our gym tried to screw us over and we quit
Ouch.
with the home gym.
I
But
mean, isn't the
I
most
carry
guys?
underwear to the back.
I don't buy this study because I think most guys in this situation, if you have that situation, it's commando.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, because chances are, if it happens, you'll eventually wander back home,
Yeah,
wherever home
right.
base is.
Sooner rather than
Yeah.
later.
If there's a soiling issue,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, either way, you got to clean yourself up, and then
Right.
what am I going to do? Commando.
We know
Yeah.
you got Jared Goff coming up next. Anything else?
Jared Goff's coming up next.
That's more than enough. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Great to be with you on a Tuesday here in Detroit. Let's get right to it. Great way to open the show today as we've got the Lions quarterback, the division-winning Detroit Lions quarterback, the number one seed.
There you go.
Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff joins us at this time here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jared, as always, we've appreciated all season long. We know you well enough. We'll congratulate you on winning the division and getting the number one seed, but I know you always have bigger fish to fry and you got their eye on the prize, but how would you characterize the feelings today?
Yeah, it feels good. The last 48 hours, it's a good feeling knowing we got a little rest and get to decompress just a bit and get some guys back and get some extra sleep and the whole thing. And knowing we get a home game next week and knowing it's going to be against a team who's going to play a hard fourth quarter game this week. Yeah, it's all good things. And like you said, though, we know we got the big one we're all going after now, and starts next week.
When do you actually start to go back to work and start to study film and stuff like that and get back to team activities?
I mean, we're in today.
Okay. So
we're doing
really
stuff
not a whole lot of time to enjoy that then, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, we don't have, an opponent to prepare for, but yeah, we're in today doing a little work.
So you've already mentioned the rest. Is that basically the biggest part of this and getting guys back? Because I know after the game you were like, hey, it doesn't matter who's out there, but it will be nice to get some people back offensively. David Montgomery, maybe Carlton Davis defensively. How much can that give you a boost?
Yeah, getting anyone back is helpful just for body purposes. But like we've said in the past and like we've shown, it doesn't seem to matter. And certainly defensively, with all the guys they have out, they don't care. Those guys are just a bunch of dogs who don't care. It's next man up, and they just keep on showing up, keep on coming out to play, and they're a dangerous crew right now. And I'm happy to have them on our side.
Is there anyone on that defense that in particular you're happy for? Guys that you saw battle as backups, you faced him in practice, that got on the field and made a play. Is there anybody that stands out?
I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, I don't know if I can single any one of them out. But I think the easy one this past week is Amik. He's playing nickel for us a lot throughout the season. He's moved out to corner with some of the corner injuries, and had a big challenge this week. And Justin Jefferson's as good as they get in our league, and he was tasked with that and stood up to the challenge. And not surprising to any of us. He's a hell of a player. He has been all year, and I think he kind of embodies that. He doesn't care, what you say, what you want, what how many guys we have out there, how big he is. He's just going to come out. He's going to play tough, sticky man coverage and make it hard on the opposing quarterback, and he just continues to do it.
Can you talk about that fourth down play you had, the conversion to Jamison Williams? I think it was 4th and 6, and it looks like it was one of these blitz buster plays that you have to wait and wait and wait to the last second before you deliver the football, and knowing that you're going to take the hit that you took. Can kind of take us through that and what goes through your mind trying to prepare yourself for knowing you're going to have to take that hit?
Yeah, there was a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on there with us and their defense with, checks and them checking and us checking and them checking and that whole thing. And so, yeah, there I knew they were bringing cover zero blitz, and J-Mo's kind of my only option there as the quickest route coming across the formation, and just kind of had to let them clear that middle of the coverage, and because they'll drop out some of those interior guys, just kind of had to let them clear to the other side. And, with his speed, it doesn't take long, so he got over there pretty quickly and was able to put it out there for him and made a good conversion.
Speaking of cat and mouse game, the 4th and 2 late, a field goal puts you up 3 scores. You guys break the huddle. It's on their 6-yard line. You get them to jump off sides. I feel like you guys even did it differently than everybody else, because viewing on TV, you can almost tell when a team's trying to get somebody to jump off sides. And you guys were so standard operating procedure. Was that part of the plan there, is we're not going to make it as obvious as everybody else does?
Yeah, we do put a lot of time into, that situation and trying to get people to jump off sides. I take a lot of pride in it, making it all look the same. And we've been pretty successful at it this year. We've had a bunch of those down in their tie up 4th down, and I think a lot of it's the Dan Campbell effect. We've shown to go for it on a lot of these fourth downs, so they can't just say, oh yeah, they're just not going to snap it and they're going to kick the field goal. They have to be geared up and ready to go, because we may snap it. We have snapped it. I think that Green Bay game, everyone thought we weren't going to snap that one, and sure enough, we did. We fired off the ball and were able to pick up the first down, kick the field goal. So teams remember that stuff. They see it, and they were ready to go. But, yeah, we got them to jump.
After Terrion Arnold goes out of the game, they kick a field goal. It's 10-9. Do you say anything on the sidelines, or does the offense get together and say, all right, we got to kick things into gear now. We've been kind of slow motion a little bit here. We need to start scoring, because you guys end up scoring 3 straight touchdowns. What's said on the sideline? Any words go between the offense and the defense?
No, not much is said. We knew we were so dang close all day. We were just getting we were getting stifled a little bit. Their defense was doing a good job, and I was trying to settle in a little bit and see things, and they were doing some things a little bit differently. And you give them a ton of credit, man. They were making it hard on us early, and but I think you give us a ton of credit for adjusting and making it work in that second half. And certainly up front, those guys protecting for me and opening those run lanes were incredible all day, and obviously what Gibbs did was incredible. But yeah, just once we settled in, we knew we were so close. We knew what they were doing on defense. We just kind of had to, do our job just a little bit better, identify what they were doing a little bit better, and execute, and we were on our way.
Yeah, it kind of goes underrated. The way that the adjustments come at halftime. I mean, the defense, after I said that field goal, they shut things down. Your offense, you guys pick things up. How underrated is it of what goes on at halftime with the coordinators and the team coming together and figuring things out?
Yeah, sometimes there's a lot that goes on. Sometimes there's nothing that goes on. Sometimes we're just hanging out, getting a little water, getting a little bit of a breather. And but yeah, in a game like that, yeah, there's absolutely some adjustments made. And Ben and the staff and AG and his staff are making changes and making sure we're on, what we need to be on, and then come out in the second half and, get ready to go from there.
Have you seen all the speculation this week about your offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, and head coaching positions?
No, what are they saying?
They're saying he's got 3 interviews lined up for later this week.
3? Wow. All right. Good for him.
How would you characterize your feelings towards that? I'm sure you'd love to keep him, but
he's had interviews before, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. You know, I obviously I love Ben. He's the best, and I wish him the best in whatever he ends up doing. But he knows I'd like to have him for at least one more, and we'll see where it goes.
You said something I thought that was really interesting on the Peacock postgame show. You said that one of his strengths is you guys provides you clarity, and you guys problem solve together. Can you give us an example, whether it was from this game or any game this year, where during the week is a great example of Ben Johnson providing Jared Goff clarity and problem solving an issue that a team was potentially going to give you?
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to give you an example because it's all day, every day. That's what we're doing. Kind of is talking through these problems and fixing these problems, and whether it's first or second down, whether it's third down, whether it's red zone, all we're doing is trying to simplify it for myself, and I'm just constantly asking questions. And I think a lot of times, in our little post-practice meetings that we have is just me, hammering out some of the issues that I may see, and him going, no, we're good because of this, that, and the other, or yeah, that's a good idea. We should add this. And so we're just constantly fixing problems. And I'm very thankful to have a coach who listens and who wants to hear from me and wants to hear what I have to say and ideas. And it's been fun to, get some of those ideas in. And certainly when they're your own, you feel like you need to make them work. So it's fun to be, in working with him.
Got to be fun to work with an offense like this. What Jahmyr Gibbs has done all season, and the game he had on Sunday night, and then watching Jameson Williams, you get him over 1,000 yards. It's got to be a quarterback's dream to step into an offense that has this many weapons.
Yeah, it really is. It's been so fun for me, and really for the years now. It's been a lot of fun to be with these guys, and to just the continuity of who we have up front, who we have at the skill positions. Myself coming back for the 4th year now. It's fun, man. It really is, and it's explosive. It's smart. It's fast. It's it's aggressive. It's physical. It's everything you want in offense, and we've had good success, and now it's time to keep it going.
So can you compare at all what was like going into this year's playoffs compared to what you felt like going into last year's playoffs? I don't know. It seems pretty similar, I guess. I'm not sure. The difference is we don't have to play this week. I know that's not a great answer for you. That's a big one, yeah.
We get a little bit of rest. We feel good. We don't know who we're going to play yet. We'll find out in about a week and go from there. But yeah, I think we feel about the same. But I think last year after losing that NFC Championship, it created this little fire within everybody of going like, all right, we're not going to let that happen again. And it started right there, right then there in that locker room after that game, and that's kind of carried through the off season and now into this season. And I guess that would be the difference.
We've talked a lot about the Detroit football culture. How would you describe the culture of the Detroit Lions locker room?
Yeah, it's pretty strong. It really is, and starts with Dan, obviously, and trickles into his coaches, trickles into our players, and we don't care where, when, how, and in what way. We're going to find a way to win. Even when everyone's saying we should rest our starters against the Niners, we're going to go out there and play and find a way to win. And that's probably the reason why we won against the Vikings, because we play all our starters in that San Francisco game, right? Like that's got to be the reason why. So, no, I'm just playing around, but I wanted to give somebody a hard time about that, because I think when Dan makes decisions like that and they're questioned after they work, it's pretty fascinating to me.
Of course. All right, final thing. You guys, from me, you guys have become a sensation. And in Detroit, even around the country, did you see the video of actor-comedian Dax Shepard at the Golden Globes watching your game on his cell phone? The Michigan native.
I saw that. I think that, yeah, Dax is from here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was cool. He's obviously a fan, and I'm a fan of his, and it's fun. It's fun when that crossover happens, and we're doing some fun things right now, and it's fun to be a part of, and I'm happy to be here and happy to be winning and happy that Dax is watching. It's fun.
Of the crossovers and the people you've gotten to meet, the famous people, what's been the coolest for you?
Oh man, it's hard to beat Eminem. He's up there, and got to meet him a couple times, and he's my favorite artist ever, and seeing him at the games always gets me fired up too. And I love that he loves rooting us on.
What's the toughest part about being a quarterback in the NFL? I know I would imagine every quarterback has a different thing, whether it's just processing the plays or reading a defense, whatever it is, just dealing with the media on a daily basis. What is it for you?
Yeah, for me, it's probably this show every Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, I'm totally kidding. It's probably the balance of just time and when to push and pull as a leader, and how to handle certain situations in a locker room, and obviously on the football stuff on the field is challenging as itself, but outside of that, just handling daily life and your time management, and still trying to be a great husband and son and brother, and at the same time be a great teammate, and that's the part that you try to balance, and I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of that, but it's always a challenge.
Lastly, Doug had mentioned to me the other day that for the first time he tried the cold plunge. I'm wondering, is Jared Goff a cold plunge guy?
Yeah, I do. I do like the cold plunge, and there was a time where I was doing it a little bit more consistently than I am right now, and you guys are giving me a little kick in the butt. Then I guess I got to go do it. But yeah, I will certainly be doing it this week on our recovery week, rest week, and getting my body back. But yeah, no, I am a fan of it, and think you guys should do it more often. You guys should try doing it every day. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to happen. I tried it once, and it was excruciating. But final thing for me, I lied, Jared. I got one more thing because I think it's important. Being at home, the difference the fans make. Talking to the fans right now, tell them what it's like playing at Ford Field as the Lions quarterback.
Yeah, we have the best fans in the world, and it's such an advantage for us being in front of them, and the energy and passion they bring, and the feelings they give us pregame, during the game, the whole thing. It's such an insane atmosphere, and that's not even to mention the false starts and the delay games that they're causing, and so they know it, but they're certainly helping us win a lot of these games, and to get this home field advantage and to be in front of them and to give them that reward, I guess, to come out and help us win these games is all you can ask for. And I know they'll be fired up, and whatever it is 2 weeks from now, and we'll be ready to go too. But can't wait to play in front of them for 2 more games.
Jared, appreciate your time, and I think given all that you've done for Detroit, I think the least Gator and I can do is do the cold plunge.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, we'll commit. We'll commit.
Every day. It's not supposed to be easy. That's why it's good for you,
There you go.
Thanks for your time. Good luck. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There he is, Lions quarterback Jared Goff joins us every Tuesday. What a great way to start the show. Lot to unpack there, and we will get to that next. Any impressions you have? Because I noticed something. I just looked down at the video feed. One of the questions had people going, oh. I don't know if it's a correct interpretation, but we'll get to that at 10:20. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Lions quarterback Jared Goff there. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. So bye week, playoff, postseason. Lions told us 10 a.m. for Jared Goff. So we got him on right out of the gate, and that was great. It's funny, you think back to when he first got here, and that first season, we talked to the Lions quarterback every week, and we kind of, it was tough. It was tough, and I remember like week 7, week 8, he had a play, and we kind of pressed him on it a little bit. It was a 4th down play, and he just threw it out of bounds. And he's like, yeah, it was one of the first times we heard Goff, get admit, yeah, I got to do better. And he knew it, and we've come to get used to that when things go wrong. But the other thing is, we were pressing him on a little bit, and he was sick of talking about it. I'm not mad at him or anything. It's just kind of part of the job. And he's always been so honest, and really, I like when he asks us questions. Like a couple times to say, "What do you mean?" And like today, even today, Ben Johnson, what have you heard?
Right.
But that's what led to, I looked down at the Twitch feed and some people were like, ooh, he knows something. Like there's a chance, like, is he coming back? Did you take it that there might be a chance he's coming back?
I kind of did.
Did you?
Yeah. I did.
Because I didn't.
Well, I mean, the way he said, it was kind of like, he knows, he's got inside info, or like, look, I think regardless of what his reaction is, my thought going into this whole thing with Ben Johnson is it's going to take a hell of an offer and situation for him to want to leave Detroit. And, if you're really going to want to pry him away, it's probably the money is really going to have to be strong, because I'm not sure any of these situations is all that great given what the strife that there is with upper management with some of these openings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to go into Jacksonville and say, oh, that's a perfect situation for me, because ownership seems crazy there. You go with the Patriots, and, they just fired the coach after 1 year. So how good does that look? And, this is life after Belichick, and that's not working out so well. And, it's the Jets seem like that's a disaster. You wouldn't go there. So it comes down to the Bears and the Saints. And the Bears as an organization, they've been a train wreck. So do you want to do that? And, with New Orleans, who are you working with New Orleans? Derek Carr? So I'm not sure any of these 5 situations that present themselves right now are great. I mean, my gut would tell me it's the Bears, but if you can't work with the front office with the Bears and come together on exactly what you think is the right situation, then walk away.
Kang, what was your interpretation of that?
That definitely caught my attention. I'm not going to lie. And I'm a guy who thinks like, hey, at some point in your career, the opportunity is too good to pass up, especially if you want to test yourself. It's been a goal of yours. The money is much better as a head coach than as an assistant, no matter how many raises you get as an assistant. But when Jared said, he's had interviews before, hasn't he? And he was quick, and he's comfortable with us now, and he's funny, and it was a great interview, but he was quick with that, and I thought, it's true. I mean, he's had interviews before, and guess what? He came back. What's to say he doesn't do the same thing this time? Now, there might be better opportunities, better position, maybe even higher pay this time around, but I think Jared brings up a good point. Hey, he's had interviews before. He chose to come back. He could do, basically he was saying he could do it again. And he knows that, hey, they're obviously they're close, and he wants the best for Ben Johnson. If that's the coach somewhere else, that's what Ben's going to do. But I think the fact that the door is not completely slammed, at least in his mind, I'm not slamming it in my mind either.
I interpreted that as you put a pin in it, remember the moment, but you don't even, I don't draw any conclusions from it. But if we find out that Ben Johnson has turned down all offers and will stay, we'll go back to January 7th
right.
when we talked to Goff going, we should have known. Now, I found a list of what NFL assistant coaches, highest paid NFL assistant coaches, which was updated on November 15th.
Okay.
The highest paid, it's actually just the highest paid offensive coordinators. Todd Monken and Mike Kafka each make $3 million at Baltimore and the Giants. Then Kellen Moore, 2.5. Ken Dorsey, 2.3.
He gone.
Nathaniel Hackett, 2.2. Arthur Smith and Ben Johnson tied for 6 at $2 million. So here's the easy button. Ben will double your salary.
That is an easy button.
Yep. I mean, there's no salary cap on what you pay coaches.
No, but if you're Ben Johnson and you're going through this, look, obviously he doesn't want the distractions. He wants to see this thing through. And then,
Sure.
I mean, I would assume every coordinator in a situation that he's in right now with a team in the playoffs that has a really good chance of winning it all, you'd rather just talk to me on February 12th,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
know the
thing
game's
is,
on the 9th, the Super Bowl's on the 9th. Unless our season ends earlier, then I'll talk to you afterwards. But I don't want to talk now, and yet he has to. You've got a window of opportunity. You got to do these initial interviews now. It's brutal, but at the same time, he's in a great position because if this team does achieve their goals, he can demand kind of whatever he wants if he wants to stay. If he doesn't want to leave one of these other jobs as a head coach, I would imagine that he could at least double what he's getting paid as a coordinator here in Detroit. And I don't think that the Fords would say no.
Well, he's been granted. They've been granted permission to do interviews, Zoom interviews, virtual interviews. I think it's Thursday through Saturday, so he and Aaron Glenn can do whatever they want Thursday through Saturday. But then it's obviously back to work, and I'm sure they're going to be working throughout these interviews. But Kang asked me a question today. Do you ever remember a time where Detroit loved assistant coaches the way they love Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn? I mean, who are the
now
most?
with the Lions, I mean, there was a slight love affair with Jim Bob Cooter.
Yeah.
That
Was it just the name?
the Cooter love didn't last that long.
I think it was about 60% name, 40% the
Right.
job he was doing at the time.
Well, but remember, Stafford wanted him back and all that stuff. But nothing like this. I mean, it's both guys. Everybody loves both guys.
Fetter. Chris Fetter.
Fetter's a
Fetter,
good
okay,
one.
Fetter's a good
That's
answer.
A lot of
one.
Fetter love.
Yep.
Fetter's in that
Fetter
category.
made.
Fetter made.
Yeah, not with the NBA, not with the NHL. Can't see that.
Nah,
with the
I'm
Wings
not
or
going to
Pistons.
go all ancient, but there are guys in the past, way back, but nothing like this in modern.
Not like this. I mean, there were guys who were beloved in the past, Sparky's crew, but not
That's
like.
where I was trying not to go.
But it doesn't compare.
No.
I mean, these are guys that are legitimate head coaching candidates. Dick Trzaskowski and the like. It's not like, are we going to lose Trixie to the Milwaukee Brewers in the offseason? No, this is legitimate stuff here. Are they going to lose Ben Johnson to the Bears? They're going to lose Aaron Glenn to the Jets or to the Saints? And the answer is they could very well lose both. But I love Goff's response to that was so quick. And, I think that there is a lot. I mean, you have to think about it. There's a lot of calculation that goes into it. And what I said, there's not an ideal situation for you to head into right now. And there rarely is. I mean, because teams are looking for head coaches. I mean, 95%
They usually
of them because those teams suck.
Yep.
Occasionally
He's
you got
laid out his very public parameters, like almost creating a job that doesn't exist. It's got to be a perfect situation.
Well, it's like if Andy Reid decided to retire. Okay, that's a pretty good situation to walk
That's
into.
a good situation. What about if Tomlin actually does leave Pittsburgh? There's some talk about teams trying to trade for him.
Yeah, I mean, the Kevin O'Connell stuff was interesting to hear. Mike McCarthy, if the Bears want to interview him from Dallas, even though he's still under contract for another week or whatever it is, I mean, I don't know if you want to go and work for Jerry, but there are situations that are better than the 5 that are open right now.
All right, your thoughts and your reaction to Jared Goff joining us right out of the gate here on Karsch and Anderson. We will get to your phone calls and feedback next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Glad to be with you on a Tuesday. Got the show off on the right foot with Jared Goff. If you missed it, he usually joins us at 10:30, but his schedule had 10 o'clock, which is fine with us. We'll replay it later for people who missed it. He was really insightful. A lot of people are drawing some conclusions. Like I said, I think we put a pin in what he had to say about Ben Johnson because some people hear that and think, ooh, he's coming back. I don't know about that, but.
Gator, I know you don't like the movie, but, I mean, we'd all love to see the Wolf of Wall Street meme. As soon as Ben Johnson says, I'm not, I'm taking my name out of the head coaching, any candidate, don't put me in it anymore. I'm out. I'm staying here. I ain't going anywhere.
Right. Yeah. And I don't.
I ain't leaving.
I don't like the movie, but that would be appropriate here. Yes. Yes.
You would like it then.
I'm not leaving.
I ain't leaving.
I ain't leaving.
For those of us who didn't see the movie, is there significance to this, or he just?
Well, I mean, the significance is that Jordan Belfort, who is the portrayal by Leonardo DiCaprio in the movie, who's a Wall Street guy who just scammed people out to get millions and millions of dollars with his company, was being investigated by the FBI, and they thought that he was gonna have to leave, and then he meets with his company, and then he decides on the spot, I ain't leaving, I'm not going, and everybody goes nuts. People are popping champagne bottles the whole bit. It's fantastic. It's a great scene. Yes, I think we are all hoping that that's the same thing that goes on here. Is that Ben Johnson comes in front of the team and says, "Guys, I got to let you know, after meeting with 3 teams this week, and I ain't leaving."
And the whole place goes nuts.
And it would go nuts.
Nuts.
Oh, man, can you imagine? They would have to have cameras for something like that.
Feedback coming in. Goff talk like he knew something about Ben Johnson. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, they know they got unfinished business here right now.
Yep.
And that's why, they're very focused on the next game. So they get the next game. And then that game. So they get the next game.
Jim in Onondaga. Goff even said Ben knows I'd like one more year with him. I think he knows something we don't know. At least I hope so. 248-539-9797. Mitch, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on here.
Sure.
I don't want it to get lost in the sauce. Sheila is the foundation, the fundamental reason for the instigation of all this change. We all spent, and you guys have spent a lot longer time than I have rooting for this team, hoping for success. I don't want it to get lost in the sauce that Sheila is the reason for all this. And you guys play the drop all the time. It's hilarious. The first time she ever got up in front of the fans, and to bring Calvin and Barry back and put Calvin in the Ring of Honor, to get in front of those fans when her mother and father never did for decades, and just wear the merciless impatience of the fans as they booed her up there. She deserves a lot of commendation for having the courage to get up there and do that, to stick to her guns when things didn't go right at the start. And I'm asking you right now, Sheila Ford Hamp, please pay these men as much as a head coach. Keep them around. Last I checked on Google, there is no salary cap for coaches, and they're the most sought-after coaches in the league. Make them feel valued. Make them stay here. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart, guys. We have a dynastic opportunity. Let's make it work. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it'd be awesome, and we'd all be on board. It's not our money to spend, and of course, if we are allowed to spend it, I'd love to keep them. But here's what you can't maybe put a price on sometimes, and that's what somebody's ambition is. You don't know what their lifelong goals are and their lifelong dreams are, and if it's to be a head football coach in the NFL, and that opportunity is there for them, cheer them on and to go get that. I mean, of course, you'd like them to stay. And if money is the deciding factor, then let money be the deciding factor, I guess. But, you can't stop somebody from reaching for their goals.
No, and I mean, I made her my champ of the weekend yesterday. And I go back to the date was October. This doesn't feel like that long ago. It feels like eons ago, and yet on the calendar, it's not that long ago. I'm looking at a story from October 26th of 2022. Okay? And her quote is, "We've got 11 more games to go, so I just don't want to ruin it. Push the panic button, give up the ship, because I think we've got the right people in place to pull this off, and I truly believe that. And I wouldn't say that if I didn't believe it." And this was her stepping in front of the media. Another quote, "We're going to turn this thing around the right way." This is October 26th of 2022.
And then they went 8-3.
At the time, the Detroit Lions were 1-5.
and lost the next game.
Lost the next game.
And then went 8-2.
Yep.
Then 12-5.
And
15-2.
Have been an absolute juggernaut ever since. And, you know, I've told this story before, so I apologize if it's a repeat for some people, but, you know, when they put Calvin, I think it was when they put Calvin into the Ring of Honor, and she went out there to introduce him, and she got booed.
Oh, yeah.
And I was told that, you know, she left, she stood there and took it, left, walked underneath, and you could tell it hurt. Now, whether that meant there were tears in her eyes or whether, I don't know. I just was told by an observer that was there that they said you could tell that it hurt her. And she kind of expected it was coming, but it was her job as the owner of the team to go out and to properly honor Calvin. And let's just say that this team is on the brink of bringing her cheers. I mean, like perhaps never, ever before, right?
No, and look, you know how I feel about her as an owner, and I absolutely 100% believe that she's the catalyst of what happened, because it's an extreme departure from what had happened prior to her taking over. You know, the fact that she's a woman, I think, matters because it breaks all the stereotypes that were out there. That, oh, great. So the daughter's going to take over the team. Great. You know, and the fans want the Fords to sell the team and all this, right? No. She took over because she had genuine interest in running the Detroit Lions. That's what she wanted to do. And all she's done since then is prove to everybody just how dedicated she is and how serious she is, and made the right decisions, and who she surrounded herself with, who she hired. And then, you know, trust those people to present her with options of who then should be the next hires. And it's worked out brilliantly, and she deserves a ton of the credit. When you get the big slice of pie or cake and you want to divvy it up, then I think she gets the biggest slice because she's the one that started it.
Okay, here's more. And again, this is from The Athletic. This is what she said that day. I know this is difficult. All right, so they are 1-5. It's year 2. I know this is difficult. Our rebuild is hard. We really believe in our process. We really believe we're going to turn this thing around the right way through the draft. It requires patience. It's frustrating. Am I frustrated? Absolutely. Are the fans frustrated? Absolutely. But I think we're really making progress. You know, you've seen it. It's just this was a huge teardown and then turnaround, you know, and we really were only a third of the way through the season. We got 11 more games to go. I mean, it's so funny looking back because what she said is now what we're all saying, and what I guess everybody hoped is that, yeah, we've got a draft ninja who's crushed it. It does take patience, and they did turn it around. And, you know, we were doing shows through all that time, and one of the great parts about Dan Campbell is that he's one of one. Right now, you see. There was a preseason speech that the head coach in Arizona made, and people are like, ooh, this is his Dan Campbell moment. And I'm like, are they really doing that? Are people really doing that? And they are. They're looking for who's the next Dan Campbell. And some writer in Arizona tried to comp Jonathan Gannon to Dan Campbell. And people are now, okay, who's the next Dan Campbell? But because he was one of one, we got calls at the time saying, nobody's done it like this. That you can't have this football caveman running a team. Who's done it? Who's won with a guy like this? And the best we came up with was kind of Ditka.
Right. But Ditka was such a hard ass. Like, Ditka wouldn't smile. Dan Campbell smiles. He laughs. He cries. He does it all with his team. He is one of a kind. Absolutely one of a kind. You can't come up with a comp.
And like we go through these. People call all the time and say, I didn't believe, or this, that, and the other, and they still have work to do. Let's be clear. Nobody needs to apologize or feel bad for that, because we've seen different things tried over and over and over again. And being skeptical of the Lions, it's okay. It's okay. And it's great now to see what's going on. It's just remarkable. More feedback coming in from the Jared Goff interview that opened the show today. We will get to that coming up next, plus your phone calls here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bill next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill. Bill.
Oh, hey, what's going on? Sorry about that, guys.
No, you're good.
You guys were talking about Sheila Ford Hamp, and the parallel that just has been ringing in my ears for the last few years was the owner of the Golden State Warriors a few years ago in 2012 got booed mercilessly at the Chris Mullins retirement jersey ceremony because they just traded Monte Ellis and just stood there and took it. And to me, it's like you had this owner who knew what was coming, who knew what the plan was, just hold on. I know the franchise sucks, but give me one more minute. Just give me one more minute. You'll see what the vision is. And honest to God, just look at what the Golden State Warriors have done over the last 10 years. And I feel this is very similar to what Sheila's been doing. Stood there and took the booze in front of everyone and is just basically pleading, listen, she knows more than anybody what the fan base has gone through, what her family has gone through. And if anyone wants to get it right more than anyone else, it's definitely her. So, I mean, yeah, hats off to her for making the right moves. But my goodness, I feel like, if we can go on the Golden State Warriors run over these next 10 years, do it, lady. Just do it.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, look, I think the standard bearer in professional football has been the Steelers. Like, they hire the right people, they get out of the way, and those people crush it. And
it's culture. It's all culture, though.
Yep.
It's just culture. So.
Yep.
Well, they've had 3 head coaches since like 1974 or whatever it is. It's amazing what Pittsburgh has done with the continuity and stability of that organization. Doug, as you always point out, that yet they were the laughingstock in the NFL
forever.
Prior to being able to turn things around with Chuck Noll and then a draft that yields like 4 Hall of Famers, and then next thing you know, they're set up. But to be able to maintain that in today's
they
NFL
haven't even won one Super
is
Bowl yet,
unbelievable.
and so what this feels as though the blueprint is there for a repeated pattern of success because of the people in charge, because of the way that they've structured this thing, and because of if. I mean, there's no reason to believe that Brad Holmes isn't the draft ninja we all think he is, but they're going to start peeling away at some of the foundational pieces, right? I mean, we just talked about the interview with Goff, and we mentioned Ben Johnson and his job stuff, and it's really interesting. We'll replay it later for people to hear it, but some people interpreted Goff's response. First, he was facetious,
right.
But then, they interpreted his response saying there's a chance he will come back, and maybe there is. And it would be, we always talk about, Tigers ownership with a gesture. There is no reason that if let's just say Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson get offered nothing, okay? Let's say they don't get offered a job.
All right.
And their only choice is to come back. They still should be the highest paid coordinators.
I would agree with you. I think they've earned that,
And there's the gesture. Now,
somebody else is earning himself a raise too, and that's the head coach.
Yeah.
And also the GM.
Dude,
I mean, there's money that can go all around to reward people, and this is then you start getting the business side of things, and like, all right, slow your roll. I know everybody wants to pay more money, but hold on.
Well, what's funny about it is you go back to the head coach. How things have changed. When he got hired, do you remember one of the naysayers? One of the biggest issues they had
was the length of the contract.
Who gets a 6-year contract?
Thank you. It's a 6-year contract.
Yes.
Well, they already redid it. I was hoping it would be a 60-year contract at this point. But yeah, and Holmes has got his extension already too. It doesn't mean they're not going to get another one. But I think the fear with fans and losing Ben Johnson or Aaron Glenn or both of them is Dan Campbell is truly a leader of men in that locker room. He lets his coordinators do their job, and he leads the entire team. Dan Campbell does. If he loses one of those coordinators, I think you worry about who's going to take their spot next, because if you look at the teams that have won Super Bowls, whether it's the Chiefs with Andy Reid, he calls the offense. So if they lose Bieniemy and Nagy, whoever the offensive coordinator is, Andy Reid's still there. When it was the Patriots, Bill Belichick called the defense. He stayed, even though they lost the defensive coordinators, whatever. When and if Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn leave, he doesn't take over the offensive coordinator job. He's going to do his job still. It's who's next in line, who do they hire outside the organization, whatever. I think that's the kind of fear, we have about losing those 2 coordinators.
248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Happy New Year, boys. How much of Ben Johnson's decision depends on the outcome of our season? Win Super Bowl, higher chance of leaving than maybe losing in the NFC Championship game. That's from Arizona. Eric.
I would imagine that would probably be true because you've accomplished what you want to accomplish, and now you can move on to the next stage of your career. But I don't know what's inside for either of those candidates.
Ron in Utica says, Ben Johnson, young man, young family. Does he really want 16-hour days? If he bolts, I hope it's to the AFC Jags or Cincinnati. Please, not the NFC. It's from Ron in Utica.
Do you think he doesn't work as much already?
I think he works a ton.
I think these guys are workaholics. You have to be as a coach to be successful.
Hans, the Uber driver. The longer Ben waits, the more likely he doesn't get a head coaching job. Remember when Bieniemy was a hot name? Where is he now?
Well, Bieniemy had some baggage that came with him. So in order for him to get considered, he had to leave and go elsewhere. Where is he? He is a coordinator with a college team right now.
Didn't he just get fired?
It was a little. There's two sides of this story. One side says that was his length. He was only going to be there for that amount of time, and then the other side is we let him go type deal. So either way, I think it was UCLA or somebody.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, he was the assistant head coach, offensive coordinator at UCLA.
Yeah, but his time there is done now. But I think the point of the texter also is you strike while the iron's hot. You're not going to be hot forever necessarily. You don't know what's going to happen next year and the year after that. So if you get an opportunity and you want to be a head coach and you like the opportunity, you should take it.
Chris is in Detroit and next year on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Good. I wanted to piggyback off the Sheila getting booed and talk about maybe a Tom Gore's redemption moment coming, looking at how the team has been bashed over the last, ever since he took ownership. And now it's looking like the team is turning around. Got a new GM and a new coach and competent players, and things is looking better. And also I wanted to ask Gator if he caught Hulk Hogan getting booed mercilessly last night on Raw and what he thought about that.
I didn't watch Raw. It was on Netflix, but I just saw there was a story that TMZ had posted about it, and I'm not surprised. Not surprised.
He believe they brought him out there.
I mean, look, I guess they brought a bunch of legends out there, and Hulk is certainly a legend in the wrestling world, but I think Hulk has also rubbed a lot of people the wrong way for stuff inside the ring and outside the ring for years. So I'm not surprised at all that he gets that kind of reception. I mean, he's a polarizing guy these days. He was polarizing when he came in studio here like 6 months ago too. It was weird.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That's what he was doing last night. He was pitching his beer.
Yeah, don't do that.
They let him pitch his beer.
I'm stunned that they let him do that in a wrestling arena. Because the fans are smarter than that. They don't want that. They want to be entertained. They don't want the advertising.
Well, we got to get guys. We got to get Kenny's take later on Netflix Raw last night, the debut, because Kenny's a big wrestling guy. He watched it.
Good. No, I'm looking forward to it. As far as the Pistons are concerned, what's interesting is...
You mean the 500 Detroit Pistons?
The 500 Detroit Pistons, and we have carved out time for them later in the show. It's a lot of Troy Weaver's draft picks here. I don't know what that was.
Sorry.
Was that a hot take of some kind? It's Troy Weaver's draft picks. This is how something becomes a thing. Is that what we're going to do if there's a hot take? We play that
I don't think
guitar
so.
riff.
You have a hot take, though?
Not really. It's just it's Troy Weaver's draft picks, and guys are starting to come around. Well, and they lose Jaden Ivey, and that's obviously a huge blow, but Cade is what he is.
Yeah, Cade was the first player taken in the draft.
That
was the guy you're supposed to take first.
And they're
overall.
still insanely young. But again, we've carved out time for them later. I hope you're right. I mean, they're 500. That is no joke.
This is January 7th.
They are 3 games into the playoffs.
They're on a 4-game win streak, Doug.
Now, there's a lot of basketball to be played. Is a 4-game win streak? Does that mean you shoot the boot?
It wasn't a shoot the boot. It was a lunch bet. And can you go with getting Doug some lunch?
What was the bet?
Wasn't it the 3 in a row? They've done this.
Oh,
twice
we do
now.
the opposite. I thought he just put it out there on his own this year. But I mean, I don't.
I'm trying to spin this
Yeah,
to
I
my
know.
benefit in some way. I never thought this would get any traction.
Yeah.
Yes, buy me lunch.
I have no. Look, the Pistons keep winning. I have no problem. I love it. I think this is great because they're well. We'll get to it later, but they're a fun team to watch now.
You heard it. Every time the Pistons win, Gator buys Doug lunch. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls.
My choice.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. heavy voting yesterday for Champ and Chump of the Weekend. It's been posted on our website, 971theticket.com, and we've sent out a link via Twitter. Carson Anderson, if you follow us on Twitter, at Doug and Gator 971. Go see who the people voted as Champ and Chump of the Weekend, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Sam in Shelby Township. Hi, Sam.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
So my thing comes out to be with assistants is if you trust Brad Holmes and if you trust Dan Campbell, they're always going to make the right decision for this team. Yes, they bring in Ben Johnson. Yes, they bring in Aaron Glenn. But there's going to be a lot of assistants this year that are going to be let go. Like right now, I think Seattle just let go of their defensive coordinator. There's going to be former head coaches that were offensive minded that are not going to be head coaches right away. You know, so like I think especially with the way our team is set up and the players that we have, we're going to get the cream of the crop because everybody wants to come to a team that has the players that we have, especially an offensive minded guru. Like I don't think Ben. I hate to say it, he's a great assistant coach. Doesn't mean you're going to cut it as a head coach.
No, it doesn't, and I would wish him luck if he's gonna go. But I
only
certainly
if he's in the AFC. If he's in the NFC,
right.
screw that.
Yeah, I don't want to see him in the division. But
I don't want to see him go to Chicago.
No, I don't even want to see
that. That would be the only thing that would kill me.
But Sam, I think you're
But
right.
I really do
the
think
Lions
he's
will
going to New England.
The Lions will be able to find somebody, whether they promote from within or if they want to go outside the organization. If one of these guys leaves to become a head coach somewhere else, I'm not worried about it necessarily. I'm actually less worried about it if it's Ben Johnson that goes because I think they've worked with this offense for a while here, and Dan Campbell actually took it over when Anthony Lynn was let go. So I think it's kind of Dan Campbell's offense that Ben Johnson has changed dramatically, but they've worked together enough. I'm not worried about that. Aaron Glenn, on the other side, that's tough, man. If they lose him because of what he's done with this team, is nothing short of astonishing. But to the caller's point, Doug, there are plenty of guys out there that have pedigrees of being really good defensive coordinators and given a chance to be head coaches and failed, like Robert Saleh, somebody like that, that they could fill the shoes if they're going to leave. Let's just hope they don't leave.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to leave the coordinator positions vacant if both guys leave. I understand they're going to get somebody else, whether they promote within or go out and get someone from outside the organization. My question or fear is, and it's not a huge fear or anything, is those guys, they're not as good as Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and the train doesn't keep running smoothly as it is now. Ask the Eagles how it went the very first year. They lost both their coordinators. Not good. They actually fired their coordinators the following year. So, yes, it's going to be a coveted job. Yes, I trust Campbell. I trust Holmes. But I'm just saying it's not like, well, we just move on to the next. I don't think it's that easy is what I'm saying. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, I'm just giving them credit. I'm giving them their flowers. They're incredible at what they do.
You can stream the show on twitch.tv where you can see us. Same thing, youtube.com. I just looked down at YouTube and there's a post here from Number One Common Sense. Give Dan Campbell $20 million. Give Ben Johnson $10 million. Give Aaron Glenn $10 million. Give Brad $10 million. All money well spent. Highest paid coordinator in the NFL right now makes like $3.2 million. You don't have to give him.
You do if you don't want to be a head coach.
That's funny. Let's go to Brian. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. Boy, it's so easy to spend other people's money, isn't it?
Yeah, love it.
Hey, so I was at a game earlier this year, and something really cool happened. There was a halftime ceremony that Sheila presided over, and it might have been somebody going in the Ring of Honor. I can't remember. But when she was introduced, boy, the ovation that she got was absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there was not one person. But it was really very moving. I mean, it almost brought a tear to my eye. It was so cool to witness. And so it really kind of underscores the transformation that she has undergone in terms of, her how people look at her in the public eye. That's the first point I wanted. The other thing was, the real unsung hero in this has been Chris Spielman. And I don't know exactly what his influence was, in the hiring of Brad Holmes and bringing on Dan Campbell, but I know it was substantial. It was significant. And I don't think enough credit goes to him and his efforts in bringing this all together.
Well, there's no doubt that he has some influence, and I would speculate, I think, pretty assuredly that it is a significant influence, especially at the beginning. He's always we've been out to practices. He's there, and he's watching, and everybody on the food chain deserves credit for getting this number one seed. Obviously, there's still work to be done. We cannot emphasize that enough. But because we have a week off here, we're going to bask in the glow here a little bit of where they are. But, Chris Spielman, he got a vote for champ of the weekend yesterday.
He's done an amazing job of not letting anybody really know what he does. He
loves downplaying his influence.
He does not want the spotlight. He does not want to take credit for anything. So it's all left up to speculation from everybody about what it is he does. And all he's ever said is, well, I'm just here for Sheila, whatever she needs. And that I'm here to facilitate that. And I love our speculation about it. I mean, my speculation is that, she leans on him. What do we do? The first moves. What do we do? What do we need to change? And my guess is Spielman said we need to change the culture. We need to think like a different kind of team. Well, how do we do that? Well, here's how you do it. A, B, C through Z, right? And then they go out and find people to do it. And I think he has tremendous influence in terms of going out and finding those people, Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes specifically. And it was Campbell before Holmes.
His network includes his brother, who was a GM in this league and now is serving in a eerily similar role with the Washington Commanders. Just kind of right-hand man. Professional right-hand man. 248-539-9797. Herb in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Herb.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Listen, on the Ben Johnson thing, and for a point, Aaron Glenn maybe, I think, the whatever organization they go to has got to be, because you can go somewhere because it's an opening, but do you have the same kind of dedication to your players and dedication to your organization as the Lions have shown in the last few years? Do you have the type of people above you, general manager, that can evaluate talent, and not only evaluate talent, but are you willing to retain the talent? Because some organizations aren't, no matter what, they're not going to pay to retain the talent. Detroit seems like they're willing to retain the talent, and we're going to keep giving you talent on the field. So it's so much more than just going to say, I'm going to be the head coach. And who knows, do they want to deal with that aspect of it?
Well, you got to consider all factors, yes. Who do you want to work for?
Right, and who you want to work for. And also, if they both leave, the track record of Dan Campbell and, like my man mentioned, Spielman and the whole organization with Holmes, who we bring in. I don't care how good of a coach you are, if your attitude and your dedication to the game does not fit how we perceive it should fit, we're not going to bring you in. We'll get a lesser name that has more potential to fit our culture and to fit what we're doing, as opposed to just getting a big name. But I think if Aaron Glenn leaves, I do believe that Saleh may probably be the next defensive coordinator.
It could be.
That's my bold prediction.
Okay, you're on the record, Herb. You do bring up a great point. They put a lot of time and effort to vetting the players to make sure that they've got guys that fit. Why would we ever believe they wouldn't do the same thing with assistant coach hires?
I'm sure they would.
So Herb's right. The process that we should trust when it comes to bringing players into the locker room, we should also trust when it comes to bringing in the guys calling the shots. He's right.
Might be even more scrutinized.
And it probably should be.
Because they're going to have the influence over the players they bring in.
Ricardo is next on 97. On hold. Where do you think Ricardo works?
I don't think it works anywhere. I think this is just music that's on phones now. I don't think this is like, because if it were a work situation, there would be a voiceover letting you know.
Well, we can leave it out.
Comerica Bank values your patience.
Yeah,
you
we can put him back on. We can bring him back on the air and see if that comes up. I'm going wellness spa. I think it's a wellness spa.
Wellness spa.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Maybe get a little of that pure oxygen. Probably a cold tub. Might be some red light therapy there.
Oh, red light therapy.
Yeah, yep. So
is that like the red light district? Oh,
he's there. He's still.
It's a different feel. It's a different beat.
It's a little more upbeat. Ricardo, are you there?
Ricardo.
Huh?
You're doing fantastic.
Hello?
Hello,
Hi, Ricardo.
How are you?
You're on the air.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, guys. I was on the phone with my mom, man.
How's she doing?
All right, Mom
But
takes
anyway,
priority. No, fair enough. Mom takes priority.
Happy New Year to you guys, man.
You as well.
Man, this has just been incredible, man. I'll be 62 in about 3 days, and I've been through all the ups and downs with the Lions. Even my family, they call me a jock because that's all I do is watch sports and think about sports all day. That's my that's how I enjoy my day. But just getting to some real quick points, I just wanted to speak on Sheila. This lady has transformed our whole city. She's responsible for bringing in Brad and bringing in Dan and just her whole attitude and everything. This lady needs to be commended for her part in this whole success that we're having. Even if these two guys leave out, if you're being, which I wish them the best, him and Davis, I guess that's everybody's thing is to, go further and everything. But I don't think it's going to stop us. I think we're still going to be who we are, man. Just a great time right now, man. That's all.
All right, thanks, Ricardo.
Appreciate it, and you're right. She deserves a ton of credit, and it's actually kind of cool because on my show sheet, neither of our show sheets was there anything about Sheila. This has come up organically, and Detroit, it's a collective. There's a lot of thank yous going on for showing the patience and really just hiring the right people, because the Ford family actually always showed patience. They always did, but they had the wrong people in place, so all it did was dig the hole deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yeah, there's patience and there's loyalty, and then there's what Sheila's done.
Gator did speculate about somebody you think we might lose.
Yeah.
That hasn't been mentioned yet. We'll get to that today at 11:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, your garage door is making a funny sound. Are they a little sluggish? Whatever the case is with them, make sure that you go and call the right people. That's Precision Garage Door. They'll come by, they'll check out your garage doors, they'll do general maintenance if that's the case. But in my case, recently, I need to get those doors replaced. And I knew these were the guys to call because they had told me a couple years earlier, you're probably going to have to get them replaced. They were amazing. Precision Garage Door Service, a real human answers the phone. They schedule appointments right away, and then it's off to getting things done for you. And that's exactly what happened. Jeff and the whole crew were at my house. They assessed the situation. We picked out doors that were perfect for my house, and I couldn't be happier. So if you need new garage doors, do what I did, and call the experts, Precision Garage Door, today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit their website at precisiondoormi.com.
Jared Goff joined us to open the show. If you missed it, we'll replay it later. 248-539-9797. Good to talk to the Lions quarterback, the division-winning #1 seed. And as he mentioned at the beginning, still work to be done. This is, forgive us for basking in the glow of, for the first time, Gator being a #1 seed. And for the first time I can remember, has they ever won back-to-back division championships in our lifetime?
Well, no, because that would have meant they would have hosted back-to-back years of playoff games. I don't think they did that in the 90s.
I don't think they did either, but I have to double-check that. Anyway, the point being, we're just going to sit back and breathe it all in here for a couple days. A lot of feedback coming in on the Ben Johnson discussion. Ben Johnson will wait another year and take over for Andy Reid in Kansas City. That's from an unnamed texter. I don't want Ben to leave, but there's never really a, quote, perfect situation when there's a head coaching vacancy, or there probably wouldn't be a vacancy. Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, and Caleb Williams are probably three of the best quarterback situations you can walk into. So I'd argue that this is the perfect opportunity for him to leave. Still hope he doesn't, obviously. Next text, Ben Johnson equals Wolf of Woodward.
Yep.
Instead
of Wolf of Wall Street.
I'm staying. If Ben Johnson or Glenn wind up in Chicago, I'm going to consider them a traitor and hate the individual for the rest of my life. No matter what he does, they need to not go in the division. That's from TT. I do not endorse that. I do not endorse that take. 248-539-9797. Nathan is next. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, guys. First time, long time.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, so mad props to Detroit Lions and what they've done, and the Detroit gloves that we've had on this season, wondering if we could possibly lose a game that we probably shouldn't lose. But I'm going to give it up to Jahmyr Gibbs, because I've been watching that kid for the last couple of years, and when they were asking, can he step up, I started laughing, to be honest with you. And he showed up last game.
Well, he showed up all season long, and I think the question about him is just durability. Does the NFL allow itself to have? Is this the new norm where the running backs are going to be these durable backs that can play 17 games in a season and handle that kind of workload? And there are a couple guys that have shown that that's what they can do, but they're few and far between. When they had to put the workload on Jahmyr Gibbs over the last several weeks with Montgomery out, he's handled it. It's not an ideal situation because you worry about the longevity and sustainability of it. However, while it's happening, you just want him to keep getting the ball because he's explosive.
Yeah, he's been my most favorite player to watch, and the splitting the runs with Montgomery, every time Gibbs got the ball the last 3 years, I just been
2 years.
Just can't wait to see what he does with it. But I just wanted to touch on one subject real quick. This is what I came up with. Is the Pistons. I watched beat the Blazers last night. I watched a recap for the first time in a few years because it's been hard to watch.
Right.
But they have a team this year, and Cade is looking like he's coming through. Here's my point. Campbell, with the biting off the kneecaps quote, the Red Wings, the Pistons, Campbell is coaching our entire sports field. Like, the Tigers did well this year. Our fan base is there. We are ready to step up. We never left the Tigers. We never left the Pistons. I've been here since 89, so I've been watching all the championships. What the Pistons, the Red Wings.
Oh. Got to get there. Jaws is going to get you. Got to get there quicker.
Do we just have Dan Campbell on?
He preceded the last 90 seconds of that by saying one more thing real quick.
Is there a Dan Campbell effect on the other teams? Well, Dusty May of Michigan says so.
I don't know.
He says he's taken some things as some something away from what Dan Campbell's approach is. Look, has it affected the rest of the teams? I don't know.
Didn't Lalone say the same thing?
I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Where's he?
Yeah. Look, is it exciting to see that the Pistons are playing well right now? Yes. The Red Wings are on a 4-game winning streak? Yes. Tigers made the playoffs and won a playoff series. It's awesome to get it all back, and let's keep it going and actually have some sustainability with this would be amazing.
I looked out at Twitch and YouTube, and my favorite response was from a guy named Juan on YouTube who wrote, "Land the plane, brother."
That was a Fast and Furious runway there.
Yeah, it kept going and going
It kept going.
Let's go to Carlos next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Carlos.
Yes, good morning. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate it.
I just wanted to mention if Sheila Ford, this is maybe considered a long-term goal. I mean, do you want to build a dynasty or not? My wish is to, bring together Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson, either separately or together. And before they do an exit interview, just get them together and say, hey, long-term plan is to build a dynasty. What do you guys want? We want to keep you. At least make that
right. But Carlos, what if their answer? What if their answer is, what do I want? I want to be a head coach, and they both want that. I mean, that you can't. I mean, it's easy to say let's throw money at the situation, but again, it's about what each person wants. It's not necessarily about money. It's about career goals and achieving those goals and having the opportunity to get there. And the opportunities are here.
At least you got the collective that at least they made their last effort with them, got them together. They value them. And
well, let me ask you this: Do you think the Lions value Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson? Do you think the organization does, that Sheila Ford Hamp does?
Well, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, then wouldn't you think that would happen? Before that they know that they'd be taken care of.
Yeah, just to say, hey, do you want to have a long term here with a dynasty, or do you want to start all over with another team?
Well, dynasty. We're a long way away from. I get that there's a repeatability here. I want to tap the brakes a little bit at dynasty talk. I think they're set up to make runs. I think they can make a run.
There's a window here.
A 2, 3, 4, 5 year run here at this thing. But I just, the warning case is the 49ers, who just completed a 6-11 season, who've been in the mix. They've won a ton of games, but they haven't won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years. They've been there not to the Super Bowl, but they've been in the mix every year. Mm-hmm. Still got to finish the job here. And you can say to them, look, I wouldn't use the word dynasty. I would just say, we've got a system that's working. This is repeatable. We're going to be here. We want you to be a part of it. We're going to compensate you as such. Make you the highest paid coordinators in the league. And let's keep making runs at this thing. If you want to be a head coach, we'll help you get that job. We'll do our best to help you out. But at the end of the day, if you want to be a part of something special and repeatable, et cetera, then we're set up for your success. All right, you predicted somebody else might leave. We didn't get to it. Tell the people who you think might leave.
I think it comes from the front office, and I think it's John Dorsey, who has been an assistant with the Lions since 2021. Since coming over here, he's a senior personnel executive. He's a guy with GM experience. He was in Kansas City when they drafted Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Chris Jones and others, Kareem Hunt. He went on to Cleveland. They took Baker Mayfield. They drafted some all-pro players there as well before he moved on. And now he's with the Lions and came in with everybody else. And I think he is a guy that has a wealth of knowledge, and his track record is such that I'm surprised he hasn't already gotten jobs to be a GM again with somebody else. But now that he's been with the Lions throughout the Brad Holmes tenure and seeing how Brad Holmes has done things, I'm stunned. If I were an organization that I needed a GM, that's the guy I'd hire.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Curious what you have to say about my John Dorsey.
So I think it
theory.
makes sense. And I think about the way I've approached things and sometimes successfully and sometimes not. When thinking who the Lions should hire, all right, so what organizations are really good? Baltimore had Eric DeCosta. Well, you're not going to get Eric DeCosta. Could you get Joe Ortiz, who was, his director of player personnel? And Joe Ortiz was a part of, a lot of their drafting in Baltimore. They had a ton of success. And I was a Joe Ortiz fan. Well, the Lions didn't get Joe Ortiz. He's now the GM of the LA Chargers. The guy in Seattle is John Schneider. His right-hand man was Trent Kirchner. And so we're like, all right, can they get Trent Kirchner? And thought, well, that probably isn't going to work. And they didn't get Trent Kirchner, although I thought his name came up. Then we identified the Rams, Les Snead. Look at Les Snead's success, and we were like, God, they really crushed it in the draft without having first-round picks. Who is their director of college scouting? That was Brad Holmes. And that's how we came across the name Brad Holmes before he became, that was just on our wish list early on. And that's an example of it working. Another example is, okay, you're not going to get Sam Presti, the GM of the Oklahoma City Thunder, who's one of his his assistant GMs, this young guy, Troy Weaver. Right?
Well.
And so, it's sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the man next to the man, the right-hand man, can be a great hire. And Brad Holmes, turns out, has been a great hire.
Jim Nill working alongside Ken Holland and moving on to the bigger and better things.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Caleb on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Caleb.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All right, Caleb.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm a season ticket holder, and you guys were talking about that Sheila quote in 2022 and her getting booed. I was actually at the game that she got booed at in 2021, and even despite all the negativity the first year and a half under Campbell and this regime, you could tell things were different. The day she got booed, they actually played a really good game against Baltimore. Probably should have won. That was a 66-yard field goal that day. And it was the people that were around and that were there noticed it. I even think that Tony Romo said on a broadcast after we lost to the Cowboys in 22 that, to the Lions fans to hang in there, that he can sense that things are turning around. And now they finally have it. I'm sure you guys, because you guys were there, witnessed it as well, even if the general casual fans may not have been able to realize it.
So there were subtle signs that things might be turning around. And I got to tell you, Caleb, we knew that every time we talked about anything that might be positive with the Lions when they weren't, as good as they are now, was going to be met with eye rolls by many people in Detroit. And I wasn't mad at anybody, but it was, part of what we decided to do was reset the clock to zero anytime a new regime came in, and then let them cook and judge them for their time here and not hold against them what's happened in the past. But what selling fans hope that didn't come with wins and losses was a very difficult thing to do. But there were some signs. There were some signs that this thing could work out. And the biggest signs were, it was the players from the drafts that were making the plays. In retrospect, he fired Anthony Lynn midway through his first year as a head coach. I always want to know how quickly head coaches can pull the trigger on members of their staff, because I think it's important to figure out if you got the right people in place as quickly as possible and then make a move or stick by that guy. He let Anthony Lynn go, or he demoted him, I guess, and took over play calling. They let go of Aubrey Pleasant, which was he was considered a hot young name in the world of coaching, but he seems to have pulled a lot of the right strings. And there were some signs that this thing could be good with the players that were drafted making plays and some of the things that Dan Campbell was doing. I remember one thing, and I said this, it was about culture. And again, it's repeated information for you 24/7ers that listen to this show every day. But it was when he wasn't going to rely on making excuses, well, the ref screwed us and I'm going to send it into the league. And I thought maybe he doesn't want his players to think that what we did is good enough, because that doesn't do him any good. If you get a bad call against you, you still have to find a way to win the game. You don't get a parade down Woodward in a Super Bowl trophy if you lose a Super Bowl on a bad call. So he wants to let everybody know, I'm never going to use the refs for an excuse. As an excuse, we got to be better. And he wouldn't do it at the podium, and I'm sure he doesn't do it with his team because it doesn't help him win football games in the future. The one thing I got wrong about Dan Campbell is like he's going for it on fourth down because he knows he doesn't have as good a roster as the other guy. So he's got to try and coach up an advantage. Nope. That was wrong. He was going it on fourth down because it's in his DNA to go for it on fourth down.
What he does.
And now it's impacting other teams. Goff had a great the thing about nobody thought we were going to snap it against Green Bay, and then we did. And then this one against Minnesota, because we snapped it against Green Bay, our hard count worked against Minnesota.
Yeah, because they snap it against everybody, the hard count against Minnesota worked. That 100% went through my mind as they jumped offside. I'm like, wow, it worked, and it worked because that's Dan Campbell's influence.
Well, I didn't make the Green Bay correlation until today, so you were a step ahead of me, I guess. But
just I'm in saying that it seems like he always goes for it on fourth down. So here's one instance where he doesn't. It's literally the one time he doesn't do it.
248-539-9797. Joe is in Canton next. Hi, Joe.
Guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'll land the plane quickly today for you guys. As always, I always look at, what's going on, what could be happening. And I'm looking at if we do lose both our coordinators, the way this team comes together, supporting and loving their coaches, is there anyone that you guys see on offense, Scotty Montgomery, or anybody else, the passing coordinator that would be elevated to offensive coordinator, maybe Mark Brunell? And from the defensive side, we always hear good things about Shepard, the linebacker coach.
Yep.
So that's in-house, outside of the organization. If there are coaches that would be potential head coaches but don't get it, Mike Vrabel, Saleh, anybody else that's been let go, do you think they would be wanting to come to this team based the way it's built?
Joe, you're hitting on a bunch of my favorites. Vrabel and Saleh are two of them. I wondered about Scotty Montgomery when he was brought in and was given the title of assistant head coach. I always thought Brunell would be the guy that they'd be kind of grooming. And it already feels like they are grooming Kelvin Shepard, the linebacker coach, potentially as a future defensive coordinator. So, I'd like to add stuff, but Joe, you've kind of touched on all the major names.
Yeah, do you think that maybe one of the agreements, if they do leave, is not to raid our staff? If Johnson leaves, to go find someone. I mean, because the team loves our coordinators and obviously the coaches, but do you think that he would leave our coaches alone and go after someone else?
I think there's always kind of that unspoken rule that you don't bring guys with you. But
you have to give guys
they have to move up the ladder.
Yeah, they have to move up the ladder. You can't take if somebody's under contract with the Lions to be the quarterback coach, you can't just make him the quarterback coach there. You have to make him OC.
Right. But if you wanted to say like passing game coordinator Tanner Egstrom, do you want him to move up to be your OC if you're
right?
Yeah, then you can do that. But I hope not.
One last coach I wanted to get your opinion on is the new D-line coach that we got from Baltimore. I know we had a lot of injuries. I wanted to get your opinion. Tennessee, exactly. Thank you. About how he's been coaching the team. Yeah, Terrell Williams. So what his impact has been on the team. All right, I'm at the airport with the plane landed, so I'll let you guys take over.
Joe,
Thanks,
I think that we've heard nothing but good things about Terrell Williams.
Yeah,
and this past weekend would be, as much as we talk about what a great resume tape that is for Aaron Glenn, it's not a bad one for Terrell Williams either.
Look, I think all these guys, what they've done this year on the defensive side of the ball in particular, they can all feel very proud of what they've accomplished this season. For this team to give up only 20 points a game while they've been dealing with injuries that are literally an entire defensive team has been spending time on the sidelines with injury issues, it's incredible. The next man up mentality, getting these guys prepared to step into that role, putting them in positions to succeed, scheming it up so whatever is going to work that week works that week. And nothing screams more loudly than the resume on tape that they did on Sunday night against one of the best offenses in the National Football League, and they held them to 9 points and less than 300 yards. There were a couple of big splash plays, and beyond that, nothing. And that's a credit to the players for buying into what the coaches are selling them. That's a credit to Aaron Glenn for scheming it up and saying this is how we're going to attack things, and they executed, and it worked.
It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797. Jared Goff, 1230, hear what the quarterback has to say. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you get bonus bets back if you don't win. So not only you get a chance to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but there's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. The great playoff payoff. It's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Make sure you click that button at the top. Refund issued with non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Back to your phone calls and feedback in a minute. Gator, I'm doing something completely out of character. Something that I don't know that I've ever done this before. I've done it with movies. I've never done it with a TV show. I am now 3 episodes in to rewatching Severance. When I was younger, I'd go see a movie twice. Now I can't even begin to fathom what the point is, given that I don't see a movie once, let twice.
Yeah.
But Severance is I've endorsed this show. I love this show. It is a thinker, and it's on Apple TV. And I started watching it, and it was about a year ago, and I said to my wife, "Why don't you watch this first episode and tell me what you think?" And I'd already watched it, and she watched it. She goes, "Okay, I'm intrigued." So we kept going together. It was a husband-wife thing. We spent some quality time together. We got closer as a couple, strengthened the marriage.
Yeah.
But we watched Severance, and when I heard that they were coming out with a season 2, I'm like, okay, I think we should go back and watch season 1 again. So we're kind of up to speed on all the storylines. Because I'm not going to say it's confusing. It's not confusing, but you want to. I think I'm glad we're doing it. We're 3 episodes in, and I'm loving the show all over again. Have you ever rewatched an entire series of anything?
Not intentionally. Now, have I seen every episode of Friends like 10 times? Yeah, it feels like it anyway. The same 2.5 Men, and
You're
their
doing
shows
with Yellowstone.
Yeah, with Yellowstone, I've seen every episode there several times, and there are some that I make sure that I tune in for that I want to see because I know how much I enjoyed them. So I guess, yeah. But if I ever, would I go back and start from episode 1 to watch The Walking Dead? No.
Yeah.
I don't think I would do that, even though I enjoyed the first 6 seasons of Walking Dead.
Well, anyway, it's a show I endorse like a lot. 3 episodes in, and last night we watched 2 episodes, and my wife, we looked at each other. We're not going for 3 here, are we? And she said, no, I didn't think so. But anyway.
3 episodes.
3 episodes, yes.
Right.
Funny guy. The other thing that happened last night.
3 children.
That's true. The other thing that happened last night was Monday Night Raw was on Netflix. Now, Tyson and Jake Paul was a buffering mess when that fight was on Netflix. But I didn't experience any problems on Christmas Day with the NFL. Did you?
Nor did I. But yet we did get some feedback that day that some people had some streaming issues with
Did
it,
they?
but nothing like the Tyson Paul fight. Nothing like that.
Okay. So was last night the first ever Monday Night Raw on Netflix?
I believe so.
Yeah. Kenny, you watched it.
Yeah, it was the first ever on Netflix.
Gator, did you watch it?
I did not watch it. I did see some people putting out some videos on Twitter about it. The beautiful Kay Adams was tweeting out some stuff about it that I thought was kind of funny because trolling wrestling fans at the same time, like, who's this old guy? And there's The Undertaker. And these guys know each other, and The Rock and Roman Reigns are not Roman Reigns, but Roman Reigns are hugging each other. I'm thinking of Seth Rollins, but yes, they're hugging each other. Yes, they know each other. But so stuff like that, it was what I saw, but I did not watch it live as it happened.
Gotcha. Okay, so thoughts?
So I watched it in its entirety. I only missed a little bit of it, which I actually saw on Twitter. That was the Hulk Hogan getting booed, which I did not know happened until I saw it later on. I didn't have any streaming problems whatsoever to begin with. The Rock came back. The Undertaker came back. This is all stuff that's not spoilers because they advertised it all. John Cena started his year run that was announced, which is pretty cool. And then, there was... My only issues with it really were that it seemed like a giant Netflix ad the whole time because they had people promoting their specials throughout, like special celebrity guests in the crowd and whatnot. And also the advertisements in the ring. This is going to be the old man complaint.
Here we
It
go.
was like a UFC, like
Oh,
that
they have
many
on
around.
really on the mat.
On the mat, yeah.
Oh, I don't like that.
I don't like it either. It's an old man complaint. I get it, and I'll cop to that. But those are my 2 biggest gripes. Felt like a lot of ads for a lot of different people plugging things, which I get because it's Netflix and they're trying to push their own product too.
Well, and if they're going to carry it live, if the show is live, then, when it was on USA, you would have commercial breaks. If it's on Netflix, do you have commercial breaks?
Oh, yeah, they still had commercial
Okay.
breaks. It was an excessive advertisement, but it was a cool enough event. It's just you take the good with the bad.
Now, when they booed Hulk, because I haven't seen, I'm looking forward to, after the show, to look at some of the stuff. Maybe I'll even go and watch it on Netflix. But was Hulk booed because of Hulk, or was he hawking the beer? I saw he had the T-shirt that said whatever his beer is, but beyond that, was he hawking the beer?
I think the answer to your question is yes, all of it. I mean, there's people with their issues with Hulk as a guy, people with the issues of him just, promoting his beer or whatever. I think it was all of it combined into one. I could be wrong. I'm not the biggest Hulk guy anymore, but
yeah, well, I don't think many are.
No, and that's fine, but my issues were the advertisements with that.
Okay. So Gator, are you going to watch it?
I might actually try to check it out because I am curious to see how they kind of package it together. And, when you bring some legends out, I'd like to see some of that. I mean, it's interesting. In professional wrestling, I've been watching it for, all my life, basically. And it feels like now more than ever, they really are hanging on to, and I don't mean in a bad way, but hanging on to the legends of professional wrestling and keeping them as relevant as they can and paying homage to them. And I think a lot of it is because so many of the wrestlers die before the age of 40 or even before the age of 30 in some cases. So when you have guys like The Undertaker or Hulk Hogan or Ric Flair, whoever that are still alive that you want to pay homage and honor those wrestlers.
As an entertainment product, it wasn't a bad show. You're going to see a good wrestling show. So I would suggest you watch it if you're still wanting to be a little bit in the wrestling world.
Yeah. I don't watch WWE as much as I watch AEW wrestling, but I like both. I don't really have an issue with the other product. I enjoy them both.
Okay, gotcha. I'm just.
Are you going to watch it, Doug?
Not a chance in hell, but I'm glad that there weren't technical issues.
Is Doug going to watch it and then rewatch it? Is the question?
It.
Yeah. That's
call.
the real question.
Yeah.
Well, will I ever? Cannot wait to see Reigns and Hulk and Cena.
Do you know who John Cena is?
I think I'd recognize him if I saw him. He's the guy with the big, huge head, right?
I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah,
he's got a big head. Let me Google search and see if that's who I'm thinking of.
Cena with a C.
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah, big, huge, steroided out jaw. Yeah, that guy.
What?
Yeah, I know who he is.
He's been in some movies, a lot of movies actually. So I
Do you
wonder.
think that helps?
I know, but you've seen more movies lately. That's why I'm trying to give you credit. All right,
yeah, you're right. I have seen. The irony is, you think I've seen a John Cena movie? Do you think I've seen a movie with John Cena?
Has he seen a movie with John Cena in it?
Cena's been in a lot lately, man.
Let me go look here.
You didn't see the movie Trainwreck. Have you seen the movie Trainwreck?
No. Let me look at John Cena.
He was funny in that one.
He was funny in that one.
IMDb.
So was LeBron. Damn it. LeBron's really good in that movie. Hate that.
What's it about?
Trainwreck?
Yeah.
It's about a woman who works for a magazine. It's going to do a
in New York City. I know it's very novel.
Yeah, in New York City, he's going to do a story on a sports doctor.
Okay.
So it's really funny, and she is literally a train wreck.
I'm scrolling through his
filmography.
Yeah.
See the movie Blockers.
That's funny.
I'm not seeing a whole lot here.
Okay.
Yep.
Don't think you saw Suicide Squad.
Yeah, I have not. That is correct. All right, enough. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Mary next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Mary.
Hi, guys. How are you?
All right,
Doing
Mary.
good, thank you.
I think there's only one thing that we need to know to be 100% confident that the Lions brass will do just fine replacing coordinators if they have to.
Okay.
And that's that they hired Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn.
Yes. So your point
That's
being
it to me.
They hired the right guys before, they can do it again.
Yeah, particularly not just even good guys. They got just the best.
Well, they did, and and we had a caller earlier that also brought up another good point of why we should be confident, and your point is valid as well, and that is, look how meticulous they are with vetting out and bringing the right players into the locker room. Why would Why would they do anything different when it comes to the coaches?
Well, and where they're willing to look. I mean, they brought in so many players who were much later drafted, than the early rounds. They brought in guys from, I love Zadarius Smith. I think that was an absolutely great acquisition. And so it's like they just are thoughtful and informed basically about every personnel decision we see.
I don't think you're wrong. I do not think you're wrong. Thank you, Mary. 248-539-9797. Mind you, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY, and we are seeing it more and more as calls come in from around the country. Then you can listen anywhere. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan, Station Doofus Evan Jenkins, has posted our Champ and Chump of the Weekend, as voted on by the people. Go check it out. You can also follow the link on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter at DunGator971. Stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Go to the search bar on both sites. Type in 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Jared Goff, 1230, 97.1 The Ticket. As one would expect, somebody's gone through and predicted the entire NFL postseason, game by game with scores.
Okay.
Do the Detroit Lions raise the Lombardi Trophy? We'll get to that coming up today at 12:15. Jared Goff, 12:30, Lions quarterback. Get his thoughts on possibility of Ben Johnson moving on. What are some of the secrets to Ben Johnson being such a good coach? Amongst other things, they've created quite a buzz, the Detroit Lions. So the numbers are in from the Sunday Night Football game. The rating, well, they had 28.5 million people, the best in a while. I guess prior to this season, you have to go back 12 years. Was there a game earlier this year that had a bigger audience? Did I read that correct?
Yeah, it was the very first Sunday night game of the year. Huge game. It was Ravens-Chiefs.
Okay.
Oh, would that be a big one?
Yeah, they did slightly better than this last one.
The Golden Globes checked in at 10.1 million. And the Dax Shepard video, him watching the Lions game, is hysterical because we've all been there. At one point or another, you have a prior commitment that you cannot get out of, which forces you to watch a game on your phone. Now, probably the biggest one for me is when and this wasn't a phone, this was a radio. Prior to it was my brother-in-law Larry and sister-in-law Lisa got married. They had a wedding planned. It got pushed back. Hey, they found a church. Awesome. How could they be open on this Saturday in October? That's great. Wow, what good luck. Well, it was the same day as the Michigan State game. That's why the church was open on that Saturday in October. And so I was standing in the pew of a church with a wired, like I was in the FBI or the Secret Service, like protecting the president.
Transistor radio.
I had a radio in the pocket of my jacket. I had taped the cord of the headphones up my back. I had one earphone in so I could be paying attention to the game. And it didn't take long before people knew what was going on. And I was providing play-by-play for those around us.
Wow. Little precursor to it.
There it is. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. Foreshadowing.
Yep. So I was kind of going, game by game, play, I was first and 10.
What year was this?
Pass incomplete. It was 1999.
99. Okay. Oh, I remember the game, actually.
Was Jansen part of the groom's party as well, doing, the analyst?
Jansen was playing.
I was going to say, was Jansen playing in the game? Was he in the NFL at that point?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that was a Tom Brady comeback and make a comeback against the Spartans, but Michigan State held them off.
Yep.
Won the game at Spartan Stadium.
Yep. And I was telling everybody around what was going on. So that was the one time I was stuck during a huge game.
I can remember a couple of times, one in particular where we're at, it was also a Michigan State game. I think it was one where Brian Lewerke got hurt and Michigan ended up winning. But a bunch of us are at a table at a bat mitzvah, and we all had gone to games together, the Michigan State game together, but we all knew that we were going to go to this as well. But we all had phones out at the table during the reception, and it was interesting that the game was different delays on the phones. So we have like 3 different feeds of the game, people watching it, and different times they would get the result. And it was like all within like 8 seconds of each other. But nonetheless, one person had it before everybody else, and it got to be annoying. The other time was a rehearsal dinner for a wedding in Chicago, and the Red Wings were playing in the playoffs, and everybody wanted to know what was going on because the Red Wings were trying to advance to get to the Stanley Cup that year. And, people periodically kept walking out of the dinner to go to the bar and get updates. And you had to send somebody else out because it would be too obvious because all the guys would just go and sit and watch that. We didn't want to offend anybody.
Do you guys think anyone at Ford Field was watching the Golden Globes?
That's a great question.
Doug?
I do not.
No one had a phone in their lap like Dax Shepard? Hey, shh, best supporting actor in a drama coming up.
I do not think so. My cousin Kathy got married on January 2nd of 1987 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And that day just so happened to be the same day that Penn State was playing Miami in the Fiesta Bowl for the national championship. So I'm in Pittsburgh during Penn State playing for the national championship. Let's just say that the reception hall had an open door to the hotel bar.
Yeah.
So, there was a reception going on. And I, at the time, was the ripe old age of like 18 or whatever I was, figured out that, oh, wait, I could just slip through this door and watch the game. I was the first of what became a large crowd of people. that started watching Penn State and Miami.
That'll happen.
Turned into a huge upset. But yeah, if anybody else had their Dak Shepard moment this weekend where they had to watch the Sunday night game because of a prior commitment that they couldn't get out of. It gets really weird with the playoffs because here's what we don't know. We don't know when the next Lions game will be.
Well, we know it'll be a week and a half from now. Well, we don't know if it'll be Saturday or Sunday or
what time on Saturday or Sunday. So, your kid might have a game. You might have committed to something on Saturday or Sunday. There's a probability, and I think it's a rather strong probability, the Lions will play on Sunday. Because if you look at the way this thing is laid out, first of all, there's a Monday night game involving two NFC teams. They will not make one of those teams play on Sunday. They probably will pick the dates before that. And since you don't know if the Lions...
On Saturday.
What's that?
If they're playing Monday, that they wouldn't play on Saturday.
They wouldn't play on Saturday. They would play the following Sunday. And the Lions are going to be hosting one of those games. So I think I don't want to get carried away, but I would predict they're going to play on Sunday the 19th. Now, it could be at 3, it could be at 6:30. Don't know yet. But that could lead to people having conflicts.
It could. And that's always fun to see how people resolve said conflicts.
Yep.
Something else that I'm curious to see what they do at Ford Field, or if they're just going to keep doing the same thing. But what they did on Sunday night for the crowd that was there was during each of the first 3 commercial breaks from the TV. They showed the video up on the screen of Jeff Daniels doing this reading of, for the intro to basically to Sunday Night Football, which I know that they played on the TV as well for Peacock and for NBC. But they did it in the crowd first. The crowd got to see Jeff Daniels first. Mm-hmm. Then the next commercial break, Barry Sanders is out there. They honor Barry Sanders. Or it was actually Calvin Johnson first. Then Barry Sanders. And at some point, I'm like, well, okay, how they got to keep bringing somebody else out, right? I mean, they kind of went at it a little early here. And when's it going to happen? Here, okay, Eminem. Sure enough, there's Eminem. I'm like, now what do they do? Where are they going to go from Eminem? You don't really have anywhere to go from. And Eminem was going nuts, and the crowd went nuts. It was great. But they can't keep parading out Barry and Calvin and Eminem, can they? I mean, at some point, we're going to have to get some more Detroit celebrities here. Like, where's Jack White? Is Lomas? Are they going to show Lomas?
Always show Lomas.
In the crowd, right? They showed Aiden Hutchinson on the sideline. Who else are we going to see here? And Tim Allen, we're going to go that well. They're going to go back to the Kid Rockwell or Ted Nugent or Bob Seger. I'm just
get
curious.
older, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, Big Sean, whoever else they're going to bring out. But I'm curious. They got to bring some more guys out, right?
Well, they have squeezed the juice out of Detroit celebrities. I mean, Michael Keegan, Jeff Daniels. Yeah. We've done it all. They've done it all.
I think that's a J.K. Simons, the whole
right.
Yeah, seriously,
with the Tigers. Recycle them, whatever. We cheer every time.
Keep bringing them out. I'm curious to see who they bring out.
Let's go to David in Auburn Hills here on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Hey, so I had a similar situation. I was the best man in my cousin's wedding. This was back in 2012. And this was the same time as the Tigers playoff run. And, similar thing like your story on Pittsburgh. Yeah, the ceremony happened, and then after the reception, nobody was dancing. Everybody was just watching the baseball game.
Yeah. I feel bad for the bride and groom, but if I recall correctly, when I did it, the groom was in the bar with me watching the Penn State-Miami game. Max is next on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, Max.
Hey, go Lions, first of all. But I have a little bit of an upcoming problem. My brother-in-law's getting married in a month. I'm the best man in the wedding.
Oh.
His bachelor party, which is out of town in Phoenix, is the same weekend of the NFC divisional round, which I have season tickets for. And I've already committed to going to the bachelor party. I'm already looking at alternative flights to get myself back sooner if they play in the Sunday evening game. But I'm fairly certain it's going to piss off most of the people that are at the bachelor party if I leave early to get back in time for the Lions game.
Well, out of jealousy or because they expect you to stick around?
I think because they expect me to stick around. But you know what? It's the Lions in the playoffs. What am I going to do?
Right. I mean, what are you guys doing out in Arizona? Golf? Is that the bachelor experience?
Yeah, golf, and partying at the Airbnb with the pool, and but we're going to be there the majority of the weekend. I think changing flights to get back early. I think they'll get it.
I would hope so.
I do too. One more on this. Ethan, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Ethan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
I was just calling because I had a men's league game at 9 p.m. on Sunday, so we had a guy on the bench with his phone streaming the game, and after every whistle, one of us skated to the corner to look at the bar to check the score as well.
That's great. How about the other team? Were you guys updating the other team?
No, our whole team is mainly full of Detroit guys. I mean, I have a guy from Rochester Hill and Farmington Hill, and like myself, I'm from Saginaw, but we live in Jacksonville, so we're just keeping each other updated. It was hilarious.
Oh, okay, so you're down in Jacksonville doing this. I got you. Yeah. That's we had a game Sunday night, and when I saw, I was like, wait, what? They're moving the game. This could be good, and it worked out well because our face-off was 5-20.
Nice. How'd you guys do? How'd the Fish do?
2-1.
Did you factor in the scoring?
I was a +1. I was on the ice for all 3 goals. I was a -1, then I was even, then I was +1.
Nice.
Now, being +1 is a product of the other 4 players that were on the ice.
Well, I think we all understand
the goal that, was
yeah.
given up was on a breakaway on a stretch pass that went right past me.
Oh,
so I felt very responsible.
Should you have made a play on it?
I was somewhat out of position, but then I was trying to figure out, was Neil out of position? And I'm like, no, Neil's a good hockey player. I must have been out of position.
I think I have the answer to who the Lions should bring out. And isn't it kind of obvious?
Yeah, we'll get to that coming up in 5 minutes. Plus, somebody predicted the entire playoff field, every game. Do we hoist the Lombardi Trophy high? We will get to that at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson. Jared Goff, 12:30, 97.1.
Man, is it cold outside. Look, it's winter. It's supposed to be. Hey, it's January in Detroit. No kidding. Well, that cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door. The springs, the rollers, any of those moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops. That's why I recommend Precision Garage Door Service. It's a great local company. They do same-day service so that your garage is back to new in no time. If it's making some weird noises, some squeaks, and maybe it's just a little sluggish, make sure these guys come out and diagnose any issues that they have, and they will fix the problems that you have. I've worked with Daryl's crew. They're all amazing. Plus, they have garage doors in stock at the warehouse and can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. So if you need a new garage door, maybe just some repairs, Precision is the place. Just give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, so who's the person you think they should put up on the big board there?
I think it's obvious in light of what just happened. You bring out Dax Shepard.
Oh, right, yeah.
And Kristen Bell. You bring them out. And the crowd would go nuts because it's a viral moment. Locally here in Detroit, for sure, it's a viral moment. So I think that would be the easy thing to do, and it'd be pretty cool to see Dax there with his wife. And
yeah, look, this is
both obviously Michiganders.
The bandwagon that is being jumped on. I was listening to a national podcast, and it was Ryan Russillo, and he made the comment that if your team's not in it, the Lions have to have the highest, well, I'll root for them, rating of any team in the NFL. Especially, I mean, any team in the playoffs, right?
Yes, because it's just a great story. You know, the team hasn't won since '57, and how awful things have been here, and the kind of turnaround of the city. I think everybody has a soft spot in their heart for Detroit. They like to see, blue collar succeed, and of course, if you keep winning, they get sick of you. But right now, nobody's sick of them, and it's a fun team to watch. They like Dan Gamble, the whole bit. I could see that. It's interesting. The other thing, I got a call yesterday out of the blue, watching TV last night about 7:30, and my phone rings, and it's from my buddy who lives in North Carolina, who I have spoken to very little over the last 15 years. He called me after my dad died, and beyond that, I haven't really talked to him all that much. And he calls out of the blue last night, and he wanted to talk football because he grew up a big Chiefs fan. He's like, what is going on in the world of football where we could see a Chiefs-Lions Super Bowl? And we went on and talked for like a half an hour about football and stuff. I think it's bringing everybody together. Everybody wants to talk about the Lions. It's
really cool. All right, so CBS Sports' Will Brinson went through and predicted the entire playoffs, game by game. Who's winning, who's not, what the next round's matchups will be, who's winning those, et cetera, et cetera. First round matchups, first game. He has these in chronological order as they are being played. In the AFC, it's the 5th-seeded LA Chargers at the 4th-seeded Houston Texans, and we have our first upset in the first game. Chargers over Texans 24-21. The second game, Saturday night, Pittsburgh, the 6th seed at 3rd-seeded Baltimore. The Ravens hold serve at home. Lamar gets another playoff win. Ravens 28, Steelers 21. The Sunday 1 p.m. game, the 7th-seeded Denver Broncos are playing at number 2 Buffalo. Bills win 31-17. Sunday 4:30, Green Bay at Philadelphia. Projected score, Packers 24, Eagles 21.
Ooh, without Christian Watson? Interesting. Well, we don't know if Jalen Hurts is going to play.
Jalen Hurts thing, look, that was 16 days ago, and we brought it up the Monday after that game against Washington that, hey, Hurts went out with a concussion. Most concussions clear. This could impact the race in the NFC. He hasn't played since.
No, he hasn't. And Tanner McKee has actually played pretty well in his stead, but it's only been like a game and a half. But that is an interesting situation there. Yeah, he's got a 117 quarterback rating in the almost 2 games he's played there.
Well, that immediately means there will be no rematch between Detroit and Minnesota if that goes down Sunday at 4:30. Because
then it would be Detroit-Green Bay.
It would be Detroit and Green Bay because the Lions will play the lowest-seeded team after round 1.
A different rematch.
The Washington Commanders, the 6th seed at 3-seed Tampa. Projected score, Buccaneers 27, Commanders 21. Brings us to the Monday night game. The Minnesota Vikings, a 1.5 favorite, traveling to L.A. to take on the Rams. Final score from Los Angeles.
You want to read it Tiemann style?
31, Rams 28, Vikings.
Rams by a field goal, huh?
Yep.
Interesting.
The Vikings are out. So that sets up the divisional round. In the NFC, it's the 4-seed LA at the 3rd seed Tampa and the 7th-seeded Green Bay Packers at the top seed Detroit Lions. We'll start with the Lions game. I'll read what he writes. Some divisional flavor litters the divisional round with a potential shootout looming between the Packers and Lions. Jordan Love will be able to wing the ball around here, although the Lions' defense should be healthier with the bye, not to mention additional time to scheme for whatever potential matchups they will likely see. Detroit is going to keep its foot on the gas offensively, and I'd be surprised if the Packers didn't keep up a bit as well, even without Watson in tow for the Packers. There are just so many weapons on both of these offenses, and we'd ultimately get a bajillion points scored in this one. Give me the Lions in a fun game. Lions 41, Packers 35. Other games, Rams at Tampa. Rams 31, Tampa 28.
Interesting. Those are the two teams, obviously, the Lions beat last year in the playoffs.
So that sets up an NFC title game between the LA Rams and the Detroit Lions. In the AFC, Chiefs beat the Chargers 24-21, and the Bills beat the Ravens 28-27. Boy, that would be a hell of a game.
That's a hell of a Final Four there.
All right, in the AFC Championship game, it's the 2-seed Buffalo Bills at the 1-seed Kansas City Chiefs. Bills 24, Chiefs 21. And in the NFC, I'll read this. The 4-seeded Rams at the number 1 seed Detroit Lions. Well, look who's back in Motown for another heated battle between the two teams turned rivals thanks to the quarterback swap of Matthew Stafford and Jared Goff that became the rare win-win trade. This was an incredible matchup last year in the playoffs, not to mention a fun one earlier this year, and I expect nothing less in this championship game scenario with both defenses a little wounded and both offenses explosive. I'd expect a shootout of sorts, although both teams are keen on running the football. Maybe a little smash mouth early, followed by these two teams opening things up as the clock starts to melt away in the second half. Final score. Rams 27, Lions 24.
Oh, and I thought we had a chance.
And then in the Super Bowl, he takes the Buffalo Bills over the Rams 35-31. Will Brenson's prediction.
Oh, good for him. Yeah. Like I'm not concerned about
anybody's prediction.
Well, there's that, but I like to hear the exercise. It's interesting to hear
Sure.
different people's perspectives and what they're going to think and how it works out. And there's lots of intriguing matchups and stuff like that. But it's interesting. The analysis he gives about the Lions and the Rams is interesting to me because I think as we've moved on, I think we're further and further away from the Stafford narrative coming back to Detroit because we've already seen it a couple times and the Lions have played over there. So I think that's become less and less of a factor. He wants to make this out to be, could be smash mouth football. With what? Kyron Williams? He's averaging 4 yards a carry this year, and the Lions are pretty good against the run. And they just lost Blake Corum with a broken arm. So I'm not concerned about it. It's just interesting. And the Lions defense is banged up and as maligned as people want them to be.
Mm-hmm.
They just held the Vikings to 9 points.
They did. Either way, I mean, it's just one person's prediction. Like you said, it's a fun exercise. And Lions sit back and watch a weekend of playoff football. And that includes the quarterback, Jared Goff. Hear what he has to say about Ben Johnson potentially leaving. Did he see the Dak Shepard moment? What is the secret to Ben Johnson's success with this team and this offense? Hear that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They care more, so you win more. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. They also are elite when it comes to customer service. This is a huge differentiator. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They take fewer on purpose. That means they have more time for your case, and this formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. You know, listening to Jared Goff, Gator, you said something to me. They hear everything.
Yeah.
And, you know, this team in some ways reminds me of the going to work Pistons that seem to have it's something I think is more rare in pro sports than college sports. And that is pro teams, I don't think, feed off locker room material and disrespect quite as much as college teams. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I think it gets played much bigger in the college game than it does in the pro game. With that said, I think some teams are better at it than others and can actually they cultivate the chip on their shoulder in a very organic way. I think the going to work Pistons did. And I remember I said this when people were like, they're so disrespectful, they blah, blah, blah. And then they had 4 guys make the All-Star team. And I'm like, this is not a good thing, people. I know you like it's, oh, cool, the 4 Pistons made the All-Star. It's starting to chip away at the chip. This is, they fed off. Chauncey Billups fed off it. Rip Hamilton fed off it. Tayshaun fed off it. And now that they're starting to get all the praise, I'm worried that it erodes the chip. Now, you can't ride the chip forever. But I think this Lions team, they haven't been there. There's still Patrick Mahomes out there, and right now the entire world gets on one knee for Allen and Buffalo, and like Dominic Foxworth today picking Philly, even though Jalen Hurts. That's news today that Jalen Hurts, as of Tuesday, is still in concussion protocol. It was 16 days ago. But I think they've cultivated a very authentic chip on their shoulder, and I think it's part of I don't think it drives their success. I think it's just that little extra. They get to squeeze a little bit more out of what they have because of that.
Yeah, and they've done a great job of not letting that be a distraction. Some teams can get rattled, some players can get rattled by stuff they see, and it knocks them off their game. These guys cultivate it as a chip and shine it up, polish it, and use it as great motivation. And I think that will always be there until you win. And then when you win, you're going to have to look somewhere else and continue the motivation because, you've already gotten to that mountaintop. And I think maybe that's, to your point, that's what happened with the Pistons because it didn't have they had the chip, they get the championship, and then they get the accolades after.
And during that whole run, we were interviewing Chuck Daly like once a week, and Chuck Daly had this no more big games theory. Like the Lions still have big games. They still have to win the NFC.
Yeah.
They still have to win a playoff game, but they've never won the NFC. That's a big game. And all these players, for them, it's a big game. And they still have to win the Super Bowl. That's a big game. But when you start checking those boxes, you kind of run out of big games. Now, like that doesn't mean teams aren't trying to do things like win 3 straight Super Bowls, Kansas City. They're trying to do things. There are other big games that you can have, but when you have checked so few of those big game boxes, I understand how, they really are milking this for all that it's worth.
Yeah.
And listening Goff talk, he mentioned that. He mentioned losing to San Francisco in the NFC title game. These things are driving them.
Absolutely. And it's good that they have these things can drive them, and hopefully it leads to a Super Bowl. And I'd love to see how they come back after winning a championship. That would be amazing.
Yeah, can they do it again is a good problem. I'm not sure they can do it again, guys. Is a problem I want to have.
Yeah, exactly. And there is a window of opportunity here. And in the NFL, because careers are so short in the National Football League, they can get cut short by injury and everything else, that when you see the window, you want to take advantage of it. We don't know how long this window is going to be open for this group of guys. It seems like it's here for a while, for several years, based on contracts that they've signed extensions to already for these players. And they're going to have to keep doing that in the years to come because they've got big-time players they're going to want to hang on to. You're going to have to shovel out some big money for Aiden Hutchinson. You're going to have to get money out there for Jahmyr Gibbs and for other players. And, we've talked about the Jameson Williams decision that they're going to have to make. Do we want to bring him back for the 5th year? And, things like that. So it's always going to be something that they have to balance. But with the league constantly adding more money to the salary cap, it seems like this team has set themselves up to sustain this for a number of years.
248-539-9797. David's in Clinton Township and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, fellas. Great show today, by the way.
Thank you.
You were talking about who we'd want to see on the big board, whose turn it is.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going not Martha. Sheila Ford Hamp. I think she's deserved her turn. The whole family. I'm 58 years old. My entire life they've been booed off stages. I think they're due a little cheer.
I agree with you. I think it'd be amazing if that's a great call. Show her up on the screen and let the crowd acknowledge what she has put together.
Yeah, and if they ever have to make a statue of her, it's got to be one where she's being hoisted in the air by Brad.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Resting on the shoulders of Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, hoisting a championship.
Yep.
That'd be amazing.
These are things I like thinking about.
It's her turn.
Yeah.
Give her, because 4 years ago she was booed, and she said, "Hey, I get it, my fault. I'm taking the blame, but we're going to turn this thing around." Well, she did. Let's give her due.
Yep.
I got the ultimate idea, guys.
Let's hear it.
All right. You know what? Lions games, they do the Lion King. They hold up the cub.
Right.
And people hold up their kids or toddlers or youngsters. They do that the next Lions game, but it's Chris Spielman holding up Martha Fordham, or Sheila Fordham. Because he got me saying Martha now. Sheila Fordham. It's Chris Spielman holding her up, and the crowd erupts.
I like it.
That is our Lion King.
I like it. 248-539-9797 works for me. It is Carson Anderson. We got open lines. We do need to talk about our 500 NBA team. They are worthy of discussion. We just have one of the biggest stories in sports going on with our NFL team, but I do want to talk about our 500 NBA team, because that is something. It's not nothing. That is something. We'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks to Jared Goff. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Lions, boy, it's been a really, really fun time, and they have dominated the headlines, and understandably so. But I do want to get to the Pistons this hour because I don't think it's insignificant what they've been doing of late. Also got a Red Wing game to preview, amongst other things we'll do here in this fourth hour of the program. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Paul at work. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Just enjoying this freezing cold day.
Yep.
Hey, yeah, I wanted to call about the Dax Shepard thing and give you guys my story.
Okay.
Tampa Bay playoff game last year, I got called up to be the head coach of my son's feeder basketball team, fourth grade basketball team. The assistant coach was what I was doing, and the head coach couldn't make it. So I had to put one of my Apple Pods in the ear, the phone streaming it on the bench, and proceed to coach my son's team for a win and finish watching the second half back at home.
So you're coaching while listening to the Lions game.
Yeah, and then at key times, turning around and looking and seeing what where we're at down the field and things like that. Absolutely.
Did you ever cross the streams? Did you ever get confused? Did you ever find yourself distracted from the game you were coaching because you were paying attention to the Lions game?
Oh, absolutely. There was a couple times I'm sure that my outbursts on the bench were, I'm not even sure if they were for the plays that the team was making or for the plays that were happening on my phone. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah, well, we've all been there, like Dax Shepard was this weekend trying to watch the Lions. So, yeah, that's a good one. Brandon is in Shelby and next. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right.
So, what you guys were talking about, a person that we need to see at the game, that Gator said, we need Tim the Toolman Taylor.
I agree. I think Tim Allen has to be on the screen if he's around.
We never see him at the games, but if they show him, I feel like the crowd would go wild. So Karsh, I know Karsh is always talking about Green Bay gets a new quarterback, and then they do good, and then they beat the Lions for a bunch of years. What would be better than if Green Bay beat the Eagles, came to Ford Field, and then if we beat Green Bay in the playoffs, it ends the curse?
Well,
we're not going to be afraid of Green Bay anymore.
Yeah, I might not be afraid of Green Bay. I don't personally believe in curses, and we talked about curses. It seems like with Detroit, the Lions in particular, we've been forced to talk about curses, but it would be very nice to just sort of reemphasize that the Green Bay plan isn't working, because I've got this Green Bay paranoia, okay?
Yeah.
The Favre handed it off to Rodgers, and it seemed like it was seamless, and that organization tortured us for a couple of decades, and I really don't want them to hand it off to Jordan Love and have it be the same thing. And admittedly, Brandon, I'm glad you brought it up. Admittedly, last year's game on Thanksgiving Day rattled me because Jordan Love, who was in the midst of playing well, looked fantastic. And I'm like, oh, crap. Here we go again. And the Lions have fended off the pack. They fended off the pack again. And yes, I mean, I don't expect there to be an easy road to the Super Bowl, right? So whoever you play, it's going to be a challenge. And that includes potentially Green Bay.
You know what's unfortunate? I don't know about you guys, but so especially in the NFL, I have a side team. And my side team is the Eagles. I'm a diehard Eagles fan besides Detroit. I went to Philadelphia the year they won the Super Bowl to go see a game. I love Detroit more than them. Like if Detroit versus the Eagles, I want Detroit to win. But I got Philadelphia merchandise. I got hats. I love the Eagles, and it sucks that it's a 1-2 punch.
Well, I don't think anybody's gonna feel for you, Brandon. Yeah. I think that doesn't suck at all.
It's good to have your second favorite team be the second seed, but like the whole season when we're like, oh, if we have to go to Philadelphia, blah blah blah, I'll take Detroit every day. Like I'll always take Detroit.
Well, that's good, but you're getting no sympathy from anybody. Yeah. My two teams are
good
really
for you.
Yes.
If the Lions lose, then you're still happy because Philly wins.
I'll just say it for Detroit. Screw the Eagles.
Yeah.
We don't care about the Eagles.
So Dominic Foxworth, I mentioned that Ryan Russillo podcast, and I was listening today, and he thinks he's still going to take the Eagles. And he says the reason he will take the Eagles in the NFC is because they're better up front on both sides. They have a versatile defense. They mix coverages, which he thinks is key during postseason game planning. And And he did acknowledge, now it could all change because Jalen Hurts is still in protocol, and he sounds like he's doing it reluctantly. Like, I'm afraid to do this, but I still believe in Philadelphia. And, that it's okay if somebody picks somebody else. But he told a story about how when he was a player, they went up against they love to run zero blitz where they bring everybody, no safety help, and play man. And he told this story about how the being able to being versatile pays dividends. That he would be lined up on the slot receiver for New England. And Belichick would put the slot receiver in motion, and they would snap the ball when the slot receiver got to the end of the line of scrimmage, and he was getting ready to cover. And the slot receiver would stay in and block the blitzer on the end. And as he put it, he used one player to take out two of us. Does this make sense? Are you understanding this concept?
Trying to follow.
Okay. And it was a brilliant game plan because suddenly it nullified two defensive players with one player. You got one guy playing man coverage on a slot receiver. He goes in motion, he gets to the end of the line of scrimmage, they snap it, and that guy just starts blocking. And now he's blocking a blitzer, and Foxworth was standing there like, I got nothing to do, and it was too late for him to blitz. Now he's wasted in coverage, and Belichick used one guy to eliminate two. And then he said it worked even better when Pittsburgh did it to us the next week, and the blocker was Hines Ward, who's basically a linebacker.
Yeah.
And Hines Ward was a better effective blocker. But he cited that story as seeing the versatility of the Eagles and all the things that they do that he thinks will create problems for the Lions. Now, look, like I said, there's no easy path to the Super Bowl. They're not playing, the Lions aren't going to draw a 16 seed from William and Mary in their first playoff game, right? They're going to play somebody that's capable of beating them, and they will create issues. And you have to play well. You have to play well.
You do, but, when you're dealing with the Lions offense, they're so adept at adapting. And they're so good at what they do, whether it's the play action passing that Jared Goff is so good at because the run game is so strong, or if it's Jared Goff reacting to blitzing defenses and just tearing them up because he's savvy and experienced and knows where his players are supposed to be, and they have the right calls at the line of scrimmage. I'm not worried about the Lions being able to match up against a team defense. I'm just not. The Vikings had a great defense, and the Lions were able to handle things. Once they got to the second half, they finished things off. We just heard from Jared Goff talking about, they just thought they were just missing on things in the first half, and they capitalized on it in the second. There's a couple of tip passes in that first half changed the fortunes of everything. One ended up being an interception that could have been a monster gain down the sideline by Jahmyr Gibbs, and another one was a tip pass on 4th and inches that fell incomplete, that if completed would have been like a 25-yard gain, if not more. They were that close. Philly's got a great defense. I feel like the Lions are prepared for that.
The one thing that does scare me is superhuman quarterback day. Some quarterback has that next level elite day where you just can't stop him. I think we saw it with Josh Allen. And I think quarterbacks that are capable of it, and we've seen it with Jordan Love, like Thanksgiving Day game against Detroit. I think Jalen Hurts can do it. Did Baker do it? I don't think Baker really did it. The Lions didn't win that game because they didn't convert in the red zone so many times. But I will admit, superhuman quarterback day. Like, I don't know that Sam Darnold is capable of superhuman quarterback day. I think he can be very, very good. Can Stafford do that still? I think he can. I'm not as worried about him. Like, the guys that scare me are Hurts. In the NFC would be Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love. They'd be at the top of the list. In the AFC, there's a bunch of guys.
I think you when you're game planning against different quarterbacks, obviously there's different things you look at. And what worked against Sam Darnold may not work against a Jalen Hurts team. What works with Sam Darnold is forcing him out of the pocket and getting him to move, and then he's not the same quarterback, clearly. I don't think you want to do that to Jalen Hurts. You don't want to force him out of the pocket because Jalen Hurts, once he gets going, that's a force with his feet. and you don't want to see that. So maybe it's a different game plan altogether. One thing that has remained true with the Lions is they run a ton of man-to-man defense. And can that secondary match up with the receiving core of other teams? And Philadelphia's got a couple of really good receivers, and they've got a dynamic running back. And it's a solid team, and there's a reason they're the number 2 seed in the NFC. It's a really good football team. But they've got to get here's the benefit. They have to play this weekend. They got to get out unscathed against Green Bay, and not only have to beat Green Bay, they also got to make sure they go injury-free heading into the Lions game. Lions don't have to worry about the game this weekend because they've got the bye. They earned it. So other teams have other problems that we'll worry about when we have to worry about them.
Every team in the playoffs right now is a good team. You know, you're right, Doug. There's no William and Mary. There's no Indiana University, whatever, pick your weak team,
Wow. Shots fired. There's no
Sorry.
Georgia.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, Ken.
But no, every team in the playoffs is a good team. But the Eagles might have the best roster from top to bottom. And when you're asking experts and analysts to pick their winners, they're going to go break down position groups and things like that. Who's got the advantage here? Who's got the disadvantage there? And the Eagles do have a strong offensive and defensive line. And those are measurables, I guess, when you look at the stat sheet. But you can't measure what the Lions do. You can't measure their heart. You can't measure their grit. Because let's be honest, the Vikings have a better offense than the Lions defense if you break it down. But guess what? The Lions held them to 9 points, due to scheme and all that stuff. But due to things that you just can't measure. Did anyone know Robertson was going to play that well Sunday night? Did you know that the other guys were going to step up the way they did that night? And that's why you play the games. And the Lions, though, they've been doing this all year long. And so when you break it down position by player, they're probably not going to stack up to the Eagles. But that doesn't mean they can't win, and doesn't mean they shouldn't be favored either.
248-539-9797. We'll get to the Pistons and getting to 500, what that means. Plus your Lions calls and feedback here on a Tuesday in Detroit here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so last night I'm bouncing around between the FCS championship game with Montana State. You wrote Montana on your show sheet. It was Montana State losing to North Dakota State, the Bison. But anyway, that and the Piston game, and I kind of zeroed in on the Pistons as they started coming back. They got down 22 early. Was it 22 points?
22 points.
They were down 22 points, but of course they made a run. It was still early. And they chipped away, and they come back and win the game late. And there was some minutia for the game and things we can get into. But the one thing that is, as I'm watching this, and I'm just thinking how difficult it is in the NBA, and yet how it is an absolute prerequisite, is you just have to be patient. If you're building a team around draft picks, the way the draft is anymore, it's not the way it was with us growing up. The likelihood of a rookie making an impact is less than it's ever been because the players aren't as seasoned. They're more raw, right, when they come to the NBA than they were years ago because they're just drafted totally on potential. And here we have a team filled with potential. We have a team with starters that are under the age of 25 and key pieces that are under the age of 25. And a great example of it was on display last night. And Anthony Simons from the Portland Trailblazers, who didn't play really much his first 3 years. He played a role, started to start a little bit in his fourth year, and then more in his fifth and sixth. And now he's here in his, I believe it's his seventh year in the league. He had 36 points against the Pistons last night. He's averaged over 20 points a game the last couple of years. And he's 7 years into his NBA career. He's 25 years old.
Right.
Like he still has a lot left on the tread on the tire. And you look at the Pistons, and we've got guys. Cade's 23. Jaden Ivey, who's obviously out, is 22. Asar and Duran are 21. Ron Holland is 18. And they are at 500 with these guys, many of these guys playing key roles. They're at 500. And it wasn't all young guys. Obviously, you still have to mix in the veterans, and last night was a great example. It was a 32-year-old Tim Hardaway, had 11 points in the fourth quarter, hit some big shots, and finished with 25. But
you got Tobias Harris is 32, Beasley's 28.
Yep, you need those guys too. But the point is, I mean, we've taken calls with people calling guys a bust. And it's just, we have to be so light on those proclamations in the NBA. Look, this isn't new analysis. I'm just saying for people that are going to parachute in on the Pistons now, the 500 team that's in a playoff spot right now, is patience is still a huge thing because they are still so young. And you can see, like, Tim Hardaway is in nobody's Hall of Fame, but he can still go out and score 25 for you. But if you take the skill set of Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren and you let them mature and you keep them together, I swear this can be a great team in the next couple of years.
I love the core of this team. I do, because it is young, and and hopefully they continue to grow and get better. And we've seen, Cade Cunningham in his fourth year really blossom this year. He's averaging 24.4 points a game, which is 2 more than he averaged last year. He's gotten better each year, from 17 to 20 to 23, now up to 24.5, and better every year with that. His assist totals have gotten better every year, from 5.6 to 6 to 7.5 to 9.5 assists this season. His rebounding totals have gotten better for the most part. He's really coming into his own. And people wanted to write him off, and I remember cautioning, he hasn't been healthy. He's missed 100 games in his career, and he's only in his fourth year. Here he is healthy, knock on wood, and now we're starting to see all-star Cade Cunningham. Can he take it up to being from a star to being a superstar player is the next level? He's definitely the franchise player. They're paying him like it, and he's playing like it. But can he be a superstar player? He can, but he's going to need help. And the only way the Pistons are going to be challenging for any kind of championships is if they have at least one superstar player and then other multiple star players. And I think they've got a group of players that you can start to see there's more potential than just Cade.
Cade's always had this capabilities.
Yeah.
There's a reason why he was drafted 1-1, because you take a guy 1-1 because you can think they can become a superstar in the league and do a bunch of different things very well. There was always kind of a core here we saw, but the problem was surrounding that core so they can grow. We're seeing a growth here finally. Troy Weaver drafted some of these core guys, but he couldn't surround them with anything. His two big pickups last year were Monte Morris and Joe Harris. Guess who Trajan Langdon's two big pickups this year were? Tim Hardaway Jr. and Malik Beasley. Way better than those other guys.
And Tobias.
Yeah, and Tobias for leadership and veteran. But the reason Cade's assist numbers are going up and they're sky high, he's like second in the league in assists, is they got guys that can shoot that are playing. Tim Hardaway Jr. and Malik Beasley are professional shooters in the league. And I got to tell you got to give Tom Gores some credit here. The man ate $65 million of Monty Williams' contract because it clearly was not working. Fired Troy Weaver. They let Trajan Langdon pick his coach, who, by the way, is doing a much better job than Monty Williams did in his 1 year here. And what you're seeing is growth. They're not a finished product. They still need to get another superstar or star here. But when you surround Cade with some capable players in this league, yeah, they're a lot better. They're more fun to watch. They're better coached as well.
And the challenge, of course, is when you're patient and you're seasoning and you're letting these guys, grow by giving them playing time, you're taking your lumps, and then they're getting older and they're getting better and they're about to take off and their contracts are up. And you have to fight to keep them, and you're paying them. You don't want to overpay them because you're still not 100% sure. And not everybody pans out. Killian Hayes is a great example of a player that doesn't look like he's going to pan out.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
He's now in the G League with the Nets. But anyway, long story short, that's the other thing, is that you can put in do all the work, to germinate your talent. And right when it's about to blossom, their contracts are up. And now you're like, okay, we got to find a way to keep these guys.
Well, in the NBA, you can, because they're your guys. So you can always re-sign your guys and go above the cap. But there's a luxury tax that you have to pay on that, depending on how far above you go. But yeah, that is something that you look at, and they are going to have to pay a number of these guys or have decisions on in the next year or two.
And that's down the road.
Yeah, that is down the road. But what you see now with this core group of guys, I was thinking about it this morning that, this is a unique team, right? Mm-hmm. But we always want to make comparisons, and we look at the two different championship teams that we've seen, whether it's the Bad Boys or the Going to Work Pistons. And I could see elements of each of those two teams with this team. They've got young guys that provide the spark defensively when you look at Holland and Asar Thompson. And that's kind of like Mike James and Lindsey Hunter when we would unleash the hounds on teams. And it also reminds me of when John Sally and Dennis Rodman came into the league. It was just this high energy that they saw from those guys on a pretty veteran-laden team. And here come these guys like, wow, this is kind of fun. And these guys are fun to watch. Ron Holland is fast as hell. And Asar Thompson loves playing defense. And I think you and I both love that they love to play defense. And
yep.
That's kind of fun to see. And then Malik Beasley is kind of like Vinnie Johnson and heating up off the bench. And then you got leadership from Cade Cunningham and reminiscent of Isaiah Thomas or others. And look, they're not those players. I'm just saying that there are attributes of the players right now that are similar to players in the past.
So what's really interesting is, we mentioned it earlier, they are 3 games into the playoffs right now. 3 games ahead of Philly, who is out of the playoffs. And we got the whole play-in tournament deal now, which might be a better thing because they could go to the postseason and have some success, whereas in the NBA, a lot of times those bottom feeder teams that get into just the normal bracket are quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're done. But we were talking about how we would find interest in the ridiculously convoluted and totally forced in-season tournament. Imagine the interest if this team actually makes the real playoffs. It could be fun again. And it would up the ante for next year for sure. But 18-18 with this young core, even without Jaden Ivey, it's good to see. 248-539-9797.
This team is 8-2 in their last 10 games.
Yep.
They're playing good basketball. And again, it's a fun brand of basketball to watch. in today's NBA, which is just a ton of 3-point shooting, they have a nice mix because that youth provides the fast break opportunities they have, and they're finishing above the rim. That's a ton of fun to watch.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Do you have any interest whatsoever in the TGL?
So this is the golf league with the simulators with the pro golfers. I'm interested to see what it looks like. I'm not sure it'll keep my interest, but I am interested to see what it looks like, and I haven't sought out to see where I can watch that. But it starts tonight, right?
Yeah, is Tiger and Rory like own the thing? Is that what the story is?
Yeah.
I'm only it's kind of sort of on the radar. I don't know why we want to watch pros play in golf simulators. It seems weird because we can watch the real thing.
Well,
I don't know.
I guess I would say that the reason why is maybe there's more talking, more personality comes out from the golfers because they're in a simulator. They're not on the course, and they don't want to. They occasionally do the walk and talk. They do a handful of times during each broadcast. This would be the entire thing doing that. Like when we watch the match, right, where they get the celebrities and the golfers go at it. That's interesting to a point because you get to see the personalities. This, to me, screams that the only way it's successful is by bringing the personalities out of the pros. And I want to see the technology at work too.
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess it's an ESPN thing. I think. Yeah, it's on ESPN.
Yeah, it's just not something. I'd have to hear that the thing really pops before I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Like people talking about it everywhere. Okay, I'm in. Because right now I'm not in.
Well, tonight it's you've got Matt Fitzpatrick, Ricky Fowler, and Xander Schauffele taking on Wyndham Clark, Shane Lowry, and Ludwig Oberg, whatever, however pronounce the last name. I always butcher it. But, is that interesting? Ricky Fowler, Xander Schauffele, could be.
I'd be interested in watching them play golf. Not be in golf simulators, but hey, whatever. Maybe it'll be great. Let's go to Leon in Livonia here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Leon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Your last segment basically echoed everything I was thinking, including my Facebook status at about 3 o'clock this morning. The Pistons are playing some really exciting and motivated ball, and I think if we're just patient and if we've got the right coach, and I think we may, I think they'll build a culture much like the Lions.
I'm sorry,
Leon, we lost you.
You said
build a culture. What?
Build a culture. The Lions it took them 4 years to build the culture that they have now. And it started off with some losing seasons with Dan Campbell, but he was building the culture. He was cultivating the players that he needed and wanted. That's what I think the Pistons need to do, and I think they have a really solid core. And I was specifically talking about Ron Holland. This guy reminds me of two different people. Dennis Rodman, early in, different skill set, but he's a hustler. And J-Mo, he's got speed all day long. He's just got to kind of hone it in and not foul out of every game. But we've got a really good young nucleus for our winning team. Just got to be patient.
Well, I mean, yeah, look, thank you for the phone call, Leon. I think the thing about it is if you are rebuilding through the draft in the NFL, the NBA is now like hockey and baseball, is that guys get drafted, and I don't expect to see much return on that draft pick for a couple of years. I think more often than not, that's the case. And, this group could be coming around. I worry about that you're drafting them, developing them for somebody else. You don't want to let them get to free agency. You don't want somebody else to see the reward for the time that we put in for those players. That's part of the challenge here.
Well, that's why I say in the NBA, at least they offer a way so that you don't do that. So you do get to keep them and hang on to those players if you choose to do so, because you can go above and beyond the salary cap. But other sports you can't. But I hear you, because you're drafting 19-year-olds, and some of them come from overseas, and you have no idea. The draft and stash players. You don't know what they're going to be because you're not even going to see them in the States for a couple of years. But with Ron Holland, he's getting lots of playing time early. You're seeing flashes where there's a lot to like, and I think that this is going to be a fun one to watch developing, and same thing with Asar Thompson.
Asar Thompson has some unreal athleticism. Like, I mean, a lot of people are athletic in the NBA, but Cade brought it up, and then LeBron James echoed it the other night, like saying the Thompson twins, They jump and then they elevate from within the air somehow still. Yeah. They have this like unreal hang time. And what the Pistons are, they're young and athletic right now, which is a lot of fun to watch, especially when you're winning.
Feedback coming in regarding the Lions and the Ben Johnson discussion and Aaron Glenn discussion, which has been woven throughout the program today. Unnamed texter says the Titans just fired their GM. Yes, they did. That was part of one of the bigger stories today is Ron Carthon is out there. Anyway, this unnamed texter writes, the Tigers just fired their GM. Maybe they fire their coach and hire Ben Johnson and Ray Agnew. Well, would they do Agnew first, and then he would try and bring Ben Johnson with a line, the inside track to getting him? It could. Who's the coach at Brian? Is it Callahan? Brian Callahan, and this is year 1 for him, isn't it?
I don't know.
In Tennessee. I'll look that up.
It's interesting. I have the fresh out of Vegas, the odds for the next head coaches for the 5 openings.
Yeah.
You look at the Bears, Cliff Kingsbury is the odds-on favorite 2-1.
Yes.
Followed by Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Ben Johnson at 4-1, Aaron Glenn is at 5-1.
There's no need to pass on Kingsbury.
Perfect fit. I agree
Perfect
with you.
fit.
The Jaguars.
Yep.
Odds-on favorite, and it has changed dramatically in the last 24 hours. Liam Cohen is now 1-3, so he's minus 300. Ben Johnson's number 2.
You know how many times I've thought, how is it possible that the Jacksonville Jaguars and Liam Cohen hasn't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, that makes tons of sense.
Ben Johnson is second at 3-2 odds.
Yep.
Joe Brady is third at 5-1. Then you go down to 20-1 for Aaron Glenn.
Yep.
The Patriots.
Yep.
Number 1 option on Vegas, odds-on favorite. Mike Vrabel 1-4, so minus 400.
Given his history with the organization, it makes
sense.
All of the sense in the world.
Number 2, Brian Flores, 4-1. I mean, either way, go ahead.
Yeah.
That works. Although I don't want Vrabel in Chicago. And then number 3 is Ben Johnson at 6-1. Aaron Glenn is at 12-1. The Jets.
This isn't a really compelling topic because all of these picks make so much sense. There's nothing really to discuss.
This I find interesting. The Jets, number 1, the odds-on favorite. There's 2 people tied. Jeff Ulbrich at 9-4 and Mike Vrabel at 9-4. Those are plus 225. Rex Ryan is 12-5, plus 240. I just left the Rex Ryan thing.
I want Rex Ryan to get the job because of what he had to say about Aaron Rodgers. Did you hear that? He did a radio interview yesterday.
No.
He said, when your quarterback is skipping mini camps and OTAs to go on retreats, the country club will be over. If I'm the coach there, it's over. There'll be no more of that.
Yeah, well, strong words from somebody who probably shouldn't have a shot at getting a job.
But again, who are the favorites?
Okay, yeah. Right, no, I hear you. And you got to get down to 10-1 before you see Aaron Glenn, and Ben Johnson is not even mentioned. And the last coaching job open is the New Orleans Saints at this point anyway. Odds-on favorite, Joe Brady at minus 300.
Perfect fit.
Followed by Kellen Moore and Aaron Glenn.
Dude.
At 8-1 is for Aaron Glenn.
Okay, people like to say Vegas knows. Does that apply to head coaching positions as well? Because if Vegas knows, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn will be back in Detroit next year. They aren't the favorites for any of these jobs?
Nope.
That's what Goff knew when we talked to him.
But close.
But not the favorites.
No, not the favorites, but close.
Fascinating.
I mean, I would love if the Bears went out and got Cliff Kingsbury, because I don't think much of Cliff Kingsbury as a head coach, and I think that just keeps the Bears where they're at. If the Patriots get Mike Vrabel, or actually, I might even prefer it's Brian Flores, so you get him out of Minnesota being their defensive coordinator, and then Vrabel gets a job elsewhere, right? Let Vrabel take the Jets job. This could set up perfectly. I mean, this are just the Vegas odds, and they're out here. It's January 7th. Things will change. But the interviews are going to start taking place here. I think Rex Ryan's interviewing today with the Jets. So we'll hear about the interviews. We'll see how things go. I'd be surprised if anybody's hired in the next few days. This is something that if they're smart, they'll let it play out a little bit before people are actually hired, because you're going to want to interview a lot of candidates. But we'll see. 5 openings right now. Maybe there's more in a week. I don't know. I'm not sure how late it's been in the last couple of years, the hiring cycles where they fire somebody after the season. Do you wait a full week or 2 weeks after and then fire somebody, or is this done by now?
I missed it. Did you mention the Cowboys as an opening at all?
Did not.
Okay, so that could be an opening.
It could be an
well.
opening.
Uh-huh.
It could be an opening, which is interesting. And I think everybody, I would imagine Vrabel would be the number one option there. But who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I guess one of the hopes we have is not that Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn aren't qualified. It's just other teams can't wait and they have to zero in on somebody. Yeah. And I'm sorry, Aaron Glenn. I'm sorry, Ben Johnson. Just no jobs left.
Right, exactly right. You get to the point where the Lions keep winning in the playoffs.
Yes.
And it keeps pushing it back, and these teams want to hire somebody, and they're getting that itch. They got to scratch it, and they're like, I can't wait. Got to pull the trigger.
We got this thing all sorted out.
Sorry, guys, I can't interview. I got to prepare for the NFC Championship. I got to prepare for the Super Bowl, guys. I can't possibly take time out of my day to talk to you.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. This Sunday win was all about grit. And Show Some Athletic Apparel was founded on grit, which is why you got to go to showsomerespect.com and get your limited edition grit line. The Honolulu blue hoodies, the long sleeve black workout shirts, the blue and gray as well. Best workout gear I own. I love my Show Some stuff. And now in your team's favorite colors for a limited time. You don't take days off or sit on the sidelines. You work. You show up. Show Some Athletic Apparel respects that. Go to showsomerespect.com and don't forget the discount code Doug at checkout for an extra 20% off. Showsomerespect.com, SHOSUM, respect.com. All right, this is important. May I have everyone's attention? Ian Rappaport at this hour reporting that Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold is considered day-to-day with a foot contusion. Sources say X-rays were negative. We knew that yesterday. Dave Burkett had the quote, "I'm playing," that he had after the game. But now, Ian Rappaport reporting after that quote, further testing showed that's possible. A foot contusion. Terrion Arnold, day-to-day.
It's just a bruise?
It's just a bruise.
It's just a bruise?
It's not torn.
It's not a broken foot?
No, it's not a broken.
It's just a bruise.
Just a bruise.
Thank goodness.
Yes.
And you know what? Hey, do they have to play this weekend?
Nope.
No, so you don't have to rush somebody who's day-to-day and keep getting, well, where is he at? Where is he at? Where is he at?
Yep.
You got a little bit of time.
Yep.
You got a runway.
Yep. Yep. Just a bruise.
That'd be really, 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 really nice. Here's some other news. You know, the Chargers put a claim in on Ezekiel Elliott. Now they've added him to the roster, and they had to release somebody.
Mm-hmm.
They released a player from their practice squad who is a former, I think it was a very high pick, if I'm not mistaken, 42nd overall, second-round pick. But a guy who in college got all these accolades of how great he was in college, and there's no question he had some skill, but has not been a revelation in the National Football League since he entered it in 2020. Never come near living up to that potential, and yet it's still a name that when you hear it, you go, oh. Well, and
so they've released this guy.
Yeah.
Was he drafted by the Chargers?
He was not.
Well, is it a running back? Because they need to create.
It's a wide receiver.
All right, who you got?
Laviska Shenault.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy out of college, right? You heard so much about him, how great he was in college, and yet was he? I mean, yeah, he had a pretty good second year in college, over 1,000 yards receiving with Colorado. A guy who hasn't really been able to stay healthy ever. Just it's interesting that, and now he's relegated to the practice squad of the Chargers, hoping to make it in, and then they decide, well, we're going to pick up Ezekiel Elliott and then let him go. So they've waived Laviska Shenault. I'm curious to see if another team picks him up. Do the Lions need to? No.
Nope.
No, they don't.
Nope.
But would they have
this probably concludes our discussion.
Well, I guess going back with but with Ezekiel Elliott, do you think the Lions would have been in on that?
Not if they believe Montgomery's coming back.
That probably makes
I
sense.
mean, you could have him as a safety net, but
And Craig Reynolds played well on Sunday.
he did. They love Craig Reynolds, and I think Craig Reynolds is one of those guys. He's like the thumb.
Made that block, man.
He did make that block. He's probably better than the thumb.
He's better than the thumb.
Let's go to John in Southfield. You're on 97.1
Better
ticket.
than the thumb.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
We're doing
All right,
great.
John.
Appreciate you having me on. I just wanted to give my thoughts so far on what I'm seeing from the Pistons this year. I've been following them year after year. I'm a diehard fan, win or lose. But, you know, something that I've seen this year is they've got that spark. It looks like they want to play. I mean, it's a young group of guys out there that, you know, they've got a coach that looks like he actually wants to be there. And, you know, I don't know what was going through the mind of Monty Williams, but I mean, just looking at some of the press conferences, just how he acted, I wasn't set on him being the future. And I don't think, you know, I don't know if JB is going to be the future, but, you know, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
I think the problem with Monty Williams is that he was kind of forced at gunpoint to take this job, right? I mean, they offered him way more money. He didn't want to coach. He wanted to take some time off. And Tom Gores, and give Tom Gores credit for going in there and making him an offer he couldn't refuse to get the guy who was a coach of the year and all this, right? But his heart wasn't in it. And then give Tom Gores more credit for eating all of that salary. What can you say was over $60 million?
$65 million.
That he ate to go get another coach and get somebody who was hungry. And JB Bickerstaff is he's that guy. We had a chance to interview him right before the season began, Doug, and I was very impressed with him.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he wants to be there.
Yeah.
He's got that young players, coaches mentality. And, you know, it hurt to see Ivy get hurt when he did, but I'll tell you one thing, Cade and Ivy are finally looking like that backcourt that I wanted to see, that I knew that they could get to. They're not there yet, but, man, they're looking good when they're on the floor together.
Well, yeah, and obviously Ivy's out hurt, but I will say this. If you're looking like it is code for figuring out how to play at this level, like it's not just that they look like it, it's that they look like they know what they're doing. It's not that they want to play now. They've always wanted to play. They figured out how they can play at this level. And that's growth. And it's tough because we all want it to happen yesterday. But that's not the way it works. It requires, if you're going to build through the draft in the NBA and draft, it's so much on potential. You hope you get it right with the players. I'm feeling pretty good that they got it right with the players, the young players they've drafted in the last 4 years. Not sure that I hope they'll be able to keep them together, and I hope they'll be able to add the right veterans. That's the other part, is you have to mix in the correct veterans to make it work. More feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Let me be clear, I'd hate to lose Ben Johnson, but he's been a head coaching candidate for 3 straight off seasons. I'm confident that Holmes and Campbell's have a plan should he leave. Probably Brunell or Randall L. Any successful franchise will stand to lose good players and coaches. That's from Marlon. Yeah, we see guys playing for the Lions right now that are playing and helping that might be released during the postseason as other players get back. You know, guys that you like, but if you can't, you have to. When you are good, there are tough cuts that you have to make, and there are coaches that you lose. Anthony writes in, that's a great question, Mike Kang. Who does take Ben's spot? Is it the O-line coach, the tight end coach, Antoine Randall, or hire from outside? I'd like to hear that discussion. I always thought Brunell was the guy being groomed, but when they got Scotty Montgomery, I wonder if there was one eye on him being the next guy for Ben Johnson. But every year, the pool of possible candidates, like the person that called and said head coaching candidates to get fired, Robert Saleh was a really good defensive coordinator. They lose Aaron Glenn. Robert Saleh didn't work as a head coach, but it doesn't mean he can't be repurposed in Detroit. We would have loved that a couple years ago.
Exactly. And
before Aaron Glenn,
Yeah, I feel confident they'd be able to figure things out. And they'll, whether it's from within or not, they'll have plenty of candidates to choose from. I'm sure they like the guys that they have because they already know who they have. It's interesting how solid this coaching staff is. Mm-hmm. It didn't start off that way. You go back and think about it. Anthony Lynn was the offensive coordinator. That didn't work out. They had to make drastic changes on the defensive side and the secondary with some of those coaches that they've changed.
Pleasant,
yeah, they've rotated guys in and out. They've constantly been changing it. But they've got obviously maybe 2 of the best coordinators in football right now. 3 if you had Fipp.
Well, I just think listen to Vegas people and hire your favorites. We're all good.
Yeah.
Here's Rico Beard in studio. Hello, sir.
Gentlemen, how we doing today?
We're doing good. And you?
Good.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? I just walked in.
Actually, it was funny. We weren't planning on talking about it, but a lot of people reacted to Goff and the way he spoke of Ben Johnson, and they interpreted it. And I didn't interpret it this way, but listeners did. Goff knows something, and that Ben might be staying.
Oh.
Yep. That was the interpretation, and that kind of spun into a long, protracted discussion about Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn.
Come on. As you guys know, some of the best topics are the stuff that never make the sheet.
Yep.
Just
the
happens
sheet here
organically.
is almost unscathed.
Right. Just happens organically, and it ends up being the Gator rant. It ends up being something that just lives forever that people remember you for.
Yep.
So.
Well, they won't remember us for today's show, I suspect. But the Goff interview kind of carried us with what he had to say. So, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
A couple things. One is one of my favorite segments where we kind of go back and we do the receipts.
Okay.
We picked our playoff team, our wild card teams, and today we're going to go back and look at who we picked and make fun of each other or say, hey, great job.
Oh, well done.
Yep.
Well done.
Yeah.
Yep. We got our preseason Lions predictions packed in the back. That we'll have to wait till this renovation that's going on right out there, which is totally disrupted everything.
That and then we're also going to do a little
reno.
bit. Going to do a little bit of, who's going to make that playoffs first? Is it Pistons? Is it Wings? Pistons 18-18.
Dude,
Red Wings could be 18-18 tonight.
Right. So it's one of those who makes the playoffs first.
Have a great show. Thanks for listening, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, well, we're off to a bit of an uneven start today on a Tuesday. There's been some laughs. There's been some ball busting. There's off-the-wall topics, and Rico casually using the term colonizer to start the day. So it's going to be a good one today, huh?
You like that?
We're going to have a colonizer power rank at 4 o'clock. All right. Listen, you guys, you got to attend the pre-show meeting. That's really where some of the good off-the-wall stuff happens. So,
it'd be a great podcast.
Yeah.
Tell that to the sales department.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get right on it. So, listen, off the wall, I want to start the show with something different because obviously the Lions have dominated the deal, and they should, and they will. If you missed any of our conversation about the unbelievable game on Sunday, Odyssey.com Rewind, or our YouTube channel. It is standalone. It's not a part of the station. It is the Valenti Show and Rico. Subscribe and hit the little likey doodle on there. I don't know. If you don't like us, why the hell are you listening? So just go hit the subscribe button, will you please? So look, I want to start, though, with something different. And I think we've done a very good job of this, is along the way, being that, guys, we do play a ratings game, like we have a business to operate, and football is 90% of our business, just candidly. You lose sight of other things going on. But we have touched the table on things like, hey, after the first 5 games of the year, Pistons started playing decent. The Red Wings have been in the crosshairs. And then day after Christmas, they gave Lalone the Ziggy, bring in Todd McClellan, and they're getting an NCB, new coach bump. Mm-hmm. That's the metric I like, the NCB. Wings have won 4 in a row. They're within 1 game of 500. Pistons are sitting at 500 for, it has to be the deepest into a season they've been 500 since, I don't know, they were the Fort Wayne Zephyrs. I don't know. The
2018, 2019.
What was that?
2018, 2019 season was the last time they were 500
was that the
team.
blessed Blake Griffin?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Very fruitful. So listen, I wanted to ask a question about which of these two non-Lions, it's also ran theater because it's not football and it's not the Super Bowl. Which of these two is more real? Now, I have my answer. But before I give it, before we go to Rico or he insults me or white people again, oh, God. No, it was good-natured, I promise. Listen, I want to ask Kenny the question. May I? Mm-hmm. Kenneth, NCB, new coach bump. You've watched every shift of every game. Wings have won 4 in a row, even an impressive win in Winnipeg. How real is it?
I think if we're operating on a scale of, say, 1 to 10, I put it at a 7 on the real meter.
Whoa, 7?
Real, I guess real as in what? It's a real NCB, Mike. The new coach bump, I've always believed in hockey. It's turned teams around to win Stanley Cups. I'm not predicting that to happen here, so everybody relax. But
real is in relation to playoffs.
Then, 7 out of 10. I'm perfectly comfortable with that. Yep.
Wow.
Todd McClellan is one of the best regular season coaches that I've seen in my lifetime.
I was about to say something rude.
He is one of the better regular season coaches I've seen. He's taken Sharks teams that get bounced in the playoffs in like the first or second round to the playoffs basically every single year he was there. Same thing with the Kings. He's been there. He's seen all types of personalities. He knows how to handle a roster like this.
Okay. Kenny believes the Wings are real. Let me offer a counterpoint. The Wings problem has nothing to do with the Wings. Mm-hmm. It has to do with the sport and the Eastern Conference have said.
The level of competition.
Because while the Pistons are probably not real, yes, Cade is blossoming into a superstar. It sucks what happened to Ivy, but as you said, it's his show. He can just do whatever now. And you're seeing the value of a real head coach versus a grifter, which Monty Williams was. And the NBA's Eastern Conference, basically have your morning constitutional, and that's the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
It is poo-poo. We were joking around. I looked at Rico, I go, okay, who's going to come up and get the Pistons? How many times who on this group is coming to get you? Charlotte, who's like 6-28?
Not a lot.
The Heat are about to trade Jimmy Butler. They're in chaos. The Bulls blow. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Nets? There are so many bad teams. The Raptors have lost a zillion games. The Pistons don't even have to be 500 to just make the 10 spot. They're in the 7 now, game out of the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Is it wrong that even though the Pistons aren't as good as the Wings, the Pistons situationally are more real?
Yes, because and you see this in some sports, Mike, where it's you drew the lucky straw. You're in the bad conference. You're in the bad division. Well, the Pistons happen to be in the bad sport. So therefore, they may not be as talented as the Wings. They may not have the sustaining power that the Wings would have. But because they are in the NBA, because there are so many bad teams in the East, yes, they can. It's like the Rams winning the NFC West. The West wasn't that great. So they got it. And it's like all of a sudden the Vikings have to go on the road and they won 14 games. Why? You were in the wrong place, wrong time. And I think for the Wings, when you look at their level of competition right now, there's so many teams that they're fighting for just to get into that final spot. Where the Pistons are already, technically, if the season were to end today,
right,
they're in, it would take a utter collapse or somebody just getting red hot for them to fall from, 7 to out of the play-in.
Here's the other thing that, and Kenny, one moment. Here's the other thing that doesn't really exist in hockey, or at least doesn't approach the way it is done in basketball. Tanking. The NBA, this calendar hits January.
Yeah.
Month from now, you're going to see teams automatically going, you know what? We need Cooper Flagg more than we need butts and seats, or more than we need wins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and the bottom of the East, it's a pit. You don't see that in hockey.
No.
So I again, Kenny, please.
Yeah, so you know what? It's funny you mentioned tanking because you know a team that I thought was going to be tanking in the NHL? Columbus and the Montreal Canadiens. You know where the Montreal Canadiens are right now in the standings?
They're a point out of a playoff spot.
They're a point in a playoff spot.
Okay,
They're actually tied for being
Slapkovsky.
Exactly. So, I mean, are they any good? No. Is Pittsburgh any good? Don't know. Ottawa, Columbus, Philly? Don't know.
The only team you know that's terrible right now might be Buffalo. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'd say so.
But all those teams that Kenny just named are teams ahead of the Wings right now.
They're all mid. They're all as mid as mid gets.
But here's the difference. You know what's not mid? The Charlotte Hornets and LaMelo's terrible tattoos. The Washington Wizards. Like, these are not mid. They're not even garbage. They are the liquid accumulation at the bottom of a garbage bag.
Why don't you throw in our friends from the north?
Toronto. Garbage juice.
So clearly the Pistons are in a better position, like in terms of league, in terms of standing.
So
they're in a better spot.
Right, but it's just the question of if one of these teams was going to get home and provide us with post-Lions entertainment. Look, maybe they both could get it done. Maybe. No disrespect to Todd McClellan, but I'm going to go on a little bit. I'm going to need a little more than 4 or 5 games. The Pistons are 36 games deep. They are 500. We are witnessing Cade finally being the player that I asked David to pray for, and that's happening, right? Development is not linear. Like we talked about early in the year, I think it was the first 5 games, and Cade was awful in the fourth quarter, and I'm going, look, this has to change. This can't be what we're getting, and it hasn't been.
Right.
But look, I know it's all Lions right now. I understand. But it is interesting. And you know the thing with the Wings, and I have to let this go. Kenny will have to grade this opinion. I struggle because I'm continually left feeling here in the last couple weeks. What the hell took you so long? It was identified Lalone was a huge problem, that Lalone should have been let go at the end of last year. Why did it take you till almost the halfway point of a hockey season to finally pull the plug on this guy?
I think they were trying to find every reason not to fire him.
Why? It's not like he's Belichick.
Maybe they really like him. You're right, because it's like the Pistons told Monty, yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, but he was a grift.
No, he was.
It was like the second night he was here, he was spelling help with Gatorade towels.
We're going to give you 10 games into the season. If that's the condition, then fire the person right there.
Okay.
And you're right. The Wings, in my opinion, should have. And every time I think that they got to that point, Kenny, correct me if I'm wrong, he would win a game.
Yeah, he would always
reset the clock.
He would always win that inconvenient game that would
Toronto
just be like,
game was one that I'm like, oh, he's going to save his job.
Right, 100%. And that's
reset
what
the
happened.
clock.
That's what happened with him all of last year. I wanted him fired in, March last year. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bad fan of the team, but I agree with you, Mike, and I think that's an A+ hockey take from the Hockey Elite, that he should have been fired at maximum the beginning of the season, at minimum Thanksgiving.
Right, and the problem, Kenny, is if this is how they're let's say they're nowhere near as good as this, but if they were simply playing 500 hockey and got this bump, that is a seismic difference in where you are versus Lalonde putting you 6 games under.
And that's why I feel more comfortable with McClellan than Lalonde, is because he's seen it. He can be more even-keeled. Did you hear what he said at the beginning of when he got here, by the way? He just yelled at the players in practice, just play effing hockey.
You've done it your whole life.
You've done it your whole life. And I was like,
also, I think there's an advantage. He has hair.
That's true. That's true. Hair always beats no hair unless it's ginger hair.
Exactly. That's the power.
I did not understand the
follicle power rankings.
Yeah, the coif power rankings.
Gingers would be the lowest, bald guys second, and then any regular form of hair topped by salt and pepper.
I just never knew. I mean, Ryan Day.
But see, Ryan Day's not doing it gracefully. He would be below the salt and pepper candidates. You need to age gracefully. Like McClellan's a guy who looks like he's been through the wars. You'll follow that guy. Ryan Day, he looks like a cheap video game character.
It's
ridiculous.
I never realized how much hair means to you.
It does. It does. By the way, how fun is this, right? This is a legitimately interesting topic. So coming up next, Rico will power rank the top 53 Detroit Lions in the locker room.
Not where I thought you were going with that, but thank you.
No. Oh, his favorite colonizers? Is that what he's going to hit me with that one again?
We'll break down...
Somehow a conversation about orange juice, and he's hurling a colonizer blast at me.
No, it was the term unk.
I'm like, yeah. What the hell? Where did unk come from, and how do I get such a thing as a white guy? And Rico goes, probably colonizer. Welcome to pre-show, guys. So if you'd like to talk Pistons and Red Wings before we get to the Lions, 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
All right, guys, brand new year. Let's make it a brand new you. Head over to Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. There are over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. I guarantee there is one near you. You walk in there with $1 down, and you can get a membership for $15 a month. And at Planet Fitness, a lot of the Planet Fitness has brand new strength training equipment, brand new cardio equipment. They have convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. You made a promise to yourself at the beginning of the year. Now let's live up to that promise. Head over to Planet Fitness. It is the home of the judgment-free zone. Like I said, $1 down, $15 a month. Plus, if you need a little added motivation, it is free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers to focus on you. So what are you waiting for? Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, $15 a month, over 50 throughout the Metro Detroit area, or you can go online at planetfitness.com.
America's favorite place to watch sports. Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the massive big screen, located right in the heart of Vegas. It's Circa. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. So we've started a little differently today because obviously Lions are their story 1, 2, 3, and 4 in your top 5. But I thought it was interesting. Wings and Pistons, right? The others. And they're both, Wings are having a resurgence. Pistons have been solid. And we're talking about this idea of, okay, well, which one of these are you more confident is going to get home? For me, it would be the Pistons. Not that they're better than the Wings, but it's their situation is better. So we're having that conversation because Eastern Conference in the NBA is regrettable. But may I just briefly, I have something for Kenny, I think. Kenny has a habit, people, of forcing us with the television outside the studio, of putting it on the NHL Network.
I thought that was the only channel.
Right.
It is the only channel, Rico.
No
it
other
is.
channel is paid for. So I walk out while you were doing your commercial, and I glance at the TV, and what do I see? I don't see hockey. I see horse racing. And I go, what is this? Is Kenny rifling a few bets here on a and I'm like, what tracks are even open on a Tuesday, January 7th? You ready for this?
Yeah.
Then it cut to a Kraken game. And I went, Second race at Santa Anita yesterday. The horse, Grubauer.
Yes, another
named after Kraken goalie.
Yes,
Bob Grubauer.
I love it. Added to the Nyquist and all the other hockey players. Shesterkin, yep. Another goal.
Pavel. Mrazek.
So now
Nyquist.
your worlds are coming together.
I have told Kenny there is a connection between hockey and horse racing. There are many. Hockey, first of all, the owner of the Florida Panthers owns a very successful stable called St. Elias Stables. You have Eric Johnson, former NHLer, who owns horses. But a lot of, there's a person from Windsor, I believe. His stable's called Redham Racing. He owned Nyquist. Mm-hmm. He would name his horses after Wings, but it's a California-based stable. The point is, I walk out expecting to see welfare hockey, where it's like, dude, the studio setup is horrific.
Yeah. They change jerseys every day.
Right. It's like 2 guys at a cardboard table. They should be playing Monopoly in a treehouse at this point. And it's just 2 dudes in like parkas. I don't even know if they pay for the heat at NHL Network. And I see, horse racing. What the hell is this? Did the NHL Network go out of business? No. There's a horse named Grubauer.
Worlds collide, man. I always love it when you bring me one of those names. That's one of my favorite bits.
Here for you, okay? Grubauer. We can move on. David, ticket text before we get to the people. And yes, we'll get to the Lions at 3. For Christ's sakes, there has to be space for other things. They don't play for 2 weeks.
The Eastern Conference in the NBA is terrible, so I'm going to choose the Pistons. The NHL team, the Red Wings, have a gauntlet on their side. So, yes, it is the Pistons.
And when he says it, guys, I want you to understand something. That's not saying the Pistons aren't playing solid basketball. They are, okay? But the NHL, that East, is the equivalent of the Western Conference in the NBA. It's just hyper competitive. Yeah. The East has teams like Rico. How many teams in the East, if you pull up the standings, how many would you say a month from now on February 7th will be in full tank mode? I think the number could be as many as 5. You can't say that in hockey.
5. Yeah.
Charlotte would be 1. Washington would be 2. Toronto would be 3.
Brooklyn
would be 4.
Is Philly going to try this year?
And there's a sneaky, you know what that is? That's Sean Elliott's kidney, David Robinson blowout, Spurs tank.
Mm-hmm. And then
you recharge the batteries.
Yes.
Then you get Cooper Flag to go with JoJo and Maxey, and they're back.
And then what are the Heat going to do?
Trade Jimmy Butler and be mid.
Right, I'm saying, are they going to try after they trade Jimmy Butler, or are they going to say, you know what, let's just tank, let's get Cooper Flag to come to Miami?
How long have I told you that my people have told me Jimmy's a jerk?
You've said it for a while. Chicago.
Not well liked.
I don't know, man. There's a JBB with the Heat may actually take a Jimmy Butler bump when they get rid of him. That's happened everywhere he's gone. They traded him. They took a bump.
Right, I'm saying, so at that point, is it addition by subtraction? He's gone. We could play better now, but yeah, there's
Jimmy
at least
Butler
5, 6
is Miami's
teams.
Derek Lalonde. Finkel is Einhorn.
Or he's
the same person.
Miami Kyrie.
Yes. Sage burning bleep hole. All right. Let's get to
But yes, a lot of teams could be tanking in the East, whereas the Pistons, man, if
they're
honestly,
trying, and
if you could,
staff is a real coach.
You don't even need to go 500. I think if you can go
5 games under.
Yeah.
You could be 5 games under, and you will absolutely be. And I do not, here's what I'm not going to tolerate on January 7th. Here's a PSA. Do not call up and slander the Pistons if they're in this play-in and say, well, that's not real. No, it is real.
Hold on. David.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
It's real. When a team hasn't won a playoff game in 15 years.
Talk about pre-show meeting. One of us, I'll leave them nameless, said it doesn't count. I'm like, it absolutely does count.
And then even though you insulted me, I defended you.
I did not insult you, Unc. There you go, Unc.
As in people, he was talking about me right there.
Everybody,
is what he's saying.
when you call up, make sure you greet Mike as Unc.
No. I was saying
greet him as Unc.
You were very distinct in saying that's a term of endearment in the black community. And I said, well, can white people qualify for Unc? And your one-liner was more like colonizer.
Make sure you call him Unc.
Happy effing holidays.
I had to make sure you were listening to me.
Oh, yeah. Big time. All right, let's go to the people, see what they got to say. We'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Unc and Rico, how are you guys doing?
Good, Mike.
Excellent, Mike.
Way to go.
Last time I called in, Mike was about ready to get on his mandatory HR sabbatical, so it's good to know that he hasn't learned anything yet.
What's the problem?
So, no, anyway, I think the Pistons are 100% real. You have a bona fide all-star in Cade Cunningham that's going to be flirting with All-NBA by the end of this season. A coach that wants to be here in J.B. Bickerstaff that kind of is the Pistons version of Dan Campbell. He actually wants to be here, and he's got a fight to him that is super respectable. And I think Cade is going to force Trajan Langdon's hand in acquiring a player now that Ivy's out for the foreseeable future.
I have no problem with anything you said. I mean, Mike, you're seeing what a coach who actually wants to be here can do. And look, let's give some credit. Trajan Langdon with a couple of veteran adult signings in the room that have allowed a little bit more floor spacing. Now, they've got to figure out long-term the Ivy Cade conundrum, right? And the idea is you probably can't sink that level of money into the backcourt. But in the here and now, you're right. Cade is the most important factor, and he's blossoming. So, and again, Mike, do you agree with our take? And it's not insulting. It's just the bottom of the East is so bad. I will find it shocking. Like, I'm not going to put it into the universe what would have to happen. I think we all know what it means. Mm-hmm. But the Pistons should be able to make the play-in.
Yes. The floor is hosting a play-in game, and I think the ceiling is the 5 seed. I don't see any reason why if you add an asset at the trade deadline, you can't start to get into that mid-tier of the Eastern Conference with a young roster.
So, Mike, let's have some fun. Have fun, because I know you're thinking of a name. Say the name. Say the player you want them to acquire. Let's have a little fun for a second.
I don't want to say the name because I want it to happen. I don't want to get my hopes up.
What is it? Okay, Mike, what does it rhyme with?
Yeah, rhyme the name.
Smart.
Say it again?
Marcus Smart.
Oh,
Smart.
you don't want Marcus Smart. No.
No.
Why not? No. First of all, Mike. First of all,
who do you want?
It better not rhyme with buying.
No. I am not saying.
No, Mike, I said it better not rhyme with buying.
I didn't. Mike almost crashed his car. No, the Marcus Smart thing, here's your problem. A, can't stay healthy. B, he's a terrible shooter. And look, not a primary ball handler. I love his toughness. I love what Marcus is about. But look what happened. The minute the Celtics got rid of him, they went next level. You don't need Marcus Smart here.
But I also think All-Star Thompson's starting to come on. And Mike, your theory on the NBA season doesn't start until December.
Yep.
They're 9-5 since the calendar turned December, and that the first loss was in that pool play of the tournament.
Yeah, against the Bucks.
They're absolutely a real team.
Yeah, and Mike, and again, it's not insulting. Mike, you know what I know. If you're trying, just trying, you don't even have to be that good. There will be half a dozen free squares on your schedule in the depths of the winter. Because when you play a team like Washington who is not trying, or pick Eastern Conference team, those are W's.
Going up against Philly. They want Cooper Flag. Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's a shot Philly doesn't turn this thing around. They opt out. They go long term.
Now, here's when you know that the Pistons have officially turned the corner.
Okay.
When teams don't use the Pistons as their rest day.
Truth.
Because right now, it's, you know what? It's load management day. It's rare that you get a star to actually play, especially on the road.
But think about what we're saying. You know, this is like nothing you're saying is wrong. It's just disgusting. This is why people don't watch the NBA. This is why, I understand there's societal issues and why the ratings might be down or the NFL, but the reality is the things, Rico, is what you're saying is true. Oh, well, when teams stop resting players making how much against you? Or, hey, you got a great shot to make it because no one's trying. Like,
think about Thursday, Steph Curry and the Warriors are coming in town. Steph may actually play in this game.
Maybe.
It's like, okay, you get to see a superstar in your house going up against Cade. But normally it's like, it's the Pistons. We can just go out there, score your league average, and sit down. I saw Ja Morant do that last year.
248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people in the mix, get some ticket text, Lions discussion at 3 o'clock. We also have something in the 4 o'clock that's going to be fun, and it's called Rico's Receipts Playoff BS. We'll explain. Lot to do today. Winter can be hard on the roof of your home, man. Detroit, it's far from paradise. So do you know if your roof is going to be okay this winter? You got icicles hanging from your gutter. You got staining on the ceiling. Look, bottom line, you're not going to hop up there. You're insane. That's a great way to end up in the hospital. Get with Victor's Home Solutions. They'll take care of it. They're open 52 weeks a year. And they'll be at your house within 24 hours to do a 21-point roof inspection, go over their findings with you, and recommend a course of action. It's just that simple. Victor's offering an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. Anything goes wrong, they fix it. Call them today. Get the answers. No more thinking about it. 734-773-1100 or make an appointment online at victors.com. Lions discussion at 3 o'clock. But one football note that if you're a Lions fan, and I know you're not really concerning yourself with other teams, nor should you, but the most Bears thing of all are these reports about Mike McCarthy. Man, if you tried to build in a lab the worst possible hire in 2025 for a number 1 overall draft pick quarterback and a franchise that needs youth, energy, vibe, buzz, Mike McCarthy is like the fart in an elevator version of that. The Bears and Giants are absolutely the same organization, just different logos. Holy hell. If Mike McCarthy's a Bear, you are living in the best of times.
Yeah, I hope Jerry lets him go. Him in our division, that would be
Can you imagine a bidding war for Mike McCarthy? What level of dysfunction do you have to have?
Get to a bidding war. I think Dallas would just pack his bags and say, take the
Jerry
plane.
won't let him go. Sorry.
No, I think Jerry would.
Also,
because it's an easy out. Like, we wanted to keep him here, but Chicago really wanted him, so sorry.
We were also speccing a new segment.
No.
No? I think it's a hit.
No.
All right, I won't say it. I thought it would really be awesome.
I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, I couldn't see how that would turn out and go wrong at any possible way.
Because it would be so right.
Once
You
again.
love lists, and you were going to bring a very unique one to the table. All right.
He's a spiteful guy. It's a spiteful list. I don't know.
Somehow I see us in Jimmy's office.
Oh, stop it. We've done much.
Or
worse.
Debbie's. Like, really, guys?
I would enjoy it. I got your back. Let's go, man. Let's
No,
do it.
it would be a one-time only thing. We would have to blow out the budget for that one time.
No, it would be
because
updated weekly.
I don't
based
think,
on. Okay, you know what? We're talking about something I'm not ready to promote, so let's just move on.
if you want to tell people what it is, because we're not going to do it. But
no, then I'm not going to tell them.
Okay.
David, go ahead.
Disappointed, man. I wanted to do it.
David, let me work on him. By 4 o'clock, he'll be excited and we'll have production done. Just go ahead.
This one's for you, Kitty. I want you to respond to this text.
Grubauer.
Wings have an easy schedule coming up. The next 5 or so. I think there will be a different tone about this team by the media next week. I'm choosing the Wings to make the playoffs.
Yeah, but what tone is there? Look, they made the coaching change we wanted. They've won some games. There's no tone. We're bringing up a conversation about, hey, which of these two is more likely to finish the job and make the playoffs? The only knock on the Wings was what? That in hockey there's no tanking and the East is the tougher conference. That's not a tone.
And to respond to the texter, the next, I'd say 4 games are ranging from mid to easy. Senators, you could win that. Blackhawks, you should. Kraken, you could. Sharks, you should.
Grubauer.
These are games, though. My point is that do the McClellan thing. Stay even keel. Stay about 500, maybe a little above, maybe a little below. Just hold pace. That's all you need to do.
David, go ahead, and then we'll get to the people.
News flash. The East is better than the West this year. The Pistons beat the West, and they got Mike Brown fired out there, but I'm still picking the Wings.
Let me ask you a question. Is drug usage this rampant?
Yes.
The East is better than the West. In what planet? Outside of Cleveland and Boston, who do I care about?
And Cleveland's going to lose in the playoffs like they usually
You
do.
know
So,
it.
yeah.
In the Knicks, excuse me. What planet? Look at this conference.
See,
I
I
mean,
think
there's no middle class. It's awful.
But the West, either you have a name that people know about and you're figuring, oh, the Lakers, okay, the Warriors, okay, the Timberwolves. All right, they're not really that good of teams.
But they destroy bum-ass Eastern Conference teams in the aggregate.
Right.
It's
but
not about one night where a team doesn't care about you. Sorry.
No, but people are thinking about the Pistons' last West Coast trip when they went out there and they handled everybody and they just, next.
What? You know what really has gotten to me at this stage of my life in this business is the eroding attention span and ability to think of people. Not everything is a 3-second highlight or a social media clip. Like, for God's sakes, in the overall, if you really power rank this, how many Eastern Conference teams are any good? That's why the Pistons could do this. Versus the NHL, where it is an absolute dogfight.
Well, let me help you with that, Michael. David may actually be correct because according to Vegas odds,
Grubauer.
There's a difference between making the play-ins and making the playoffs.
I disagree, and I'm not going to take people's joy.
No, but according to Vegas, the Pistons are minus 240 to make the play-in.
You know what? Put the banner up. Play-in participant.
And
we'll put it right next to Blaha's 3-button jacket from 93.
If you're saying that they could win a couple games in the play-in, plus 330.
We're going to put Kelser's old man glasses up there.
Plus 330 to get one of those final seeds in the actual playoffs.
It's doable.
Right, I'm just saying. So, you know.
Well, what are the Wings?
Hold on, let me look, please.
And again, I think, are the Wings a better team? Well, I mean, it's a different sport. It's not this vis-a-vis comparison, but the Wings have had 6 years, and it's a more finished product.
Red Wings plus 630 to make the playoffs.
Plus 630?
Sorry, Kenny.
What?
That's absurd. I mean,
hold on. We might need to make you want to make a show bet?
Yes, I do.
What's it going to take to buy your girlfriend off the lease? We're going to make that bet.
Stop that right now.
The Kenny
Penguins are plus 300.
The Kenny Cott, get rid of my cat fund.
I'll get rid of the cat, yes.
Well, how much money would it take for her to give that cat to a shelter?
I don't think there's any amount of money.
Then she goes. So
I think she'd take Kenny to the shelter.
I'm making a point. At plus 630, that to me is not fair to the Wings. That's not right. Come on. Are you serious?
Penguins plus 300, Islanders plus 360, Flyers plus 400.
The Islanders are below the Wings and dilapidated by injuries.
Wings plus 630, tied with the Canadiens,
who are in the playoffs right now if the season ends today, which is hilarious.
Gee whiz, plus 630. Come on, buddy. What do you want to do?
We could drop a couple bucks on it. Make a nice little show bet.
Columbus plus 680.
Let me call Costa. We may need to do like an It Takes a Village bet. And then, like, if the bet hits, Kenny just hands the check over and is like, this apartment, I'm the captain now.
Look at me.
Look at me. The cat is gone now.
She comes home from work. The locks are changed. It's a whole scene.
Kenny sending in a Polaroid of the cat.
No.
Tied up. Blindfolded.
I like it. Blink twice. 248-539-9797. Go to Nathan, 97.1. What's up, Nate? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Just want to say I live in New York. Nice being able to stream you guys every day and get some Detroit radio, so thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
Just want to make a quick point on the Pistons-Red Wings comparison. I think the main difference is the Pistons have a true star in Cade, and I'm not sure that we can say that for the Red Wings. I mean, I love Larkin, I love Raymond, I love Sider, but I don't think really they're stars at this time in the league. That's really the biggest thing for me. And like you said, in the East, we didn't even mention the Magic. Their entire team is hurt right now,
right.
So that's
All
another
injury.
team that you can get above. I think there's only really a couple teams that you can't beat in the East: the Celtics, Knicks, and
right. And make no mistake, both these teams make the playoffs, they get destroyed. It's just about the accomplishment when you haven't won a playoff game in 15 years. Or for the Wings, we've had so much consternation. Look, I think the market is telling you the point Rico and I have been making, that what the Wings are tasked with doing is so much more difficult based on the situation. For the Pistons, it's a process of elimination. Mm-hmm. Who's even trying?
Yeah.
You are. So it's plausible. Listen, plus 630 for the Wings. Nate, I got to tell you, we're trying to get Kenny up out of that apartment.
I remember looking before the year, the Wings were, I think it was either plus 125 or plus 150 to make the playoffs.
Well, when you waste almost half your year with a coach that everybody knows should have been fired in the offseason, that generally is what happens. That's not mean if it's factual. Also, Grubauer.
You will get no argument from me.
Listen to me. I will tell you when Grubauer races again. I told you, anytime the hockey horses run, I try to give you a little ping and go, hey, bud, if you want to, hey, Shesterkin's running. What do you want to do?
We have to bet Grubauer, don't we? It's just a must.
That's your boy now.
That's right.
I'm going to set up a meet and greet. Kenny and Grubauer. 248-539-9797. Let's get a little football hot seat. Black Monday was yesterday. My organization's too dumb to fire anybody, but David will go around the league. We'll do it next. Then Lions at 3 o'clock. All right, dead of winter, playoffs. How about a taste of summer? It's kind of like, halfway through the year, thinking about sunny and 75. Old Nation Brewery, a limited run of the Tangerine M43. Usually a summer beer. They just trickle a little bit of it into the supply in the dead of winter. So if you're getting ready for Lions playoffs or Wild Card weekend, get with Old Nation wherever great beer is sold. They will carry Old Nation. Best ingredients, brewed respectfully, and a truly independent brewery. It matters. Support them. 21 and up, Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, let's get to business. We've got coaching carousel, lots to do around the NFL. David, a little music, please.
Yeah, so let's go through this. I'm going to do a scale of 1 to 5. 5 meaning this job is really good. Yes. 1 is I'm not taking the phone call on that job here.
Okay.
So let's go start with the Jacksonville Jags, which is interesting. I'm looking at their interview requests, and it's about half and half defense, offense.
Ben Johnson's on there.
Correct. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn are both on there. What's interesting is Chad Kahn is keeping Trevor Baalke, but he spoke on a Zoom yesterday saying that if a candidate can convince me to get rid of Trent Baalke while Baalke's sitting there on a Zoom with him, I'll get rid of him. So what does that job look like to you?
I'm going to say no, just because of that reason, because let's say you blow them away in the interview, but you decide to keep Baalke, and now you have to sit there knowing he knows you didn't want him there. It could just, bad job. Either you fire your GM and then we start fresh, but if I got to convince you to fire your GM, that means you don't want to do it. That's a no for me.
I'll just give you devil's advocate. This isn't like a disagreement. I don't think Rico's totally wrong. I would give it a slightly higher grade on you're going to get a new stadium. You have Trevor Lawrence, who I'm not ready to give up on. I just think he's gotten some horrendous coaching. And Shad Khan, despite the egregious mustache, will absolutely spend.
But so here's the other reason why I would say no. I'm giving up 2 home games every year to go overseas.
Philip.
That's very fair.
Can I go 2.5?
2.5.
Rico's
fair.
at a 1. I assume it's like you wouldn't pick up the phone.
No.
You might not pick up the phone for the next job. That's a Chicago Bears job. They are also keeping their GM as of right now. They have Caleb Williams. So that one looks like to be mostly offensive request that they're having there in Chicago.
For me, that job's a 4. Look, I don't like the McCaskey family, and I do think they tend to be a little cheap, but it is Chicago. It is kind of an original 6 franchise NHL style. You do get Caleb Williams. Ryan Poles has assembled good draft capital and good talent. It's a good job. It's not perfect, but I 3.5, 4 for me.
I think I would take it if I would be guaranteed that the first round selection is an O-lineman. My second round selection is another O-lineman. You guarantee me that because I have all the other toys in place. I can't protect the quarterback. I would need to draft or go out in free agency and pick up at least 3 offensive linemen. Good ones, not recast.
Like Chicago pizza's a 1. Chicago hot dogs are a 2. If you want the Italian beef, that's a 3. The Bears' job is a 4. I mean, basically, the best thing about the city would be the Bears' job.
No, it's Garrett's popcorn.
Garrett's is 5. Garrett's is a 5. The Chicago mix.
Yes. Garrett's is a 5. Other than that, I'm with you.
Garrett's, Bears, all other
hot
food.
dog mixed in a salad. No.
Awful. Who can eat one of those? They're terrible. And there's seeds on the bun.
And it's always windy and cold.
Well, bro, newsflash. Look outside. David, go ahead.
Let me make a note here, though.
I mean, Jesus.
No. But it's super windy is what I'm saying. It's cold here.
Well, I know we don't have buildings over 2 stories in this town. That tends to happen.
Look, that building right there is at least 5.
Interesting note here out of the interview request, they have David Shaw on their list.
I quit.
Now, it's not just a Rooney Rule because they have other minorities on the list, but David Shaw?
Yeah,
weird.
Hey, let's run I-form double tight.
Why? Okay.
I quit is what that is.
Let's move over to the next one, and I'm not going to ask you 1 to 5 on this one. This is the New England Patriots. What I'm going to ask you is it anyone other than Mike Vrabel?
For who, the Jets or New England?
For the Patriots.
No,
I think it is. I think if they can get Ben Johnson, I think they would take Ben Johnson.
Okay.
I do. But I don't think that he's that interested. But if Ben Johnson really said, you know what? I want to be the guy that brings back the glory to the Patriots, they'd roll out the red carpet.
He is on their list. Byron Leftwich is on their list. They already completed an interview with Pep Hamilton. That may be just
Hamilton.
That may be just the Rooney Rule.
Yeah,
there.
look, I don't.
For what? Like, what is Pep Hamilton going to
do? He gets you the Rooney Rule. That's it.
Hey. Let me say this as candidly as possible. Check box.
I mean,
that's what happens when you have the Rooney Rule. Like, no one's hiring Pep Hamilton.
They know who they want.
What was he, like an OC in the UFL?
It just says longtime NFL assistant. He's not even in the NFL right now.
Like, he's in the UFL, and he's not even a stop assist. He's like the quarterback.
It doesn't matter. Coach. He could be in a UFO. You gotta interview a minority. Don't you get it?
Is that Pep? Pep, would you like the job? No, that counts. That counts as an interview.
I tried.
Check. Hey, say it again to the camera.
Look, and that is the problem. It's chicken or the egg, which is if you don't have the Rooney Rule, do you get legitimate interviews to minority candidates versus prearranged marriages? If you do, well, then the interviews, how many of them are actually real and in earnest? It's an imperfect rule in a horribly imperfect hiring process. But yeah, I'm with Rico.
I mean,
Hap Hamilton. Jesus.
Then again, they're also interviewing Rex Ryan at some job. So,
Well, that transitioned
No.
right into the New York Jets because Rex Ryan is on their list.
It's not possible.
Now, with them, they have a GM search and a coach search. So how much will that impact who they hire as the
I don't
coach?
know. I asked Woody Johnson's son. Apparently, that's who's running the organization, some 16-year-old kid. Hey, Dad, I don't like his Madden rating. We can't trade for him.
But
I don't know.
David, the Lions may have set a new trend because remember, they hired the coach first and then hired the GM. Now, it worked out. I wouldn't have recommended this to anybody in the league, but it actually works here.
And did you know that the Jets said not interested in Ben Johnson?
Correct.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Okay, this is also the same organization that broke the bank to get Aaron Rodgers there, including firing everybody and getting Aaron Rodgers.
It's the same franchise where you have to call the owner Mr. Ambassador.
Right. So
are you kidding me?
Put it this way. Sometimes the blessing comes by the phone call you don't get, Ben.
True.
So, yeah, if you see that, was it 212 number? No.
I'm out.
Now, the New Orleans Saints.
Aaron Glenn, next.
Is it anyone other than? Because they have
Except
Joe Brady, Kellen Moore, David Shaw again on that list.
No.
Really?
Does
So,
David Shaw get paid for these
And
like an
that's-
escort? Like,
that's
does
what
he?
I'm-
Like, you have to pay him to interview because it's so insulting.
And I wonder if his agent has set that up and said, hey, David Shaw will check your box, but it's going to cost you $100,000.
Take it easy. You're getting David excited. Go ahead.
And then the final job to discuss would be the Titans.
New York Giants.
The Titans GM job. I mean, they fired their GM. They're keeping the coach.
I will tell you, it's something I said last year with the way it went down with Vrabel when the daughter of the owner took over. That is a one. That is a franchise I'm not taking the phone call.
Yeah, that's a rudderless ship.
There's nothing redeeming. You're dealing with an impetuous owner. I don't, and again, I'd be stuck with a coach who I don't even know if I want.
And I'm looking at this is going to be the next quarterback that gets selected, one who just will fall into obscurity. And we'll all say, man, look at the second quarterback that was taken or the third quarterback that was taken. That's for you.
Thank you.
And they really took off and they flourished.
Plus, Nashville's a plastic cup town. You don't want to live there. It's Dixie Cup City.
I'm hoping that you can find your Bo Nix next year.
Oh, we're effed. You kidding me? Look at our schedule. We're going to win 4 games. Maybe that's why Merritt did what he did. Think about it. I mean, what the hell?
Okay.
Oh, listen to the list of candidates outside of Ben Johnson. Who am I excited about? Then you factor in, if you know you're going to be terrible next year, you may as well put a bullet in both Dayball and Shane. Then it's blatantly obvious. You take Arch Manning. Now we got another mouth breather in the family, and away we go.
Yeah, your schedule next year.
We're dead.
It's your regular schedule
We're
of your. You play the AFC West
and the NFC North.
And the NFC North.
Oh, yeah, and we're here in Detroit. Can't wait. Lions minus 34.5 on FanDuel.
So think about it. I was like, wow. Because everybody goes like, have you taken a look at the Giants schedule? I'm like, you're a last place team. No offense. But you should have a last place schedule. I'm
None
like,
taken. That's like, oh, hey,
wow.
Hey, you're dead. And dead guy's offended. No, the
and
Giants are terrible.
So NFC North, AFC West. So, Lions, Chiefs.
So is that why? Is that
Wait,
why
you have to
Mara-
play your regular
Chargers,
and you also play the Niners next year.
Is that why Mara did what he did?
Probably.
Because the Giants,
Possibly.
let me be even more candid. The Giants are a franchise that would be a 1 on David's list. You don't take the phone call. They're a mess. They are what the Lions used to be when the old man ran it. They are a mess.
And that's why I would take the Bears call, because if the right coach, you can win there.
So once again, the Chicago Power Rank. Garrett's mix. Bears job 4. Italian beef 3.
Hot
dog 2. The pizza should be illegal.
The casserole.
The casserole's illegal. Ridiculous.
and that is in football today.
You know, oddly enough, that clip is spliced from me not wanting to pay Jamal Williams. I don't really have a problem with David Montgomery, but that's how our songs work. You get slandered. It's fun, though. You did hear something earlier, and I think it's important because it's been one of the most annoying storylines. I've been annoyed with callers. I've certainly been annoyed with hosts. This whole Aiden Hutchinson thing. And even on Sunday Night Football, I manifested. Stop. You snapped your leg in half. You're done. You're going to play 15 years here. You're trending to put on a gold jacket and be in Canton. You're trending to be the best or second best defensive player in modern Lions history, probably behind Chris Spielman. Don't give me the Dick Night Train Lane stuff. I mean, that's from the 50s, 40s, whenever that was. The point is, I think we can all stop with the fantasy land now. Dan Campbell has said Aiden Hutchinson suffered a season-ending injury. So stop.
So he's not coming back.
Stop.
What you're saying.
Yeah, let me read you the quote from Dave Burkett. He tweeted it out. Campbell says he reemphasized he has a season-ending injury, but if anybody can come back from it, it'll be Aiden. And then Dave Burkett says, make it sound like Hutchinson won't be back for the Super Bowl.
Right, because that's what happens when you snap your leg. So just let it go. Any update on Carlton Davis? I know David Montgomery, the expectation is he would give it a go. Because you had the bye week, you'll get 2 more weeks. He could give it a try. What about Carlton Davis?
Yeah, Carlton Davis, Derek Barnes won't be back for the Super Bowl if they make the Super Bowl.
Wait, so you're telling me guy who broke his jaw and is drinking out of a straw won't magically come back, play 75 elite snaps a week?
I knew that wasn't going to happen.
Shocking.
But there's positive news on Arnold Zeitler and Pat O'Connor.
Excellent. The Zeitler thing, it just looked like hammy. You didn't blow it out. You got 2 weeks. He'll get all the best medical care. Plus you have depth at guard. The Terrion Arnold thing was the most encouraging thing. Mm-hmm. When that happened, I didn't have foot contusion on my bingo board.
No, when they're bringing out the cart, that's when you're like, oh,
and it didn't look like bruised foot. Mm-mm. But thank goodness.
Because players know that level of toughness, let me walk off the field, even if I got a limp, even if you have to help me. Never. I've heard players say, just don't bring out that cart, ever. Because to them, that means your season is over.
So, here's my question. And I understand if on surface you bristle at this as a Lions fan. But we've talked about the playoffs started last week. And that if you did your job, you had 4 games left in your season. Now it's 3. 1 down, 3 to go. But I want to know now that the dust has settled, right? All the emotion of Sunday night, the euphoria, in our case, relief. There will be no joy unless they win the Super Bowl. The joy is the Super Bowl. That's how I watch sports. That's what I do. I'm a bad, mean New Yorker. But my point to you is I understand if there is joy in making the Super Bowl because you've never done it before. In that moment, there will be joy. There is no question. What I am saying, though, is have you come to terms with the reality of your situation that when you are the 1 seed and you have a bye week, and as Dan Campbell so appropriately said, all roads go through Detroit. Have you come to grips with the reality of your situation? 3 wins, or this was all for nothing. 3 wins, or it's failure. And it's devastatingly so. That it's all or nothing. Because I'm not, even though Rico was highly insulting in pre-show, I am not going to slander you. But there's no joy in losing a Super Bowl when you've been ahead in the fourth quarter twice in the last 3 years. There's no joy.
See, but I agree with what you're saying, Mike, but I don't think you have to win the Super Bowl in this town for this reason because you've never been there. So you've never tasted Super Bowl success, but you've finally gotten off the list of teams who have never made it. So for 2 weeks, you get to live large. You go into that game, and if you lose it, it sucks. It's horrible. Trust me, I know the feeling.
I've heard.
You know Giants have lost it. Yes.
One.
But you know the feeling. And it's just like, we made it all the way here for this?
That's my
point. Kidding me?
But this fan base, I don't think they can handle that. Remember, this is a fan base that has treated this team like the Avengers. I don't think they're prepared for Doctor Strange to come down and tell them there ain't no way out of this deal. I'm paraphrasing Doctor Strange. The point is, I want to know if fans have come to the reality of this now. And look, you've got 2 weeks. The best thing in the world is when you've gotten the 1 seed and you get to chill out on Wild Card Weekend and watch everybody kill each other. Lawn chair, and you are watching in the distance a bomb go off. But I would just like to know, has it hit you that these are the terms? I mean, look, if you want to create a scenario that somehow you lose the Super Bowl and it's on Ray Finkel's kick with 4 seconds to go, fine. You can live in whatever world you want. I'd argue that's the most devastating of all.
It is.
So my thing is, you could say whatever you want now, but I think you know in your heart, Rico, not you, I'm saying the people, you got to go 3-0, or this is going to be the worst thing in your sports history. You just, if this team's the 1 seed and they do what you, like for instance, San Francisco rolled into number 1 seed Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers off rest at home. It's snowing. It's Frisco's soft. 12-7 win. Green Bay season ended. Devastating. Getting to the NFC title game. Do I need to remind Lions fans how devastating that is? You lose in the Super Bowl, forget it.
Especially if you lose in overtime.
I've heard that. So my question is to Lions fans, has it sunk in yet that you guys, you've arrived?
And on top of that, Mike, I'm going to add the cherry on top, 15 wins. Like,
yes.
You didn't make the playoffs and, you were 10-7. You were 11-6.
It's one of the great regular seasons in the last decade to 15 years of the NFC.
Because what you don't want to be is you don't want to be the Minnesota Vikings that was, 15-1 and did not make the Super Bowl.
Was that, was it Gary? It was against
Gary
Atlanta.
Anderson.
Yes. Oh, my God, dude. Jamal Anderson was the running back?
Mm-hmm. They were 15-1.
At home?
Yes.
Yes. That was 98?
Was it 98 or was it not?
I don't know. We're old.
Yes.
It's okay. The point is, look, Kenny is a super fan. I want to get Kenny's perspective on this. But understand, it's not negativity. It's actually you've arrived. Mm-hmm. When you're a Super Bowl contender, like I'll give you an example. Okay, you guys hate my team or you hate me altogether. Just fine. There was no way out for the Celtics last year. It was win it all, or this is a complete MF disaster. The New York Yankees, I don't care that they won X amount of games. I don't care that they beat Rudy Poo teams in the playoffs. Yankees, Dodgers for all the marbles. The winner, it's a parade. The loser, this was a complete waste of my time.
Well, think about
That's it.
I mean, last year, Mike, the Ravens, you did all of this stuff to get to play the Chiefs at home in Baltimore, and you lost.
And I want to offer one other thing out there because I'm seeing it come through on the phones. And I'm telling you, this is a terrible way to think, people. Well, there's always next year.
Let me tell you about next year.
Uh-oh. I broke the button. I broke the button, David. I'm not kidding. I can't turn it off. There we go. Okay. Thank you. We're going to need engineering in here. I'm pretty sure I broke the button.
Yeah.
The point.
Let me tell you about next year. Funny things can happen.
Yeah, it's called Brock Purdy's
next year.
ulnar nerve.
No, it's not that. It's called Christian McCaffrey's gone for the year, and Ayuk's dead.
Hey, I'm with you.
And Trent Williams.
I'm with you.
Right. So
there is
next year is not guaranteed.
I want to channel my inner Carl Weathers as Apollo Creed. I believe it's Rocky 3. There is no tomorrow. Come on. Mm-hmm. You can't sell me that, guys. Next year, you could lose Goff with a non-contact injury in the summer. There is no tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Do not do the copium. Do you accept the terms that you are the big dog? It goes through Detroit.
And you got to accept the pressures that come with the one
Super
seed.
Bowl or bust.
Right. Because if you made it this far, there's pressure, and you better be able to handle it. Because if not, you're going to be sitting there saying, wow, I can't believe we went on this long ride only to not finish. It's not fun.
It's like when Kenny has too many whiskeys.
Now he becomes fun, Kenny. He's fun. He's slick back here, Kenny.
Okay. It's probably best if we break.
You know what?
Here's Rico.
Hey, but we talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hey, start your year out with unbeatable deals at Hamilton. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Heck, I was just out there last week. It is time to hit the road in style, and Hamilton is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. Hamilton has them all, from the fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. They've got wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not just about selling cars. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2025 Chevys. Selection is best right now. You know what I say. Head out to Hamilton Chevrolet. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Winter driving season is here. You combine it with reckless drivers, it's a disaster. If you are injured on the road in an automobile accident, you need an injury attorney that will fight for you, but also one you can actually get on the phone. You need to call David Feminino right now, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, let's get to the people. We're having a conversation, and again, I don't think it's negative at all. I think it's a statement of reality. And for me, it's all or nothing. Those are the terms. That's what started in August for me with this team. They're winning the Super Bowl. And if you don't, it's nothing. This isn't Willy Wonka. So for me, I just want to know, has it hit you?
See, I was with the all or nothing. I was with the if you make the Super Bowl, okay, you at least made it and you did something that you've never done before. You've never seen it. But now that you've hit 15 wins, you can't just make
Rico,
the
you're the
Super Bowl.
1 seed.
No.
You have a bye week.
Right, but if you were the 1 seed with 13 wins, but 15, like this is historic. Like winning 15 games really.
You're one of the best teams in the NFC in a decade.
What you don't want to be is, I said the Minnesota Vikings that year. You don't want to be the Warriors when they won all those regular season games. They beat the Bulls record.
And blow a 3-1 lead in the
and
finals.
then they lost.
That's because Draymond couldn't stop kicking people in the balls.
Right, but I'm saying you don't want to be like that.
No, and that's my point. And I look, if people are willing to, I don't want to say tolerate, accept less than a Super Bowl, then that's fine. We don't live on the same planet. Like when you're this good and you're this team and it's in this moment, it's Doctor Strange. There's one way out. You win it all or it's complete agony. It's awful. So yeah, if you want to call in and lie today, you can do whatever you like. But I know what the phone calls will sound like when and if the team loses, or if and when. So for me, no, it's I signed the deal with the devil at the start of the year. Win the Super Bowl. Kenny, you've been answering the phones, but where are you personally at with this?
Well, I've had the feeling that you're talking about it soaked in twice now. At the beginning of the season, I thought this team is going to the Super Bowl, and they're going to win the Super Bowl. And then all the injuries piled up, and you're like, oh, geez, what are we doing? And then now that we're back on track, we have the 1 seed, we have home field advantage, I'm right there again, and I will accept nothing less. And the heartbreak of losing that Super Bowl, I've never experienced it before.
You don't want to.
But I don't want to. I don't want any part of that. So, my expectation is win or it's a lost year.
I can tell you losing a Super Bowl hurts more than your team going 3-14 like mine. I can tell you losing a Super Bowl is worse than the World Series that I just lost. Losing a Super Bowl is worse than whatever Stanley Cup finals you can draw up. The Super Bowl is like nothing else. It's a one and done. I just can't explain it any other way. There's nothing like it in sports. So this is the best team in Lions history. You got to the doorstep last year and then fell down a flight of stairs. Anything less than winning this whole thing.
Especially to cap off a 15-2 season.
Yeah. Total failure. And people get mad at that term. But if you're rationalizing that there's something there for you, even if you don't win, fine. It's like music. That's subjective. But I just don't understand that.
Because after 15-2, and let's say you make it all the way and you lose, or you lose at some point in the playoffs, you will look back and say, what was the point of winning all of those games in the regular season? It meant nothing.
Bro, you're preaching to the choir.
Because now, I know. But because you're sitting there saying, we did all of this and Tampa's going to the Super Bowl, or this team. No. Even worse. Minnesota made it to the Super Bowl.
It's no different than Georgia. Yeah, they've gone 55-5 the last couple of years, but the last 2 years, they don't have a title. Those 2 years were wastes. Mm-hmm. How about the Niners? They've had an unbelievable 5-year run. They've made 2 Super Bowls. They've made 3 NFC title games. You made the title game in 11 against the Giants. It's all a waste. No disrespect.
No disrespect.
248-539.
And you're right.
97-97.
Because it's a year like this, easier to take. We were like, you're devastated. I'm like, actually, I'm not.
No.
I knew they were done a long time ago, and you start looking forward to the future.
You want devastation, people? When you see Rico outside, just say Jaquiski Tart. That's devastation. Go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
You better be lucky. I like
How you
your
doing?
parents.
Good, B. What's on your mind?
Thanks for taking my call. If we were the Celtics or the Yankees, I'd agree with you. But we're not the Yankees or the Celtics. We don't have 25, titles. Or we don't even have one. And if we make it to the Super Bowl, I think that's a year that we, like you said, nothing's guaranteed next year. But I think we have all the pieces in place to be really good again. I'd be devastated if we lost the Super Bowl, but I also don't think it's a wasted year if we take another step, but we don't take that final step. It's how it goes a lot of times with the Bulls and the Pistons. You get there, you lose. You feel it, and then you don't want that to happen again. So the next time you get there, you make sure you don't lose.
All right, so hold on, Brian. But I would say this. I think to me, you can't say that because of this historical team of going 15-2. Because when's the last time a team won 15 games? It's very hard to do, and it almost makes this season seem like a waste if you don't get it all.
Yeah, I think now with 17 games, 15's a little easier, than it used to be. But yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a great regular season. There's no doubt about that. But I also wouldn't.
So what's your point of devastation, Brian? If this team comes out in 2 weeks, if this team comes out in 2 weeks,
if we lose either of the first 2 games, I'd be devastated.
All right. So you're basically saying if they make the Super Bowl, you live with the result. Which, Brian, no disrespect, you're lying to me. I still love you.
See, I don't think Brian is lying.
Because Super Bowl Sunday, he'll be crying on the toilet if they lose in the Super Bowl.
But Mike, here's why I don't think that Brian is lying, because he doesn't know. So in his world, I can shrug it off and say, you know what, team played great, and all right. He doesn't realize the level of pain that's about to happen. He doesn't know any better.
Or ecstasy.
Ignorance is bliss at this point.
Okay. David, what's the early return on ticket text?
Well, yeah, your team is lost. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, twice. Neil O'Donnell, which was awful, and then to Aaron Rodgers.
But you probably that first time you're like, well, if we lose, it's no big deal. And then you lost to Arizona.
And you're like, oh my gosh, it sucks.
Wait, what?
Yes, you're exactly right. Someone says, screw next year. We want to win now. Grit. Let's go game by game. That's it. I'm not looking ahead, someone says.
No one's looking ahead. This is about, do you accept there's only one way out? Because I'm not being disrespectful, but I laugh at these people going, no, well, whatever happens, happens. It's been a fun year. This whole year's a waste of everyone's time and money if they don't win it all, period.
Well, it's funny you say that because someone did say it. Super Bowl bust for me this season would be an epic fail. I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars following this team. They need to win for me.
That's right. And hey, guess what? That's what being a fan is. And look, when Brian called in and he goes, well, they're not the Celtics. Let me shoot you straight. The Celtics had one title since 1987. Okay, one title in 40 years. Now, I've seen the Celtics go to finals and lose. I've seen them go to about 6 Eastern Conference finals and lose. None of it's any good. None of it did I walk away except one time where I said that was fun. And it was the out-of-nowhere, outer space, welfare version of Isaiah Thomas and rookie Jason Tatum somehow getting to a Game 7 against the Cavs. And we dined on the bullet. But I went, you know what? That's a hell of a season for a group of nobodies. But outside of that, it all sucks.
Brother, who are you talking about?
That's
it's a long time since 1994.
You hate to see it. Adam 97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good, pal. What do you got?
Thanks for taking my call. I'm just going to get right to the point. Devastation, they got to win a Super Bowl. I mean, as a Lions fan, it's been like 60-plus years since they even won a championship. You're never going to see this team probably go 15-2 ever again in a really hard, beaten-up division. That's never probably ever going to happen again.
Yep.
With your record and the way things went this year and your injuries, I mean, you withstood all the fucking the blows and the punches.
Whoa, the language. I appreciate how comfortable you are talking to us, but this is not a bar. This is a broadcast. I love the language. I wish we could speak that way.
You do?
I do. I just, whoops. You know what? Why don't we take a break? He was comfortable. He was.
I said it's called cash the ticket. Yes.
No, I just meant the caller.
Oh, yes.
He was comfortable in his emotions, and I was good with it, but
thought he was talking to you at Buffalo Wild Wings during a break.
That's
pregame. That's what he
right.
thought.
And Rico, man of the people, I'll tell you, the autograph seekers, the amount of attention him and Costa get.
No, Costa. When he got Lions guy who showed up that day, I was like, wow.
Who's Lions guy?
I sent you a picture. The dude, he had the Lions jersey.
Oh, that thing.
He had Lions glasses.
Yes, that creature.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm sorry. The NFL super fan thing, I don't get it. It's the same thing with college super fan. Like the goofball at Ohio State. Bro, you're
Which
like.
one?
Not the black cowboy.
I was about to say, you got the black one and you got the white one.
The white lunatic who paints his whole body silver.
Yeah.
I mean, not in this case.
You're right, because the black guy dresses all white and the white guy is all gray.
Listen, they're both losers, irrespective of background.
Yeah, Johnny Spartan.
Loser. I hate these people. So, yeah, when you showed me Lions guy, I'm like,
at least, you know what?
Deport him to Greenland.
at least the Stormtrooper Wolverine guy makes money for the hospital and charity. So that, okay, you're doing Superfan for a purpose. You're a step above everybody else, but at least people are benefiting from that, and it's not just look at me.
Well, I don't know.
Come on, man. It's for the kids, Mike.
Listen, there's other ways
It's
to raise
for
money.
the kids.
I'm just telling you.
David cut his mic off.
No,
It's for
I'm
the kids.
saying-
Read something.
You
Right.
can raise money
It's
for
for
the
the kids.
You know what? I can't even get the thought out. To hell with it. Wild card weekend. To hell with everybody. Order some pizza. Sit in your house and relax. You want to dress like a super fan? Do it in the privacy of your own home. Hungry Howie's Mix and Match, $6.99. Everything on the menu's up for grabs, including the new Costa Brookie. You choose, you pair up items, $6.99 each, and you are set for Wild Card weekend. Sunday's probably the better day to do it, to be candid with you, because those are the NFC matchups, and you are good all the way through Sunday night. That would be my vote. Hungry Howie's Mix and Match, $6.99, limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. Straight to the people. We've asked the question, are you comfortable with the terms here? Lions are the 1 seed, 15-2, one of the best NFC teams of the last 15 years. It's all or nothing. And Rico was reading something, I don't know, you're on every social platform and email and text and whatever. Well, you know, if they made the Super Bowl, it'd be an accomplishment. You know what? That's loser talk. And you know what you won't be saying? You won't be talking about a commemorative T-shirt if you lose it. It's all or nothing.
But for people who say, I equate it to the fact you don't know yet. You think you can handle it, but you don't realize it will be devastating.
Correct. And again, we don't have to talk about next year because there is no tomorrow.
You may not have your coordinators. I mean, a lot can change.
Dude, you can have a player die in the offseason. Like, crazy stuff happens.
I mean, that
in the
actually
NFL.
happened with the Lions, where all of a sudden, it looked like they were about to take that next step and had the offseason of just horrific things.
Eric
that happened to
Handelsack.
them. Right.
The point is, I'm making a point like injuries, life, surprise retirements, defections, illness. Look, the Cowboys were cruising. All of a sudden, they lost their all-pro center to some, I don't know, blood disease or whatever it was. Remember the kid from Wisconsin?
Mm-hmm.
Not Travis Frederick. Is that it? He was an all-world center. Disappeared from some rare disease. Dude, don't give me this whole, we'll get him again next year. Yeah, that's what Spartan fans thought who didn't go to the Rose Bowl in 87. They watched the Rose Bowl from the wrong side of the grass the next time they got there.
Mike, I'm right here. And I actually got to go.
You were one of those who said maybe next year?
Yeah. It's a famous line. Me and my roommate. I was a freshman.
Doug?
No, not Doug. Jay Mill. And we were like, he was like, we should drive. And I'm like, man, I don't want to drive to California. I'm like, how about we just go to the next time they go to the game? Yeah, it's famous last words.
Yeah, cutscene.
Right.
You woke up and you were Morgan Freeman. All right, you want to go to the people?
Yes, sir, Michael.
There it is. That's right. Red was here. Let's go to Cody, 97.1. Cody, what's going on, buddy? Cody. I don't hear Cody. That's okay. We'll try back a little later. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing today?
Good, Greg. What do you got?
So I'll be the first to say it, man. I'll be absolutely devastated if they lose. Anything less than winning the Super Bowl, completely devastated. With that being said, it's not all or nothing for me, man. We have this season. It's been absolutely magical. No matter what happens at the end, I'm still going to have 5 months of the national media talking about us going to the Super Bowl, winning all these games, being happy at the end of every Sunday. I've never had that as a Lions fan. And like I said, I'll be devastated if they don't win. But all for nothing, I can't buy that.
The problem, Greg, the issue is no one will remember it. It will never be talked about.
Oh, I will.
But Greg, I'll give you an example, right? So, I got to put you on hold just because you're on the road and it's loud, but I'll get back to you in 1 second. But, Greg, the New England Patriots went undefeated in the regular season. They make the Super Bowl and lose to the New York Giants. No one cares. That's the greatest season in NFL history. No Patriot fan values it. No Patriot fan.
No T-shirts.
The T-shirts were in Panama or wherever they send the loser T-shirts. Remember?
No, right. But it was we were almost perfect T-shirts.
So the whole point is you're saying one thing, but it won't be that way.
You know what? Somebody brought up a good point.
From where?
On Twitter.
Oh, of course. Here we go.
No,
right, let me hear it.
But it's like, yeah.
I want to get to.
No, but you know what? This is the same. This fan base, they still celebrate the 06 and the 12 Tiger runs.
Well, that's loser
But they
talk.
They didn't win it all. It's like,
do they really celebrate that? Who celebrates that?
I mean, it's not as painful.
Okay, then. Greg, go ahead. I want to give you a chance to finish.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying about New England. They have how many Super Bowls? They've had a dynasty. Yep. We haven't had any of that. This is something that we have never had before. Not in my lifetime. I'm 51 years old, and it's been absolutely awesome. It's like 5 years ago, I lost my dad, right? And that was devastating. But to me, there's no more tears on it. I look back and I enjoy all the good years that I had with him before that. because that's just me. I know most people aren't capable of doing that. But me, I look at the silver lining of stuff. That's just the way I live life,
So
man.
let me ask you a question, Greg, before we part ways here. So if they don't make the Super Bowl, does it change that point of devastation? Will you feel the same way if they lost the NFC title game at home?
Oh, I'd be way more devastated then. And if they don't win the Super Bowl, I'd like anything less than the Super Bowl is complete and utter devastation.
Okay.
Like losing anything less, anything. It doesn't matter when we lose between now and the Super Bowl. All of it's going to completely be heartbreaking, suck, 100%.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have changed the season for the world. Like,
Okay, that makes sense.
I still take the rest of it.
So this is now developing. Greg, appreciate it, man. This is now developing into a little bit of a theme. That if they fall short of just making the Super Bowl, people are willing to say, total waste of time. But there's this thing, and maybe you're right, because the Lions have never been there. People are putting a value on the Super Bowl that's really not there. Nobody remembers, values, respects the team who went and lost. Nobody cares about them. It's you're nothing.
No, but I think you'll end up, because you never know if you make it back. You don't know if you'll end up being like the Titans, who lose at the 1 foot line. Ugh. But you know what? Hey, we made it. Or you're the Falcons who lose in overtime. Like, hey, but we made it. Trust me. You're going to look back and you.
Right, Carolina made it twice.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers. Nobody cares.
You said that, I was like, wow, they did make it twice. Yes.
Yeah. No, nobody remembers the Jake Delhomme year.
I'm going to be honest. No one talks about the 2007 New England Patriots season. Went 16-0, but they didn't win.
I just said that.
Yeah.
You kill me. I know you're busy back there.
Yeah,
Wait, what were you saying?
Sorry, I got stuff going on back here.
David,
I know
right
you're
here.
very busy.
Listening.
No, I know you're busy.
You made the list.
But it was the whole idea of that's the greatest season in history. Nobody cares. So I have. It's very cut and dry. Look, if they don't make the Super Bowl, the whole season's a waste. You can use whatever copium you want. Now, if you make the Super Bowl and lose, some of you are calling in and going, well, I'll find my way around it. I still think there's a good amount of people who feel the way I do. They're just afraid to say it because it makes you seem like you're heartless, but you're not. If any fan base deserves to win a Super Bowl, it's this one. And this is the greatest team you've had. And look, I'm with Rico on this. Ooh, Lions hater. No, it's called being an adult. Like, probably the last season you have this coaching staff together. Probably the last season this offensive line is together. There's another storyline nobody wants to talk about. Glasgow, Ragnow, Zeitler, Decker. None of those guys are shoo-ins to be back next year. None of them. It's all or nothing. It's right now. So I don't think you can have this great of a season and this great of a team and have the 1 seed and all roads lead through Detroit and have it end any other way than a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But if you say making the Super Bowl and losing, you'll still take joy in it, what am I going to do? It's like Rico who likes Prince. I don't understand it. I don't have to.
It's one of the greatest artists of all time.
Whatever.
248. My friend just needs some culture. You know what? And you are now off the list.
Of what?
You were on my list.
Oh, the segment you don't want to do.
Right.
Yeah, I got it.
You were good.
Okay.
You're not anymore.
We're not going to do You know what? I'm not even going to promote it because we're not going to do it, but it was going to be a great weekly blitz brought to you by Rico. We'll just save it. David, don't worry. I'll keep selling the idea. If I can get a sponsor for it, I think it's something that would be hilarious. At least to me, it would. I don't know.
You get a sponsor.
Who's going to sponsor that?
You get a sponsor for it, and I'm listening.
Kenny, I had one in particular, but I'll tell you off the air. We're not going to do this.
If you can get a sponsor, we'll do it.
Okay. All right. Listen, in the meantime, when the IRS collection or audit hits, you're like, uh-oh, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Look, they're real lawyers, brick and mortar. It's not some phone service. They'll fight for you, save your time and money. The bottom line in all this, do not let your tax problems get worse. Call Abraham and Rose today and let them get to work for you. Call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. We're going to get straight to the people. We'll get a football today, top of the hour. We've asked the question. Look, it's all every time the Lions win, including Sunday, relief. It's not joy, not for me. I approach it as it's Super Bowl or bust. It's been that way since August for me. So we are asking you, are you accepting of the terms? You did it. You're 15-2. You got the bye week. You're the big dog. As Dan Campbell said, all roads travel through Detroit. Okay, well, it's all or nothing, right? And we've gotten some pushback. There's some people trying to do the copium, saying it'll be okay and the sun will rise tomorrow. But if they fall short, this was a total waste of time.
Before we get to that, a little bit of news that just happened in the NFL.
Is it breaking news?
Yeah, it is breaking news.
Well, hold on then, damn it. What?
There is another job opening in the NFL. Antonio Pierce has been fired with the Raiders.
In other news, water's wet. Yeah, that was Antonio was trying to get himself fired.
Let the man meet with the media yesterday, and he says, no,
All right,
they told me I'm back.
Let me ask you one quick question before we get to the people. We got a ton of people on Talk Lions. Would you dare try to do the Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders double dip? Nothing more Vegas than that. I ain't telling you to work. I'll just tell you to sell tickets.
You know, in order for that to happen, either you got to go the full Manning route and say, don't, or like Deion, don't draft my kid because I'm going to ask for so much money, you got to put him on layaway. Because remember, he told Detroit that back in the day. Or the Raiders are going to have to trade up to probably either pick one or two to make sure that happens.
Just had to put it out there for you. That's
but
all.
But Deion said he's never leaving Colorado.
Sure thing.
He wouldn't lie to the people, would he?
Never once. 248-539-9797. We go to the people. We go to Paul in Macomb, 97.1. What's up, Paulie?
Hey, anybody remember the 84 Tigers? Started 35-5. What if they would have lost?
Well, that's right, Paul. You're a footnote. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. And then what about the 89 Pistons? They throw the ball away in 87 against the Celtics. Next year, they lose to the Lakers in the final.
The phantom call, Lambeer on Kareem.
Yeah, but they still lost. So
yes,
I think it's all or nothing. And there's a lot of Super Bowl qualifiers like Atlanta and the Cardinals, and you can go on and on that, maybe I remember them, but a lot of people don't.
No, and I mean, Paul, like, I still remember the one Super Bowl the Giants lost. I would have rather they never made it. It was such a magical run. It was incredible. I drove home from college, surprised my dad to watch the game with him, and I basically watched Ray Lewis fart in our face for 60 minutes, and Kerry Collins looked like he owed the mob money. I would have rather they didn't make it. The whole year was a waste.
Oh, Mike, I have to tell you, earlier in the year about the Hard Knocks and the Giants and how thankful we should be here in Detroit.
Yeah.
Boy, you weren't kidding. The way they sat around and that one scene where he was trying to figure out if New England would deal with him for to move up and let them know if they do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's amateur hour. I know, Paul, listen, you have morphed into what the Giants used to be, and the Giants have morphed into what you used to be. No, it's amateur hour in New York. The Lions are one of the best, if not the best organization of football right now, structurally. Top down. Yeah. There's a synergy, the leadership core, the decision-making processes, the scouting department, everything. And again, you only get to have it for a finite number of years. It's very hard to keep going. But yeah, it's, believe me, I'm envious. But I can say this, and I mean it, there's no smarm. You guys deserve it. You deserve to win the Super Bowl. This has been ridiculous what's gone on here for 2 lifetimes. I'm fine. My dad is not fine right now. I've given up. I've separated. You know my dad watches every game? Mm-hmm. He watched Sunday.
Really?
I go, Dad, turn it off. He goes, I can't. It's my team. I go, but you want them to lose. He goes, yes. I go, then why are you watching?
Because you still have to watch them.
It's so bad.
I get it. It's why I went up to Senior Day in East Lansing. It's like you watch the game.
Oh no, you're just sick. There's a difference.
You watch the game.
248-539.
Me and your dad are real fans.
That's fine. You put whatever label you want on me. David is in Birmingham. What's up, David?
Michael, you're conflating and talk a couple items and talking out of both sides of your mouth.
How's that?
You're the same guy. You're the same guy 3 weeks ago after the other injuries. So we're not even the favorite to win the Super Bowl anymore.
You weren't factually, but thank you, David. You were fourth. I cited FanDuel. We can do this all day.
Well, look I'm with some of the other callers. They got to make the Super Bowl. Will I be devastated if they don't win? Absolutely. But it's tough to win the Super Bowl. Now, if they end up laying an egg or losing a game like they did to San Francisco in the NFC Championship game, that's a whole different story. But getting a bye, getting 2 home games, they got to make the Super Bowl. Just by virtue of Aaron Glenn putting duct tape together against the Vikings and the defense showed up, I mean, will be a loss of the season? No. Will be disappointed? Yes. Will be devastating? Yes. But a loss of the season? I mean, they got duct tape right now.
Yeah, but hold on. Now, wait a minute now. So you're trying to break my stones because I said, look, you're not the favorite with these injuries. You weren't. You were the 4th betting choice. You know where you are today after beating the Vikings? You are the betting favorite.
You know what? Were you putting all that on FanDuel's or I thought you said they're not the favorite anymore.
Nope. I cited the data because I think Vegas knows what they're doing. That's it. I mean, David, I want them to win. Whether they're the favorite or not, my loyalty doesn't change with it. Well, there's no one who doesn't want them to win. So when I come on the air and I tell you, yeah, losing Aleem McNeil is a killer. It is. It hurts. It sucks. I believed you were an overwhelming favorite to win the Super Bowl. Absolutely.
I agree with you.
But now it's different. But the point is you did this. And no one's saying it'll be easy. But David, 15-2, best season in team history. You get the bye week. You're at home. All roads come through Ford Field. I can't sit there and lie to my listeners and be like, well, it would be disappointing, but what a great year. No, it's all or nothing. I treat it like the Celtics, the Yankees, any of my teams. It's now, David. You got to have it. This is your year.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. Here's hoping.
Okay, you got it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have a bad tone with him, but I'm not wasting time with this gotcha radio crap. It's ridiculous.
He thought he had you, too.
No, he doesn't.
It was all you. That was actually on FanDuel.
Yeah, it was actually a topic
it was
that
pretty
I
much
put together.
Every gambling account said the same thing.
And it was the idea of this is how much the injuries hurt that you went from 1st to 4th.
Yeah, you lost to Buffalo. You had all the injuries.
And I didn't care about the loss to Buffalo. I said that on these airwaves. The loss didn't bother me. It was the human beings you lost. Look at what you got now.
It still bothers me how they lost to Buffalo.
I know it bothers you.
That teams are able to, other than Minnesota, are just able to go up and down the field.
You don't have a soulless ginger at quarterback. That can happen.
But a rat is okay.
Purdy is so superior to Darnold, it's not even funny. It's not even funny. They're not even in the same conversation. What are you going to pay Purdy? I'll pay Darnold half that. And I don't even like Purdy.
He's probably going to get 48.
Great. I'll pay Darnold 24. He can have the Daniel Jones contract. Cut in half. And I'd make him dye his hair. Sam Darnold shows up looking like Ryan Day. That's the only way I'd sign him.
This is the NFL version of the Yankees. You have to dye your hair, son.
No, listen, Yankees are gentlemen. They're also losers, but whatever. 248-5399. Oh, I'm sorry. What a great season it was. Too bad it came to an end against the Dodgers. Season sucked. Oh, what about all the great Juan Soto moments?
And Freddie Freeman just hit it.
Exactly. The ball's still traveling.
He just limped up there. I just feel like hitting home runs. This isn't batting practice. No, Freddie, it's actually the World Series.
The sad part is Freeman's one of my favorite players because he's a great guy off the field and on. Just a normal human being in a world of degenerates.
I can't believe the Braves didn't re-sign him.
Because your organization is cheap.
There.
Sorry, buddy.
That's okay.
All right, we'll continue. Customer service. I want to get some of the football stuff in the mix. We have got, this is fun, Mythbusters. 14 playoff teams and 14 things that are simply not true about each one. And the Lions one, I think, will cause people like Jim Costa's head to explode.
Oh, boy.
We're going to get to it.
Oh, boy.
Aha. 97.1. All right. David with Mythbusters. 14 playoff teams. 14 things that aren't true. We have to either agree or disagree. Rapid fire. Let's go.
Yep, so we're going to start in the AFC with the 7th seed Denver Broncos, the myth. The Broncos upgraded at quarterback in a big way in 2024.
That's the myth?
Yeah, they're saying it's not a myth on when you continue reading. They're saying the defense has really been the difference, not the quarterback is why they're different.
I'm going to disagree with it. I think Bo Nix has been exceptional for a rookie, both with his feet, his arm, huge 4th down touchdown to even tie the game in Cincy.
Especially better than the bum they had last year. I don't know where he ended up.
I'm going to disagree. I mean, look, the defense, obviously, they play more man than anybody. They blitz more than anybody. But Bo Nix, how about
Bo
this?
Nix looks like somebody you can build your team around.
Right. They trade Jerry Jeudy. He reignites Courtland Sutton's career. I'm going to disagree.
6th seed Pittsburgh Steelers. The myth says the Steelers have an elite defense.
That's a myth.
The reason why they say it's not a myth is because they say it's good, not elite.
Yeah. No, that's... Their greatness is associated with teams that don't play there no more. I think it's a good defense. I don't think it's great. Agree?
Yeah, did just enough to make the playoffs again.
Anytime I needed him to make a big stop this year, it didn't happen.
You're exactly right about that. Against the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, last play of the game.
Yeah.
No better way to lose a bet than the last play of the game.
Stay up late for that delay and you get that.
Just keep reading.
The 5th seed in the Chargers. Myth, Jim Harbaugh's coaching has elevated quarterback Justin Herbert to another level.
They're saying that's a myth.
That's a myth, yes.
I'm going to disagree. The running game's been bad. Tell me you heard this before. J.K. Dobbins got hurt. Gus Edwards got hurt. They can't do anything on 1st down. It's continually 2nd and 9. I think Harbaugh's had a positive effect on Herbert.
Yeah, and if I'm reading correctly, they just signed Zeke Elliott to join the playoff team.
He's going to be in the playoff team.
Yeah, but I think that he has helped Herbert. I think that he gave Herbert structure. I think it was always there for him, but he taught Herbert how to be a quarterback.
Myth for the 4th seed in the AFC, the Houston Texans. The injuries to Tank Dell and Steph Diggs sank the Texans' offense.
That's fact.
Yeah.
That's not fiction. That's fact.
And they're saying that's a myth?
Yeah, the reason why they're saying it's a myth is saying the offense has plenty of other problems, not just them.
I will say this. I do think that C.J. Stroud got gun shy, that he didn't want to get another receiver hurt, so he stopped throwing leading passes. He stopped leading the receivers. It was only safe throws that he knew you're not going to take a beating after you catch the ball. That's what hurt this team. He stopped being the C.J. Stroud that he was last year and earlier this year.
Baltimore Ravens, 3 seed. The Ravens aren't built to come from behind.
Okay, here's me defending Lamar. It's been the greatest season of his career. You want to talk all or nothing. If he falls short again and turns into a pumpkin in the playoffs, his story's written in my world. Yeah. Or he's been good enough to carry the mail. They could beat you with the run. They could beat you with the pass. I'm going to say it's a myth. I think they've gotten this thing where it needs to be. And if Lamar is really the MVP, he should be able to lead a team on the comeback trail.
See, I don't even think MVP means anything to him because it's really about the Super Bowl. He's won MVPs before, but he loses. But, yeah, I look at this team and the fact that he's doing it with his arm, the fact that he can scramble around and keep running and hold the ball for 6, 7, 8 seconds and then finds that open receiver, yeah, I do think they can come back. Now, once with Derrick Henry, they can bury you if they get the lead, but they could also come back.
Buffalo Bills 2 seed. Quarterback Josh Allen doesn't have any elite playmakers around him on offense. The reason why they're saying it is a myth is because they have James Cook being that elite playmaker.
I might take some heat for this, but whatever. I think Dalton Kincaid, when healthy, is an elite tight end option. So he's got a couple.
Is James Cook really elite?
I think so. He's a beast. Okay. Look, man, once they got Joe Brady there, and if you and please by no means don't waste your life doing this, But if you wanted to nerd out, go back to the week Joe Brady took over play calling and look at Cook's numbers since. He's been a top 5 back in the league.
Okay.
And he's got great hair. I mean, who are we kidding?
It's all about the hair.
Kansas City Chiefs, this is the worst Chiefs offense since Patrick Mahomes became the starting quarterback.
Factual. That's not a myth.
I agree. It's not.
And look, they've gotten, Hollywood Brown back. I'm sorry if I don't think that Marquise Brown is going to be the difference maker. It's a terrible offense. Kelsey, just retire already. Hell, go on tour with Taylor.
Well, you know what? No. I think with Kelsey, he finally got in football shape. It took almost the entire season, but you're now seeing the Kelsey that we thought he was going to be at the beginning of the year because he was awful. That's from all the traveling, flying the world. I don't think he was serious. Why is that? They're saying what? There was a team worse, David?
They're saying they had a worse offensive year last year is what they're trying to say here.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, because they had to go out and get Xavier Worthy because they didn't have that big play wide receiver. Okay, I could kind of see that.
Let's move over to the NFC 7th seed Green Bay Packers, the myth. The Packers can't get to the Super Bowl because they can't beat the top teams in the NFC.
That is not a myth.
That's not a myth.
They are 1-5 in their own division
and lost to the Eagles. So, yeah, 0-2 against the Vikings, 0-2 against the Lions, 0-1 against Philly. Sorry. And by the way, should have gone 0-2 against the Bears. Remember the one win and how they won?
Oh, yeah, it was the block.
Field goal with like 1 second to go. Imagine. They should have gone winless in their own division. They shouldn't even be in the playoffs.
So, yeah.
I'm disgusted by Green Bay.
So, yeah, if they have to play the Eagles, the Lions, or the Vikings, they won't make it. Good luck with that. Oh, you start with the Eagles. Okay.
Now, again, that depends on Jalen Hurts' health. Still in protocol, but yes.
Okay, but here's the thing. Let's say you beat the Eagles. Guess who you play next? Detroit.
Yeah.
So, yes. No, you're not going to win.
The 6th seed Washington Commanders, the myth. The Commanders are in trouble if they have to play an elite running team. They say it's a myth because they are 8-3 when allowing 120 or more rushing yards in a game.
They're in trouble because they got a rookie quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what this is.
Yeah, the playoffs are a different game.
That's it.
I think what you're going to see is the Commanders may do what the Texans did last year with C.J. Stroud. Maybe have some fun in a game. They'll win a game, but then after that, playoffs are a whole different animal, and I don't expect them to go more than just they may win the first one. I don't expect anything after that.
5th seed Minnesota Vikings, the myth they say is the Vikings are the same mirage they were in 2022.
That's not a myth. This is a carbon copy. The only difference is you got a ginger instead of Kirk Cousins. Period.
You know what? I won that bingo card.
It's the same damn thing. 2022, they went like 8-1 in one-score games. 2024, go look at what they did. And at the end of it, they are fraudulent because the quarterback.
So how
not a myth.
How is it a myth?
They're saying it's a myth because the defense is better than that team.
Really? Jahmyr Gibbs just scored again.
He's really good, but I get what you're saying.
Look, I like the defense, but come on, man. Really?
The Rams, the 4th seed in the NFC, the myth, they say the Stafford-Nakua connection is the key to the Rams' offense. Now, they're saying it's a myth because Kyren Williams is the real engine to the offense.
I agree with this. Mm-hmm. The physicality of that running game is the thing nobody talks about. They only focus on Stafford and weapons, but it's the running game. I'm going to agree with this take.
Yeah, because that frees up Nakua and Kupp into single coverage, and then they end up making the catches. Or, as TJ likes to say, how the bleep are they always open?
The 3 seed in the NFC, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the myth. Tampa Bay is inflated by playing in a weak division.
Why is it not a myth?
You know what? It's not a myth because in the Lions 15-2, you know who one of those 2 losses are to?
Bucks.
The Bucks.
That's what I said.
Where? Ford Field.
It's a myth because they are 10-7. That's not inflated and they beat good teams.
And here's the other thing. The injuries all year have tailed them too, including like now. Yeah, I didn't have on my bingo card one of my starting safeties nearly dying in a car accident. Whitehead's going to be out for weeks, might be out for the whole playoffs. Antoine Winfield's been banged up all year. They've had injuries. Offensive line was a disaster earlier in the year. Remember they had like a 4th-string tackle that Hutchinson got like 4 sacks on. It's been all year. But you know what they've discovered? This is where the Bucs are terrifying. This Bucky Irving's a real problem.
Yep.
They found a gem of a running back in the mid-rounds. He is a real problem.
The number 2 seed in the NFC, Philadelphia Eagles, the myth that says running back Saquon Barkley has been the difference maker between last season's Eagles and this season.
Myth, defense.
That's what they're, yep. That's
Their
why they say it's a
defense
myth.
is, hey, you don't have Matt Patricia calling your plays.
Big Fangio's made a huge difference.
All the Bulldogs showed up.
And again, I think they simplified things a little bit. They'll play more too high. It just, and Rico's right. They have pedigree. Look, Jordan Davis is he's a really good football player. Jalen Carter, they have the defensive linemen. Look what they did in the secondary. Drafting Quinyon Williams, drafting Cooper DeJean. Look, they've added these high-end players. And it's the defense.
Bringing back CJ.
And Saquon is great, but we don't pay running backs.
Get yourself in trouble.
Finally, the Detroit Lions myth. Quarterback Jared Goff is great only because of the great players around him.
Why is it not a myth, David?
It's not a myth because it's actually Ben Johnson. They made him great.
They're saying this is a myth because of his completion percentage over expectation, which is plus 4.3%, shows that he's making good decisions, not just because of the players around him.
The problem I have is you could say it about any quarterback. Like, what quarterback is doing it with next to no help? Come on, you got to have some help. It's like being Cade Cunningham with no help around you. You're not going to win a title. I think it all has to work together. So I get a little upset because, again, take a quarterback and strip away their best weapons. Would they be great? No. Why do you think Mahomes is having a terrible year?
Yeah, they're kind of just reaching with this myth here.
That's because the Lions are just really good altogether. But I thought it'd be a fun little playoff primer with myths and truths and the rest. Myth, you can't win a game of any importance with a ginger.
Or Russell Wilson.
That is, okay, that's fact.
Mr. Danger.
You can win a game with a
Let's
redheaded
not run out of bounds when we need to.
David,
Myth, George Pickens is a mature young man.
No, George Pickens shows up in big games.
Ooh, wonderful. That is.
Nobody gets one catch like George Pickens.
Your myth.
Sufficient.
Football today.
Hey, guys, it's Rico here. Hey, the holiday season is behind us, and football playoffs are here, and I need high-speed internet that is reliable. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
If your furnace isn't running right in the cold, you needed it fixed yesterday. So call now. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They have got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators as well. Mastercraft can't get to you same day. They'll take $50 off the next day's service call. Get that winter bundle up discount as well. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, right to the people. We've asked the question. Now the dust is settled. You're the 1 seed. You got the bye week. All roads lead through Detroit. It's all or nothing, right? I mean, there's just, are you okay with the terms that it's win the Super Bowl or this whole thing's been a waste? And that sounds cold and calculated. It is. It's just when you get to this level of greatness, which this team is, they're great. There's only one way out. And I understand we're going to get people calling in, and that's a scary thought, and there'll be copium, and no. I mean, it's been a great year. If they fall short of giving you a parade, it's all for naught. Like, there's one way out. It's Rico's Doctor Strange example from the Avengers movie. The one way, when you get this good. No, last year was the year where, hey, hell of a year, guys. Hell of a year. It sucked the way it ended, but hell of a year. You got to the NFC title game. You got the narrative done with the whole one playoff win since 57. Yeah, blow it out your ass. Here's 2 of them. The moment of Ford Field hosting home playoff games, beating Stafford, really cementing what Dan Campbell, who he was, what he was about, and the results. That was last year. Mm-hmm. This year, it's Lombardi Trophy or homeless. That's it. That's how I view sports. It's how I watch. Yeah, well, you're miserable. No, it's just that's how it works. Rico had the lead in the fourth quarter of 2 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. He didn't walk away like somebody on The Price is Right and went, well, I didn't win the car, but I got a new dryer. No. And I don't want to hear about, well, Rico's team has lots of Super Bowls. Yeah, black and white TV. 30 years ago for the most recent one, and 40 for their prime.
I was about to say, yeah, the last one,
94,
was, get this, Steve Young to Jerry Rice for the first touchdown. That's how long ago.
Against?
The Chargers, Bobby Ross.
I don't coach that stuff.
Like the third play of the game, down the middle of the field. And I was like, and go ahead, this game's over.
So that's the question we're asking you. And with that, we go to Nolan in Canton, 97.1. Nolan, what's going on, buddy?
Not that much. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear. So here's what I'm going to say. I feel like nobody else has said this yet. If we do not win the Super Bowl, it's all worth nothing. I would be absolutely devastated. And I just, for the fans who, I mean, what do you want, a participation trophy? What do you want, a medal? Absolutely not. If we don't win this, it's on us.
So you accept the terms. You have arrived at the final stage. It's all or nothing.
Absolutely. I can't agree with you more. This is the time when we prove our point. Last year, like you said, last year was the year we go, yeah, that was a good year. But this year we've had everything fall in our favor. We've had to overcome adversity, yeah, but we are the number 1 seed. And there's a reason behind that. It's great coaching and great players. We have no excuse to lose this game.
No, and look, here's the other thing. And I mean, Nolan, I mean, it's just reality. You may never get the number 1 seed again. I laugh and I respect, and I have a personal affinity for Cookies. I mean, that's my guy. But Jim's already planning the 3rd Super Bowl parade before they make their first game.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. There may never be another year you get the 1 seed.
Yeah, if you can go 30 years without winning a playoff game, it's absolutely possible to go a million more years with never winning a Super Bowl. Now is the year. This is the best position that we've been in ever. So we need to capitalize.
Yeah, and I will say this in fairness, and Nolan, appreciate it, in fairness to fans. I think most fans deep down are willing to at least come on the show and say, okay, if they don't make the Super Bowl, this whole thing was a waste of time. Now, where the difference of opinion is, you're getting people saying, well, if they make it and lose, At least they would have made it, and therefore we'd be off the list of guys. No offense, nobody cares. No one cares.
The hardcore fans care, Mike, because these are the people who suffer through 0-16 and the Quinn Trisha regime.
You ready? Losing a Super Bowl is worse than all of it. Losing a Super Bowl is the singular worst thing in sports.
It's 0-16 in one night.
It's a decade of losing in one night. It is getting so close to being immortal and then being thrown out of a movie.
Having all your dreams right there and slips through your fingers, yeah?
Because the other thing that's really difficult, it's even harder to get back. So this is why I approach it the way I do. This is not...
especially in the NFC, because if you make it to the Super Bowl and you don't win, you may not make the playoffs the next year. Or you're like the Eagles limped into the playoffs and they were gone immediately.
Yeah,
the Niners did, there's a history of teams who
lose the Super Bowl, not making the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
No, and but look, that's the problem I have. And it's not any singular person in this town. It's been a general narrative that I think is a lie to these fans. It's a lie to suggest it's all going to be okay and we're going to make the playoffs every year and we're built to be good for a decade. That's a lie. It doesn't exist. There are these rare moments. Do you know the teams that generally have done that? Oh, I know, like the Kansas City Chiefs. You mean with Michael Jordan at quarterback? Oh, you mean the New England Patriots? Yeah, with the guy referred to as the GOAT. No disrespect to Jared Goff, but he's not sitting at that dinner table. And it's a lie. And I'm not doing that to these people. So when people are like, oh, well, geez, how come 2-6 is not as positive? No, we're not putting on sequin shirts like the morning show. Sorry. That doesn't make them bad people, but it's a different approach. This one's rooted in reality. That one's rooted in a hard-on. There's a difference. No, David, if you get on the air with a boner, you're going to do a show a different way, okay? This is reality. We're adults. Right. Don't
add me to that. No.
That's what they're doing in mornings. That's not how you approach this, because what you're doing is you're not being honest with your customers. You're telling them how you want it to be versus how it is. Of course we want them to win a Super Bowl. Of course, hell, I hope
when you do that, you come across as negative.
That's not negative. It's called being an adult. And I'd love to hear, I hope you win 4 in a row. Wondrous. A person alive who doesn't want this team to win. We operate a business in this town. But look at the history of this league. I don't care how well built you are. The league is designed to ruin you. So it's all or nothing now.
And so far, you've been kind of NFL proof this entire season. The Bills game was probably the one time it came back to bite you. But other than that, yeah, you just kind of spit into the face of the NFL, like the games that you're going to lose this game. No, you're not. So now you've made it this far. You have to cap a 15-win season with a Super Bowl.
That's it. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, bud. What's up?
Okay. First, I want to just say football is the only sport where there is not a championship window. It is now or never. I'm an old, bitter, jaded Lions fan, and I remember 1991, and I remember thinking that they were going to be back. And after that loss to the Redskins in the championship game, I think they went, was it 5-12, I think it was 4-8 or something the next year. It was a terrible season, and we've never been back since. I'm impressed just with the fact that we've been able to put together 2 really good seasons back to back, because even with, all the injuries we're going to have, or we had, they kept it together, and that's a testament to this coaching staff.
Godly almighty. Sorry, guys. Apologies. Was trying to pull up some stats for the guy, and these damn ESPN pop-ups.
There you go.
Golly, Willikers.
It's like our pre-show meeting with the music.
No, it's so annoying. Why do they do that to you? No, Joe, you're right. And again, it's like I don't have to draw on my own experiences with the Giants. You can just look around the league. Yeah, there are certain teams
Super
that
Bowl or bust. Super Bowl or bust.
I'm with you.
Will it be a good season? Yeah, but it's not a Super Bowl season.
I'm with you.
No, we need to win that Super Bowl, And you know what? There's no guarantee that we're ever going to get back again. Why do you think Hutch is saying, if they're playing in the Super Bowl, I'm coming back? Because he knows. If there's no chance. Like, everything has fallen our way this year, and they got to win the Super Bowl this year. And then, you know what? If they win it this year and they put it together next year with 2 new coordinators, hey, you know what? Then it's gravy on top.
Yeah. No, and it's Joe, I'm with you completely. And you know what it is, Joe? You've got the experience. Right? We bust balls about, you're an old head or you're bitter. No, you're experienced because you went through the phase of thinking, hey, we'll be right back. But you weren't. Mm-hmm. And it's, hey, Buffalo Bills fans thought they'd be right back. They've been waiting, 32 years?
I mean, I know it's a long time ago, but Dan Marino thought he was going to be right back.
I never liked him.
No?
No. I didn't like him or Shula. They bugged me.
Really?
Yeah, because they were fake. Everybody kissed Don Shula's ass for what he did in 72. The guy didn't do anything after. And then Dan Marino was his own worst enemy. His ego wouldn't let him have a running game. Well, good. What did it do for you?
But he was good in Ace Ventura.
He was. Snowflake the Dolphin. Thank God they rescued him. What about Roger Podacter? 24853.
Hey, Ace, take a look.
Okay, all right. Let's stop. Elevate your tailgating this football season. Moran Buick GMC. Was that Tone Loke in that role? In the support role? All right. Winners here. Moran will make sure you are ready to hit the road. A new Sierra will do it. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab, $246 a month, 24 months. The 24 Encore GX Preferred, $249 a month, 36 months. New stock arrives daily. And if something's wrong with the current vehicle, get the certified service, MoranExpress.com. They got you covered. You get the free loaner vehicle with it. Why wouldn't you go there? It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. David, couple of ticket texts, and then we are going right to the people.
Listening at work, as I do every day, you guys are great. I just heard one of the best statements ever come out of Mike's mouth. Lose the Super Bowl, and it's 0-16 in one night. Great take, and it's true.
Except Rico said that. I said it's 10 years of losing in one night. But, hey, it doesn't matter. It's we, not me.
It's you, buddy.
No.
That's why you're number one
It's
on the
Unk,
list.
man. It's always Unk.
It's always Unk over here.
No, that list doesn't exist. You don't want to do the segment.
I said get it sponsored. I thought you were working on Debbie getting it sponsored. I saw you out there smoozing.
She's in a meeting.
I saw you smoozing.
I was asking when we were going to get our desks.
And she told you those are the desks.
Yeah, that's where I walked away.
It's all or nothing. I can't handle some of these callers. We must win the Super Bowl.
That's right.
It's been Super Bowl bust all season for the team and the fans. Why are we even thinking anything else?
Because I think people want to cushion the landing. Because let's face it, as bad as losing is, I can just tell, okay, like my team is the vomit bag of the league. It doesn't hurt nearly as much as the night in 2000 against the Ravens when Ray Lewis murdered us. No limo jokes. Unrelated.
Was that the same game?
I believe so, yes.
Brad and Oxford.
We lost to Trent Dilfer. Your team should be contracted if you lose to Trent Dilfer.
Was that the Dilfer Banks? Tony Banks, the backup?
Dilfer took his job, yeah.
Yeah.
Tony Banks. What a Coral Gables legend.
Wow.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a ring.
Sure does. Brad in Oxford says, I was already jazzed up for this run, but you're absolutely right. Chips are in the middle of the table. Do or die. Let's go get that Lombardi trophy. This is Super Bowl or bust. Otherwise, I'm in pain. Same as the Tigers with all those great runs and nothing to show for it.
That's right. 06 was your magic. But even then, that loss, the way that played out, losing to the Rudy Poo Cards and Anthony Reyes and his flat brim hat, it was devastating. And when you went back for 2012, no, all or nothing.
Right.
And all the failures in between.
Right, because I think the only equivalent to that would be if you ended up losing to the Vikings. Because then you're like, wait, I know we're better than this team.
See, I like this next comparison here because it's great. The comparison I have to the Lions Super Bowl is the 95 Red Wings. It was relief to get to the finals, but to lose and be swept was horrible. That's how I'll feel if the Lions lost.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
All right, so my call is not going to be as popular, but I'm going to tell you guys this, and I'm sure everybody listening can agree to this. If we were told before the beginning of this season that Hutch and a slew of our defensive players, and we were struggling to get a freaking cornerback to play at this point due to all the injuries, none of us would have thought we'd be at 15-2. Do I want us to win the Super Bowl? Of course. Do I think we should be in a strong position? We should be in a strong position. But let's be honest, this team has over-exceeded its expectations. Remember, 3 months ago, we were the best defensive team on third down. Now we're ranked maybe 20th. So let's not be delusional here and think that this team is in a strong position health-wise to really win a Super Bowl. They've taken on the personality of our coach. We have great coaches. They've been passionate. We've been running on fumes. But let's be honest, we have Montgomery out. We have Hutch out. We have Rodrigo out. We still have McNeil out. Under no circumstances is it a guarantee that we're in a strong position to win the Super Bowl. So, of course, I'd be proud of these boys. If they don't win it, I'm not going to be as devastated as I was last year because we were healthy. This year, no, I'm sitting back saying you guys did way more than anybody would have expected you to do. I'm extremely proud of you. Let's go get it next year. But, no, I don't have the same mentality of is Super Bowl or bust or we're 0-16 in one season. That's ridiculous. It's delusional based on the position you're in.
Oh, I was just letting you finish. Okay, so...
Yeah, no, that's it.
No, I got you, Chris. I guess for me, Chris, the problem is, even with the injuries, they were able to do what they did Sunday night against the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
And you get the bye week. You get the road goes through Detroit. You still have, in my mind, you may disagree with this statement, I think you have the best offense in football. And if that defense can just be middle of the road, I don't need them to be good. I don't need them to be top 5 like they were early in the year. Can you just be middle of the road? or timely? Can you be timely with an interception or a fumble recovery or a stop? Chris, I have a hard time that even with the injuries, they did go 15-2. So I can't let them off the hook like they're the Bucks. I can't do that.
No, I get your point, and I actually respect it, and I agree with the majority of what you guys are saying. It's just that you're expecting a high level of seamless perfection with a team that is majority Band-Aids and trashy players that we pulled up off the IR list. Yeah,
okay,
I'm
Chris,
just being honest here. Like
Chris, here, hold on. Here's the thing, though. Expectations change as the season goes on. So, yes, they had all of these obstacles, and they overcame the obstacles, and they won 15 games. You don't then get to turn back and say, well, you know what? We lost because we didn't have all these pieces. No. You defied the odds. And, Chris, here's what I'll say. You may feel that way, and heaven forbid, I hope it doesn't happen. But if they do lose, I promise you, you're going to understand what I'm trying to tell you. It'll be a level of despair and desperation you haven't felt in a long time, because it's the ultimate I can't believe we did all of this to end up right here at this point.
Hey, the last thing I'll say for you guys, let me go. I remember when the 04 Pistons won the championship, we held 13 straight teams under 70 points. If Ben, Rick, and whoever else we can pull off the bench that was impactful happened to be out during the playoffs and we made it to the finals play against the Lakers, I honestly wouldn't have felt like, oh, this is all a failure. It's like, I do understand the expectations.
Yes, but
changed.
Chris, hold on. I think that's a bit, and let me respectfully, I'm not breaking your stones here. That's a bit of a straw man. The NBA, you lose one star, it's over. The NBA and the NFL have nothing to do with each other. One is a 53-man roster where about 40 guys play every week. The NBA, literally one player pretty much matters.
And how about this, Mike? Unless you were alive in the 50s, the Lions are the only sport that you've never seen a title. Pistons fans, seen a title. Tigers, seen it. Wings, seen it. Lions fans?
So what was it like, Rico?
Were you here for the last Lions one? Yeah, you remember that one, right?
Rico had season tickets at Briggs Stadium.
Season tickets were $75 on the 50-yard line. That was it, man. I remember, man, it was like a Coke was a nickel. Oh, yeah.
Jesus. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people in the mix momentarily. We've got a coaching carousel update, not just the Antonio Pierce stuff, but more relevant jobs, some things to discuss. Good thing my team decided to make some moves. Or not. All right, football fans, buckle up. We got 5 straight days of football. College football playoff plus wild card weekend. FanDuel offering no sweat same game parlays every day, all 5 days. The no sweat SGP, combine your bets from the same game. Take a shot at a bigger payout. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel.com/ticket. It is a hell of a sports weekend. Enjoy it with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 5 o'clock, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? Also, if you're looking for the videos, you got to go to our YouTube. I've been made aware by Evan. Some people get confused. They go to the ticket looking for our videos. No, ours are on a standalone for the Lenny Show with Rico. So all of our stuff is there, including the podcast stuff. Just subscribe. It's free. Evan says it helps. So there you go. But we're talking Lions, and we got a lot of people who want to talk, so I'll keep it brief. Simple. Are you accepting of the terms of engagement? You get to luxuriate in a bye week. You're the 1 seed. Your head coach said it. All roads lead through Detroit. This is Super Bowl or bust, right? Now, Rico and I have a different perspective than some, which is, oh, yeah, no, anything short of winning the Super Bowl is a complete waste of time. It's devastation. It's awful. And there will be no redeeming qualities. Mm-hmm. Now, that's the approach, but yes, you guys are right, is that we've seen our teams win a Super Bowl. But I just approach it that way, whether it was, do I have a single good thing to say about the Yankee season that ended in losing the World Series? No, I do not. Season sucked. That's the Christmas card you send out when you lose the championship. If the Celtics didn't win the title, the season was a total waste of time. When you're this good, and it's the best Lions team in history, and you're one of the best teams in the NFC in a decade, it's now or never. Got to win the whole thing, or it's a complete and utter failure.
And let me add this. If you get to the Super Bowl and you lose it, chalk that up as you're going to lose the next year as well, because Super Bowl runner-up does not do well the next season. So and that's not me. That's kind of facts these past few years.
248-539-9797.
Think about it. The Bengals and Joe Burrow. How many times they've been back?
That'd be 0.
Okay.
So look, if you have a different perspective, you can tell us what your point of devastation would be. Now, we've had pretty unanimous agreement. If they didn't make the Super Bowl, that's absolutely a complete failure. But we're getting some pushback by some, not all. I don't even know if it's a majority. But, hey, if they made the Super Bowl, it would be progress, or it would remove some of the stain on the franchise as being one of the teams that has never made it. Obviously, we disagree with that, but it's subjective. It's like music. I still think you'll be feeling differently if you're eating sad pizza on Super Bowl Sunday, if you have an appetite at all, if this team lost the Super Bowl.
You won't. You will. I promise you this. You'll turn off the game before the final clock hits 0. You don't want to watch any of the celebration. You don't want to see the confetti. You don't want to see the Disney World commercial. You don't want to see any of that stuff. At that point, you will hate football for about 15 minutes and say, why do I even watch this freaking game?
And the other thing, last year was the year for the platitudes, even though you didn't get it done. Last year was like, you know what? As disappointing as that NFC title game was, that's a hell of a year. You erased the one playoff win since 57 crap. You hosted and gave these fans, you guys got to experience incredible playoff wins, plural, and you didn't embarrass yourself in that title game. It just got away from you. And it was on the road, and you weren't ready. But I can't do that this year. So that's kind of before we ever play a game, and it's nice that now the dust is settled, we're having that conversation. And look, if you feel differently, you feel differently. It doesn't make you a bad person. But I don't think it makes me or Rico bad people, or Kenny or David, because, no, the standard's the standard, as they say at Clemson football. It's all or nothing. It's about Super Bowl. I mean, Ben Johnson didn't come back to fall short. Dan Campbell started talking about he wanted you to know how much it hurt because how hard it is to get back. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if they made the Super Bowl and lost, I'm with Rico on this. Oh, yeah. You bet bottom dollar they ain't getting back next year.
No. It's the ultimate BOGO that you don't want because you lose.
A no-go.
Yes, a no-go.
So let's get to the people. We'll see what everybody's got to say. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Caitlin, 97.1. Caitlin, how you doing?
Hey, guys, I'm doing good. So I think what people are thinking is if you say, in Super Bowl or bust, it means you don't love the Lions. I'm still going to love the Lions if they win. But when somebody shows you who you are, you believe them. When they paid Jared Goff the contract that they did, you think they're going to win the Super Bowl. When they raise my ticket prices over 2 years, I'm now paying, they're asking me to pay from $5,300 to $11,600. You better win a Super Bowl. When you have all the injuries you do and still go 15-2, and you show me that you can still win, yeah, you bet.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost her.
I think she hung up on herself after she realized she was paying $11,000 for playoff tickets. The point I'm making is, Caitlin, I'm sorry your phone broke, I think, when it was doing the math on your ticket prices doubling. But she's right. In my world, Caitlin's right. Maybe you guys disagree with her. This is what happens when your team gets good. It turns into a little bit of an adversarial relationship. Mm-hmm. Things get more expensive. Tickets are harder to come by.
So make it worth it.
Yeah, and again, it's pay to play. Well, once you get good, what else is there? I mean, the comp really is college football. If you ain't making the playoff, you're wasting your time. You're not winning the Super Bowl, you're wasting your time. Now, if you want to go back to being bad and you just blow your diaper every week, well, that's fine. Then you don't have to care.
But then again, you'll reach a standard where, David, just making the playoffs, not good enough anymore.
Yeah, like
done this before.
Yeah, like David, the denim doesn't move when the Steelers are qualified to make the playoffs. Are you?
No, and I explained it to my friend. They don't get it. No, I don't care about making the playoffs anymore. We got to win the Super Bowl.
That's where I'm at.
Me too.
And again, if the guys, I will say this: if the Lions had made the playoffs last year and got aced out, there'd be a different tenor to this because they needed to win a playoff game or two. Mm-hmm. They needed to accomplish something. I feel like they've done everything short of going to a Super Bowl. You got to win it because if you go and lose, I'm with Rico. That's 10 years of losing in one night. It hurts worse than that because as much as you guys want to say all the losing, in a lot of cases, unless you're a sociopath, you check out. You're not a bad fan if you check out when your team's terrible.
Right.
It doesn't even hurt anymore.
Right,
like the Giants going 3-14. You know what hurt? The week they won. That's what hurt me.
Yeah, because when your team is bad, you know what? You end up finding other things to do with your Sundays. You pay attention to them, but they're not the top priority. They're like background noise because, all right, did we win today? All right, no worries. All right, let's take the kids here. Let's go here.
Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, brother?
Hey, Mike, how are you guys today?
Excellent.
Hey,
what's on your mind?
Listen, I'm 69 years old. I was about 5 years old when I could realize about the Lions. It's been 64 years, Mike. The last 2 years, to me, have been fantastic. These young studs that are calling in, it's Super Bowl or bust. You have no idea. Mike, I don't even think you're old enough to realize what we have gone through in Detroit. The last year, phenomenal. This year, stupendous. You know what? It's going to be disappointment if they don't win. But this team has never done this good. Yourself and David made mention, you can't predict. My God, these guys that are playing, these defensive players, are out of their mind. They're playing crazy. The offensive line, doing great. Mike, it's inevitable. You're going to have a bad game sometime. It's impossible not to. God, I hope their next games that doesn't happen. But you know what? I'm going to sit back and I'm going to relish every single minute and game that I watched on the Lions.
Let me ask you a question.
Season.
I'm actually fascinated by something you said. I want to see when I get qualified here. So I'm 44. I've been out here since I was 17. How many years I got to watch this team lose before I got an idea what they've done to you, Phil? Come on.
Well, come on, Mike. Mike, the last 2 years. Okay, 2 years ago I was 67. So 17. Take 17 years off of that, Mike. We haven't had a very good team.
No, I know that. My point is I have an understanding of what they've done. I've been here my whole adult life. Phil, all I'm saying is there has to be an end point to it. They got to hoist the Lombardi for you. It has to happen.
Mike, I'm waiting. I'm hoping before the day I die. I'm hoping.
No, don't say that.
No, but see, I think Phil has scars, Mike, that you don't have yet.
No, hold on. Now, time out. Wait a minute now.
You two guys are babies.
Hey, at 44, listen, I mean, there are days I act like one, but Phil, I'm just making a point now. Listen, first of all, you're young, you're good, you're going to be just fine. But Phil, it's got to happen. Like you're right, the last 2 years have been amazing. But Phil, you well know how hard it is. You spent your whole life waiting for him to get to this point. Phil, they got to do the job. Yeah. They got to.
These two guys, the three guys, Campbell, Glenn, and Johnson, they're doing a phenomenal job. We've never had this.
No, and guess what? You might be losing 2 of them after this year.
That's the other thing, Mike. I'm betting against those two guys leaving. I got a gut feeling.
Okay.
I got a lump in my throat.
I hope you're right.
It, Mike.
It would be best for the franchise, believe me. Listen, Phil, if they retain both, the Detroit Lions should grant you your own banner, the Phil and St. Clair Shores predictive banner. No, seriously, because Phil, if that happens, that would be bigger than any draft pick, my man. Trust me.
You're right.
But I mean, now all I was saying to Phil is, you're doing this job every day for 25 years. I'm sorry. I got to sit here and talk about this team for 4 hours a day, 5-6 days a week.
Yeah, but
come on, you learn quick. This team hurts.
Yeah, but it's when you experience the moments that became ingrained as 3 letters, where you're just like, yes.
You mean the Justin Forsett touchdown challenge flag?
Yes.
You mean the don't say we're scared because we ain't?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the pass back and forth kind of thing? Mm-hmm. I was here for all of it.
Yeah, but you weren't there for the kick.
Okay, so I didn't graduate high school with Dutch Clark.
I'm saying,
come on.
My 85-year-old grandfather would tell that 67-year-old to shut up. He has no idea.
No, what I'm saying, it's not that. I'm not saying, Mike, you didn't deserve it, but when you're 69 like Phil, you have more battle scars. You've gone through and you've seen more things.
Okay, and candidly, he's got less time. So let's win one.
You're on the same level. It's just, man, he's
listen.
Been through the
you
wars
get
a little
one
longer.
trip around the track of life. All right, Phil's at the top of the stretch. He might be at the 16th pole. They got to win the Super Bowl.
Phil, I'm hoping you're on the back half.
Well, that would mean he'd live to be 138. Now, what are we doing here? I'm trying to be fair. Now, depending on the length of the race, you're right.
I'm not trying to kill Phil.
I'm not either.
Poor Phil. I think he's taking strays by accident here.
It's not. I was making a, you know what, tell it. F it. Rico's got Phil living to 160 years old. Winter driving season, hell with all these reckless drivers. It's crazy out there. Listen, if you're injured in an automobile accident, you have one call to make. It's to injury attorney David Feminino. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally. You call 855-65-CRASH or you go to that website anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, guys, the action is heating up with the playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, how about this parlay? Tyler Warren, anytime touchdown. Jeremiah Love, anytime touchdown. Drew Aller to throw over 174.5 yards in the college football semifinal game. That's plus 350. The new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines subject to change. You got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, right to the people. You know the question at hand. The Lions are the topic. We go to Darren. He's been very patient. Darren, what's going on?
Hey, how are you guys today?
Good, Darren. What's up?
I will say this. With the Lions season they just had, and me having Gibbs on my fantasy, this was the most electric season yet. And then they should win the Super Bowl this year with the team they have. And if they don't, it will be a disappointment. But on the plus side, this season, their best season yet today.
Right, but I mean, Darren, here's the thing. No one's arguing about whether it's a good year or not. It's at the end of it, if it results in them not winning the Super Bowl, and you know what you're at risk of losing. Right, so then it was all for nothing.
I see how for nothing. I think that's a big improvement for the Detroit Lions. Watching this team, they're now electrifying to watch, fun to watch. You're not upset every game. But if they don't win the Super Bowl, it does feel like it was all for nothing. But part of it's got to be what we just watched this year. It's historic.
See, Darren, it's interesting. And look, it's a different way of watching sports. I wish I was capable of it. It's Rico's Doctor Strange line. There's only one way out of this. At the end of the year, there's only one fan base that should be happy.
Yeah.
Or if it's your first year of a rebuild, or like last year when they finally made the playoffs and they won a couple of playoff games, I had no problem. I thought last year was an incredible season for this franchise. But you get that once.
Yeah. Last year, the bar was winning that first game. Now they won the second game, and you know what? That
Pistons
was
make the playoffs
money.
and lose the opening round series in 5.
You're
Guess
okay
what?
with that?
Hey, what a year for the Pistons. They finally got back, maybe win a playoff game. Unbelievable. But the year after? No.
And for this team, you went all the way to the NFC Championship game. And I think what has set expectations even higher, you've been NFL proof. You've won 15 games. You've won games you probably should not have won, but you found ways to win. That just raised the bar. So, yeah, you can't just finish because nobody's going to remember 15-2.
No, but
but you lost in the divisional round.
It's a lot. And look, it's clear. Obviously, this franchise has hurt everybody in this town for varying degrees of time. But, man alive, when you're the number one seed and you've been arguably the best team in the NFC back-to-back season, people got to elevate a little bit. It's gotta mean something. There has to be something you're gunning after. If people just watch sports and, well, is it fun or not? Okay, but that's different than the way a lot of us watch sports. There has to be a means to an end. Let's go to Anthony in Southfield, 97.1. Anth, what's going on, bud?
Nothing much, fellas. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. So the NFL stands for National Football League, obviously, but it also stands for Not for Long. And this is, yes, a historic season for us. Everybody gets that. But it'll be all for nothing if we don't win the Super Bowl. It has to be done.
Yes. And Anthony, your point is well taken, which is not for long. Look, I think there's been a really bad message sent in this town by a lot of people about, well, we're going to be in it every year and we're going to go that's not how it works. The only teams I've seen do it have the top 2 quarterbacks in the history of the sport. If you want to factor in a third, it would be Joe Montana in the 80s, pre-free agency.
Exactly, and your point's well taken. Rico, where are you picking it in the draft again after making it to the Super Bowl?
11th.
This past year?
11th.
I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's not promised to you at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not. Nothing is guaranteed. Life is not guaranteed. This season is not guaranteed yet, but we have the best chance. We got the number 1 seed for a reason. They have the best shot right now. All roads come through Detroit, as
That's
Dan
right.
Campbell might many times.
And Anthony, it
So
might
this
be honestly, and it's not an insult. It's just this brutally difficult thing is you may never get the 1 seed again. It's really, 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 really difficult to do. Insanely difficult. So the ability to have all roads to the Super Bowl go here to play one less game. Look, by the time you get back, David Montgomery's here. No, I can't change that Aiden's not coming back. Your coach said that. I can't change that Carlton Davis isn't coming back. I mean, we told you that, but you didn't believe us and called us haters. Well, now your coach is saying that. The point I'm making is what you have is what you have. You're completely healthy on offense. And defensively, you just pulled off one of the best game plans we've seen. And it won't be easy. And no one's saying it's going to be a fashion show. But, man, if you don't get this done now, I'm sorry. The whole year would have it'll end up a waste. I have a certain way I look at things. And it doesn't mean you're bad if you don't look at it that way. I don't watch sports that way. I mean, Kenny, you're like the happiest guy in the world. You love the Lions. Okay. If they go out and lose the Super Bowl 31-21, are you going to be sitting there going, oh, golly gee, what a great season?
No, I'll be crushed. And I'll think about all the games that I watched this season and go, man, that was all a waste of time.
That's it.
Yeah,
I
Mike,
accomplished nothing with this.
and you know this for a fact because you know how hard it is to do. Think of it as you are cooking that brisket for your entire family. You screw up one step.
Dead.
And you're now ordering pizza.
Inedible. You're the family on A Christmas Story.
It's like 15 hours of work, and in the last 30 minutes, you do one thing wrong.
Well, that's the other one. Don't let anyone ever tell you they didn't learn how to make a good brisket by making several bad ones. It's all process of elimination. It's now once you master it, you're okay.
Right.
But that road is paved with pain.
Right. But and think about because when you make the bad one, you think of all the lost sleep, all the prep. I should have done this. Oh my goodness. You don't want to be that. 15 wins, you got to make it all the way. Or else you look back at this season and you're like, yeah, well, I remember when they won 15 games and they still didn't win the Super Bowl.
I almost envy fans that have called in going, well, if they just made it, that'd be enough.
See, I think
what a world.
No, Mike, it's still the age of innocence for them. They don't know. So in their world, okay, I can shrug this off. When they actually get there, they'll realize I now understand what these two clowns are talking.
Because you're going to drive yourself mad trying to get back.
And especially if you lose a close game, you're going to sit there and you're going to dissect every mistake. As I told Kenny in a break, he was like, yeah, I remember the NFC title game. I'm like, now magnify that by 100 if you lose a Super Bowl.
Right, you had the lead in the fourth quarter, 2 Super Bowls.
You start thinking about every play, every turnover you should have got, every guy who tripped over a blade of grass instead of making a tackle. You think of everything.
I mean, it's almost like Rico's dealt with the pain in the NFC title game multiple times. How about Kyle Williams not being able to field a football? He fumbled 2 punts against the Giants at home. Hate to see it. What about Roger Craig fumbling when you were just running the clock out in 1990?
Jaquiski Tart, a punt.
It's just,
man. Matthew Stafford offered up a punt. There was nobody around this man
a life
for 30.
Of privilege.
All he had to do was just wave his arm for a fair catch. Seriously.
That's why I'd rather my team be 3-14 than deal with what he's dealt with.
It's like, and he had it, and he dropped it.
Let's go to Mike in Macomb, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, hey. Mike.
Thanks so much for taking my call. It's one thing that kicker is that a lot of these, I would say older Lions fans, I want to say I'm not newer, but I'm 35, I'm younger, but we have to change our perception. If we want to start claiming that we're a great team, we envied a lot of teams that had a great culture, and we didn't have that. We have that now. We envy teams who had a good defense or a great offense. We have that now. We envy guys who had a great, offensive line. We have that now. We have to change our expectations. You no longer can have that mindset or that luxury of, oh, we got in the playoffs. Oh, we got a playoff win. Oh, we got at least to the divisional round or the NFC championship. No, the expectations now have to change. You have to start holding yourself to a higher standard. And like you guys said, you guys kind of took a little bit of thunder, but, You got to strike when the kettle's hot. We can't pretend in fantasy land that Glenn and Johnson are both going to be here next year. It's nowhere near a guarantee.
You know the other thing you can't guarantee?
With them,
I'll tell you the other thing you can't guarantee, Mike. People are going to hate when I say this. Brad Holmes has been wonderful, but if you think this guy is going to keep hitting 100% of his first-round draft picks when Hall of Fame GMs barely hit 50, I got some bad news for you.
It does not happen. The mere fact that we put ourselves in this position with the number 1 seed, with the bye, you've got to capitalize on it. And at that point, your expectations have to change. You have to expect, all right, we need to win the Super Bowl. We can't now think of a woulda, shoulda, coulda moment. You've got to strike when the kettle's hot. And it's mind-boggling that it's not just not mind-boggling. I feel like we have a lot of fans out there that are still timid, that are like, oh,
they are.
Well, at least we're decent. And
they are, and I understand, Mike, they are, and I understand why. And it's why I said, I don't think anyone's a bad person in this deal, Mikey. It's just, I think when this team actually plays in 2 weeks, it'll click in, right? I think people will get their heads right. But if they make the Super Bowl, I don't think you're taking a single phone call that day. Well, if they lose today, what a year. No. You could say it now because it's not real.
See, I think you can say it for the pre-show. But after the game, I don't think you'll get anybody that will say, it was a great run, man.
My nerves will just be if the Lions win, I'll feel like the meteor's taking us out. Like it finally happened, and there it is, fade to black, roll credits. The meteor takes Earth out. Like, can you let these people have their parade before the aliens invade or something?
Detroit becomes a giant sinkhole.
Right, exactly. Can we just get the parade before Rico's aliens invade?
Hey, Toledo, can you take a look and see if Detroit's still there?
Jesus. 248-539-9797. Rico.
And guys, you want to do this radio gig. You want to have fun the way Mike and I have fun. You want to go to Specs at LTU, or you want to get into television, or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can help you get your dreams started. You just got to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught like people like myself who actually work in the business. What does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in radio, TV, or graphics design. So let Specs at LTU get you started on your path. You know you said you wanted to make a career change in this new year. Specs at LTU. They're going to get you started. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right. Automotive news. Moran Chevrolet, the number one Chevy dealer in the state. Thanks to all of you, of course. And again, best pricing of the year for the new year. 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month. The 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. 24 months, both $999 down. If you need certified service, you know where to go. It's MoranExpress.com. You get the loaner. You go about your day. They'll call you when your vehicle's ready. So get your best deal at MoranExpress.com or stop on by on Gratiot, north of 15 in Clinton Township. It's Chevrolet. Let's drive. All right, before Rieger comes in here, Odyssey.com, rewind, you missed anything. Also, don't forget our YouTube channel, Valenti Show with Rico. It's separate from the ticket. Subscribe, hit the like button. I don't know. If you hate the show, I don't know why you're listening to me, so you shouldn't have a problem with me promoting it. But please and thank you. It makes Evan's life easier. But it's the videos, so if you want that crap, go for it. David, a couple of ticket texts. And you know what the problem is? I can hear Rieger from outside the studio. He's that loud.
He's not even yelling.
Good.
Correct.
God.
That's just normal inside voice.
Right. He's not yelling. He's not excited about anything. He's just talking.
The Pistons lost to the Spurs and never made it back. Tigers lost to the Giants, never made it back. We're losing both our coordinators. It's all or nothing.
Hey, Wings lost to the Pens. haven't
made it back. Yeah, forgot about that one.
It's just, again, I just think it's a dangerous narrative being spun in this town. It's a false sense of security. You'll see.
I agree completely with the take, Super Bowl or bust. If we lose both coordinators, I think the majority would agree that we will take a step back.
I think the relationship, and I've defended Aaron Glenn at my own peril because then people are like, whoa, why are you going to kiss this guy's ass? I just think Aaron Glenn's been put in a crazy spot where Ben Johnson, they're totally healthy on offense. The relationship your quarterback